right there are awaiting Netanyahu's orders. A ground invasion into Gaza could come at any time. Israel's ordering more than 1 million civilians to evacuate northern Gaza for their safety. Today, the State Department is urging Palestinian Americans in Gaza to move closer to the Rafah crossing into Egypt. Meanwhile, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza grows ever more ominous. The United Nations says water is running out, putting 2 million people at risk. The United Nations also says Israel's blockade must allow fuel deliveries to water plants and other facilities, saying, quote, it's a matter of life and death. Let's begin our coverage at this hour with CNN's Jeremy Diamond. He's in Jerusalem for us. Jeremy, I'm going to be speaking with the IDF spokesman in just a few moments, but it just seems eerily quiet in Gaza. It seems quiet where you are, but of course things may be changing dramatically in the coming hours.
No doubt about it, Jim, and the IDF is making very clear that the next phase of this military campaign is going to be far more kinetic. It is going to be much, much wider, and that it is going to involve, quote, coordinated strikes from air, sea, and land. That is the latest update from the Israel Defense Forces in just the last few hours, as they telegraph, perhaps in the clearest terms yet, that a ground operation inside of Gaza of significant scale is indeed in the offing. When exactly that takes place, we do not yet know, but this latest statement from the IDF says that there will be a, quote, emphasis on significant ground operations in the next phase of this military response. At the same time, it's very clear that they are taking a very deliberate, a very strategic approach to the buildup that we are seeing along the Gaza Strip. More than 300,000 reservists have been called up. We have seen tanks and artillery beginning to be positioned in key locations around the Gaza Strip. And beyond that, of course, the IDF is also ordering civilians inside the northern half of Gaza to head south. That is provoking, of course, very difficult humanitarian conditions inside of Gaza, but the IDF says that it is intended to try and minimize those civilian casualties, which we have already seen dramatically increasing in recent days as Israel has ramped up its aerial bombing campaign of Gaza. What we are also hearing this evening from Israeli officials is a clearer indication of what the goal is here. We have heard a lot of fire and brimstone from the Israeli Prime Minister and other Israeli officials talking tough about destroying Hamas. And tonight, the National Security Advisor, Tzachi Hanegbi, saying that Hamas will not be the ruler in Gaza after this operation, after this war concludes, saying that Hamas will no longer be the sovereign following combat operations in Gaza.
And Jeremy, let's talk about what's happening in Gaza right now, and specifically the situation at the Rafah crossing, which is currently the only way out of Gaza. We heard our colleague Wolf Blitzer talking to the Egyptian foreign minister about this a short while ago. The Egyptians are saying that that crossing is open as far as they're concerned, but that's not what we're hearing on our end of things. Do we have any clarity as to what's going on there, and why is that so important right now at this stage?
Yeah, Jim, CNN has spoken with Americans who are inside of Gaza who made their way to the Rafah crossing earlier today after being urged to do so by American officials who believed that that crossing would be open between 2 and 5 p.m. Local time today, but they were not able to go through. That crossing did not open for them. And there were some reports in Egyptian media earlier today that Egyptian officials are refusing to open that crossing so long as there is not humanitarian aid being allowed into Gaza. We know that this all comes against the backdrop of the fact that Israeli officials say that they are laying a, quote, siege to Gaza, not allowing food, water, electricity, or fuel, which, according to United Nations human rights officials, is a violation of international law. And more broadly, we know that the humanitarian situation in Gaza is worsening by the hour. Hospitals are running out of fuel to be able to keep their generators running, to be able to continue to provide care for critically injured Gazans, thousands of whom have been injured in recent days. The death toll is topping more than 2,200, 1,300 plus buildings have been destroyed inside of Gaza, and even those civilians who are able to flee south following Israeli officials' orders, there are still strikes being conducted in the southern part of Gaza as well. So it is a very, very precarious situation for those Gazans in what is one of the most densely populated places on Earth. And of course, as of yet, there is simply no way out. The only borders that Gaza has is Israel to the east, and the Erez crossing, which existed previously, was destroyed in this Hamas attack on Saturday. Israeli officials are not allowing anyone out. And then to the south, you have Egypt, and Egypt, as of yet, has not opened that crossing to our knowledge, Jim.
All right, Jeremy Diamond in Jerusalem for us. Jeremy, stay close by. We'll get back to you. Thanks so much. Let's get immediate reaction right now from Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus of the Israeli Defense Forces. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. If you don't mind, if I could just pick up on what Jeremy Diamond was just talking about a few moments ago and help us sort out what is happening at the Rafah crossing. My colleague Wolf Blitzer spoke with the Egyptian Foreign Minister just a short time ago, and the Foreign Minister insisted that that crossing is open as far as they're concerned on the Egyptian side of things, but that is not what we are hearing. Perhaps you can help us sort this out. What is going on? What information can you provide?
Yeah, what I understand that Hamas is doing is all humanitarian efforts to alleviate the situation. They've been obstructing and actively stopping Gazan civilians in the north from going south, as we have directed them to do. And I have also seen reports, this isn't 100% confirmed yet, that they're doing the same thing in the south. And at this time, I think it is abundantly clear that Hamas bears responsibility for everything in the Gaza Strip, first and foremost for the humanitarian situation, and they could change the situation very dramatically and very quickly. They only need to return our hostages and surrender unconditionally, and the humanitarian situation in Gaza would be improved almost overnight.
And Colonel, the Prime Minister visited troops near the Gaza border earlier today. He indicated that the next stage is coming. How imminent is a ground incursion into Gaza? Might we see that happen overnight tonight? I know you don't want to forecast things, telegraph things too much, but are we in the final hours before something begins?
Just like shaving, it's not something that you'd like to do in a rush. And we are looking at a very, very difficult combat area. This is densely populated urban terrain that Hamas has had the time to prepare for ground battle. They will be using everything that they have at their disposal, first and foremost the civilian infrastructure. And I think that nothing would be beneath them once our fighters get close, if that indeed is what's going to happen. So we will definitely not be rushing anything. And currently we are striking Hamas from the air. We are hunting their commanders. We are striking their facilities. We are striking their logistic capability to sustain operations. And we are making it increasingly difficult for Hamas to continue to operate, with the end game or the aim being to dismantle them totally.
And what about the hostages at this point? Have the Israeli Defense Forces essentially gotten to a point where you're not going to be able to remove the hostages, and the next stage of your operation has to continue even with that in mind?
Well, they are front and center and at the top of our list of priorities. At the highest levels in Israel, our hearts and prayers go out to the families that are I think totally petrified in fear about the fate of what's going on with their loved ones. We are pooling and focusing all of our intelligence collection assets in order to understand who is being held and to have a final list of the people that we assess are being held, and then where they are, and then most importantly, how to develop a plan and execute it in order to get them back. But the aim of our operation here, the strategic military aim, is to dismantle Hamas and its military capabilities.
And I know the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli government have given civilians in northern Gaza a timetable to leave that area, so they are not in harm's way when the next stage of this operation is conducted. Has that time expired?
No, and it's less about a specific time. As the saying goes, somebody might have the clock, but someone else has the time. It's more about the amount of civilians that are still in that area. And what we're trying to do is to get these people to voluntarily evacuate themselves, to go south to an area that is safer so that we can conduct enhanced military operations. I think that the decision will be made in Israel once the situation will be deemed better from a humanitarian point of view, with far less civilians there, then we can conduct and begin to operate. Again, important to emphasize, none of the civilians are our enemy. It's only Hamas that we are looking for. We are not trying to punish anybody or to inflict undue damage. We are focusing our military effort against Hamas, their leaders, and their supporting infrastructure, and the combatants. Those are the ones who we are after.
And so, just to press you on that, just with a quick follow-up question, does that mean that there is still some time for these civilians to make their way out?
There is time, but listen, this is a matter of life and death, and people should get their stuff and go south. It's very clear. I understand that their situation is complex, and I wouldn't be where they are. I wouldn't like to be in an Israeli community on the morning of the 7th of October either, but this is where we find ourselves because of their aggression. And what I tell Gazans, civilians, take your belongings, take your family, go south. Do not listen to the statements and efforts by Hamas to keep you there, because they're only using you for their political purposes.
And what is the mission if and when this ground incursion begins? I suppose it's now a matter of when. Might we see something along the lines of a temporary occupation of the area? Is that essentially what we're going to see? Have your forces prepared for that, for a temporary occupation, a holding of that area, until such time you feel that Hamas has been rooted out?
Yeah, well, we have to distinguish between the method and the tactics by which we're going to achieve the aim, and then the strategy and what it will look like. If we'll be able to totally dismantle Hamas and its military capabilities within a short period of time, then there would be no need for Israeli troops to stay even one day. But as long as there's friction, as long as Hamas exists and has fighting power, as long as Yahya Sinwar is alive and his lieutenants and commanders are alive, then they still have a fighting capability. And the end of this war will be with a dead Hamas leadership and with a dismantled military capacity of Hamas.
And so that could last for some time. That could last for days, possibly weeks.
We definitely hope it will last shorter, but we are prepared, and we understand that we are on the brink of a very challenging operation. However, we will continue to enhance our operations, but we are on the brink of a very challenging operation in a very complex battleground, and obviously we would prefer to do it quicker for everyone involved, for our purposes and for the civilians in Gaza, and to be able to return to normalcy in Israel, despite the atrocities that we have encountered. But if it takes longer, it will take longer. What matters is that the job gets done, and that at the end of the war, when the last bullet is fired, there is no more military Hamas capabilities, and that they'll never, ever have the ability to threaten Israeli civilians again.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
We know there are some long hours ahead. We appreciate your time. Still ahead, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee joins us on the warning signs that may have been missed before the terror attack in Israel a week ago. CNN special coverage of Israel at war continues in just a moment.
Guess what? Today's my last day. Gonna do my own thing.
Got a feeling I can't escape it. Feeling good, but the extra drink, 'cause I reinvented myself. La, 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 la. I had to make it happen myself. Didn't have any help singing out, y'all.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
I'm feeling better. All in one and done with new Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache?
Better now.
Mucinex Kickstart gives all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. It's comeback season.
Who will be the superior side? Is it the rich, creamy, indulgent classic, the spudtacular Bob Evans mashed potatoes? Or is it that decadent, divine union of pasta and cheese, Bob Evans mac and cheese? Is it farm fresh potatoes, blended with real milk and butter for that just like homemade taste? Or is it the melty, gooey goodness of tender elbow macaroni, smothered in real cheese? Both are ready in just minutes. Both have the delicious taste Bob Evans is known for. So, which delicious side will you choose?
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
We really don't want people to think of feeding food like ours as spoiling their dogs. Good, real food is simple. It looks like food, it smells like food. It's what dogs are supposed to be eating. No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
It's amazing to me how many people write in about their dogs changing for the better. The farmer's dog is just our way to help people take care of them.
Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie.
Dr. Garcia?
You're a sign of bacterial infection.
Crest Gum Detoxifies antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding.
Crest saves the day.
Crest.
There's challenges, and I love overcoming challenges.
When Better Money Habits content first started coming out, it expanded what I could do. For Special Olympics athletes with developmental needs,
thousands of Bank of America employees like Scott spend countless hours volunteering to teach people how to reach their financial goals.
It felt good. It felt like I could take on the whole world.
What would you like the power to do?
If you're smart enough to know a good wireless deal when you see one, listen up. And if you're not, we'll give you a minute. Smart enough now? Good. At Consumer Cellular, we're all about transparency. We deliver premium wireless coverage for up to half of what the largest carriers charge. How do we do it? I'll show you. The truth is, we don't actually own those towers. We just pay to use them. And while someone else maintains that great nationwide 5G network, we've got more time to focus on something else. You. Boom! Say hello to one of our 100% US-based customer service call centers. If you need help or want to make the easy switch, you can call and talk to a real person in Arizona like Danae here.
Yep, I'm definitely a real person, not a robot.
Prove it. Amazing coverage and award-winning service, all with no contract. Just give us a call at this number.
Switch to Consumer Cellular now and get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at only $20 a month.
There's something going around the Gordon home. Good thing Gertrude found Delson. Now what's going around is 12-hour cough relief. And the giggles. The family that takes Delson together feels better together.
And this just into CNN. The White House says President Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today, marking the 5th call between the two leaders since Hamas's attack on Israel last Saturday. Let's discuss more with Democratic Congressman Jim Himes of Connecticut. He's the ranking member on the House Intelligence Committee. Congressman, great to see you. Appreciate the time. We were just speaking with IDF spokesman just a few moments ago, trying to get some kind of sense as to when things are going to escalate there in Gaza. Obviously, they're not going to give us an exact timetable, but looking for some clarity on all of that. And I'm just curious, have you received any briefings as part of your role in the House on the Intelligence Committee as to what may be taking place and what the U.S. is doing to monitor the situation?
Yeah, I have as recently as yesterday when chairman and ranking members of the various security and foreign affairs committees gathered to hear about the White House's thinking on a supplemental. As you probably know, Jim, the administration feels like in the very short term they're just fine to be able to provide the Israelis with the weapons and the munitions that they need. But that is for the short term. And so Congress at a uniquely dysfunctional moment needs to figure out how to get its act together for both that and for resupplying the Ukrainians. But to answer your question directly, Jim, if it didn't come through in the last interview, the Israelis perhaps are moving a little more slowly than you might have anticipated given the brutality of the attack on their country for two related reasons. Number one, unlike Hamas, the IDF will operate pursuant to the laws of armed conflict, and they have a brutal task in that regard because their enemy, Hamas, stores munitions in schools and mosques and hospitals, and urban warfare is brutal in the best of times, and this is far from that. Secondarily, I can tell you, and this is the subject of much conversation between the United States and Israel, if the Israelis don't succeed in going after Hamas in a way consistent with the protection of civilians, that puts enormous pressure on Hezbollah to get into the fight. And a two-front war is obviously something that everybody would like to avoid here.
Yeah, and that is something that the IDF spokesman said, that they do want to give the civilians in Gaza more time. It sounds as though what they're trying to do, and I suppose this is from a PR standpoint as well, is to make it clear as best as they can to the world. They want the world to get this message that they're trying to give the civilians in Gaza enough time to get out of the northern part of Gaza down to the southern part of Gaza. Are you getting the sense, or did you get the sense during this briefing, that the Biden administration is pressing the Israelis to do that, to make sure that they're pulling out all the stops to avoid as many civilian casualties as possible?
Very much so. Every briefing I've gotten, and of course, President Biden's speech of 2 days ago made that point distinctly. And I know that the president, in his many, many phone calls, has reiterated the absolute necessity of the Israelis acting with humanity, acting with the notion of self-defense and of eradicating a mortal threat to them rather than with a sense of revenge, and we all had enormously emotional reactions to what we saw 7 or 8 days ago, including, by the way, the Israeli leadership. And so, statements were made by senior Israeli ministers that I think, as they get into the excruciatingly challenging thinking around conducting a military operation in an immensely densely packed small area, I think everybody is sort of being more prudent, perhaps than they were when they were looking at just a god-awful bloody apocalypse that we all witnessed a week ago.
And CNN is learning that the U.S. warned Israel of the potential for violence days before that surprise attack. Do you have any insights as to what happened there? Did Israel not heed those warnings? Was it not actionable intelligence? What happened?
Yeah, I can't say much about that, Jim. And I would caution anybody from, figuring out that they know whether the Egyptians warned, whether the U.S. warned, whether, how and why the Israelis were caught so much by surprise. There's a lot more smoke out there than there is fire. I will tell you that intelligence is valuable when it's specific and actionable. In other words, that says, hey, we're seeing these tactical movements in this particular location. Be aware of that. And you don't need to be an intelligence professional to know that kind of specific and actionable intelligence was not either gleaned by the Israelis or passed on to the Israelis by anybody else. So the question of whether, there might have been pieces saying that, Hamas is getting itchy, in some ways that's not really critical relative to the absolute importance of tactically actionable intelligence, which the Israelis did not get or have.
And are you concerned about, and are there concerns on the U.S. side, inside the administration, that this conflict could boil over and become a much larger conflict beyond Israel and Hamas?
Very much so, Jim. I mean, right behind making sure that Israel has the weapons and munitions that they need, and making sure that we do everything we can to locate and get the hostages released. And I'm not even going to say behind, because these are not ranked priorities. These are all critical, absolutely essential priorities. Is the absolute necessity that this war not go broader or deeper. And that most notably, of course, means Hezbollah, which is, Hamas fighters have shown how brutal that they are. Hezbollah is better trained and better armed. We don't want them in the fight. We obviously don't want things to boil over, as you said, in the West Bank. We don't want other players in Syria getting involved. When that starts happening, this becomes a global problem, which of course is why the aircraft carrier, the USS Ford, is on station, why we've moved air assets to send a very, to send an unmistakable signal that this is bad enough as is. Let's not let it get wider. And that's obviously a message to Iran, to Lebanon, to Hezbollah, and to others.
And just very quickly, just finally, you referenced earlier some of what's going on inside the House of Representatives right now and the failure on the Republican side to put forward somebody who can be a speaker that would attract enough votes to become the Speaker of the House. The House Republicans have put forward Jim Jordan. Is he somebody you can work with?
Well, Jim, I never say never, because there shouldn't be people in Congress who say there's no way I can work with this person, right? What I can tell you, the public knows Jim Jordan. He has never been somebody who has been anything other than my way or the highway, ultimatum focused. We've got serious business to do, both in everything that we've been talking about, but in actually passing a federal budget so that we can do everything that we need to do and not shut down. I'm quite nervous, frankly, that the Republicans may settle on a guy who is primarily a partisan warrior rather than a statesman.
All right, Congressman Jim Himes, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, and just ahead, more breaking news. We'll take you live to the White House. Our coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Let me be direct. You're watching football wrong. What do you call the guy in face paint that can't get the game? A clown.
Sorry, what app was it again? No, just give me a second.
Amateurs.
Oh, sorry, everybody.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game. So you never have to compromise on game day.
Was that necessary?
I was just illustrating a point.
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
Okay.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In the world's worst places, children with cleft conditions live in darkness and shame. They're shunned, outcast, living in pain. You can reach out and change the life of a suffering child right now. A surgery that takes as little as 45 minutes. And your act of love can change a child's life forever. Please call, scan, or go online to give a new smile. Thousands of children are waiting.
So my face was like the elephant in the room.
I had it for so long, makeup would never cover it up.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Stop suffering from melasma with Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
For me, it was my last resort. I had almost given up.
I actually saw results within the week.
Now that Muesli is out there, people aren't thinking about my melasma anymore. They just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
Can I get a witness?
You dream about playing for your country on the biggest stage.
Canada is welcoming new cadets to join our youth program for 9 to 12-year-olds. Navy League cadets discover the thrill of the sea and the joy of lifelong friendships. Develop leadership skills, discipline, and resilience that will shape their future. Visit our website or call us today to learn about the exciting journey of Navy League cadets and the oceans of opportunities. Ask a parent before going online. The Navy League of Canada, empowering the leaders of tomorrow.
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, Monday at 4. Closed captioning brought to you by InVetHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
Today, new comments are raising fears that the war between Israel and Hamas could become much larger. The head of Israel's National Security Council said he hopes Hezbollah will not bring about, quote, the destruction of Lebanon by getting involved in the Israel-Hamas war. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is near the Lebanese-Israeli border. Ben, what do you make of all that?
Yeah, actually, what I think is this is kind of the clearest explanation yet of where Israel stands regarding the situation on the Lebanese border. Now, this was a televised briefing with journalists by the head of Israel's National Security Council, in which he explicitly said that Israel hopes to avoid a two-front war. He said that the current level of exchanges of fire between Israel and Lebanon is, in his words, below the escalation threshold. He went on to say that he hopes that Hezbollah doesn't bring the destruction of Lebanon. Now, keep in mind that prior to this current outbreak of fighting, on a variety of occasions, Israeli military and political officials have, and I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially said that if Hezbollah engages in another war with Israel, Israel will bomb it back to the Stone Age. But he said that, as I said, the level of exchanges is below the escalation threshold. He went on to say that all eyes are on the north, and added not just eyes. And of course we know, Jim, that the Israelis have deployed tens of thousands of additional troops to the northern border in anticipation, or just to make sure there isn't another outbreak of fighting beyond what we're seeing here, which is exchanges of fire between the two sides, but nothing that would really seem to precipitate a full-out war. Jim?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that, Ben. Some heavy shelling where you are. Does that mean that we might see something escalate on that front, or is this just the typical thing that goes back and forth when these tensions rise?
Well, certainly the tensions have never been this high, certainly not since 2006 during the 33-day war that took place between Israel and Hezbollah. Yes, for well over 2 hours we heard a fairly intense exchange of fire between the two sides. Now, the Israelis say that 30 mortar rounds were fired from Lebanese territory toward Israeli positions in the disputed Sheba farms between the two countries. But Hezbollah just a few minutes ago put out video of what they say were 5 strikes on Israeli military positions in the Sheba farms. And what you see is they're using precision-guided missiles to knock out communication and surveillance equipment at these 5 positions. And for the most part, I saw only direct hits. Jim?
All right. Ben Wiedemann, keeping us posted on that side of all of this. Ben, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. President Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once again today as tension is mounting over what the Israeli military will do next. CNN White House correspondent Priscilla Alvarez joins us now over at the White House. Priscilla, what's the latest? What do we make of this phone call that took place today?
Jim, just minutes ago, we got the readout of this call that the two leaders had, this being the 5th call they've had since the attacks on Israel. And in it, it says, quote, President Biden discussed with Prime Minister Netanyahu U.S. coordination with the United Nations, Egypt, Jordan, Israel, and others in the region to ensure innocent civilians have access to water, food, and medical care. President Biden affirmed his support for all efforts to protect civilians, and later went on to say that the president reiterated the need for all countries to condemn Hamas as a terrorist organization that does not represent the aspirations of the Palestinian people. Again, this being the 5th call the two have had since those attacks last Saturday. And in it, you can hear again what we've been hearing from the president and U.S. officials, which is not necessarily a message of restraint so much as making sure that innocent civilians are protected in the ongoing conflict. Now, of course, for the president, another part of this and a complicating factor of this is that there are still unaccounted Americans since these attacks. 14 is the latest count from the White House, and the president spoke to the families of those Americans just yesterday, and we received, or we saw earlier, video of the president doing that. Take a listen.
Folks, there's no higher priority, and I know that people get on and talk to you and say they have an idea what it's like, but I know from experience there's not a single thing more worrisome than have someone you love, someone you adores you, and not knowing their fate. Not knowing their fate. You made it clear how important this is to you, to me personally, and to all the American people. And it really is. It really, really is. We're not walking away. We're not walking away, I promise you.
Now, I'm told that call that you just saw video of, again, that happened yesterday, lasted for over an hour, and a source described it as emotional. Now, of course, there's also what officials have described as a small number of hostages, American hostages, that they believe are being held by Hamas. Now, it has been very complicated in trying to get more details on this, and the explanation from officials is that it is an active war zone, and this is a complicated group. All of this, though, a priority for the White House.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez over at the White House for us. A very busy day for you on that end of things. Priscilla, thanks very much. Israel's defense forces say they're getting ready for, quote, the next stages of the war. Our special coverage continues just ahead. Stay with us.
I served in the Army for 11 years and deployed overseas 3 times. I understand the price of freedom, and I'm aware of the threats we face from our foreign adversaries. Countries like China, Russia, and Iran believe in oppression and censorship, and they want to dominate and use tomorrow's technologies against America. If you value free expression and an open internet, join me in sending a message to Congress. It's time to strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Type 2 diabetes?
Discover the Ozempic Trizone.
Ozempic!
I got the power of 3. I lowered my A1C, CD risk, and lost some weight.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it.
I'm under 7.
Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death in adults also with known heart disease.
I'm lowering my risk.
Adults lost up to 14 pounds.
I lost some weight.
Ozempic isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take Ozempic if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Ozempic and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Ozempic with a sulfonylurea or insulin may increase low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Living with type 2 diabetes?
Ask about the power of 3 with Ozempic.
Hi, it's Christina again. I'm here to tell you about an all-new special offer from my friends at Jacuzzi Bath Remodel that you don't want to miss. You already know, Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for more than 65 years. And now, they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for 1 year. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford. And, best of all, they can install it in as little as 1 day with no stress and no mess. Are you ready to see your new shower? Here it is.
It's fabulous! Taking a shower had gone from being a joy to being a burden. I was afraid I would fall. I called and just 1 day, I had a shower I could feel safe in.
No matter your situation, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has a solution for you. From a safer, easy entry shower with features like grab bars and a custom seat to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home, to a stunning family bath, or how about a luxurious upgrade with a timeless design that will look great for years to come. Plus, they're built to last with a lifetime warranty from an iconic brand you know you can trust.
It was done the same day. We did not have to wait.
It's absolutely perfect. It's exactly what I was dreaming of. If you haven't already experienced what Jacuzzi Bath Remodel can do for you, your family, and your home, don't wait any longer. Now is the best time to call. It's never been easier. Take advantage of this special TV offer today.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call
800-321-0299. That's 800-321-0299. Call now.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
There's something going around the Gordon home. Good thing Gertrude found Delsum. Now what's going around is 12-hour cough relief. And the giggles. The family that takes Delsum together feels better together.
Welcome back to our coverage. You're looking at live pictures once again of Gaza. It's 11:41 p.m. Local time, and we are monitoring developments, obviously, as there are indications the Israelis may be preparing for that widely expected ground incursion. In just the last several minutes, the White House here in Washington announced that President Biden did speak with the Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas, as well as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier today. It sounds as though, let's bring in Bill Cohen. He served as Secretary of Defense under President Bill Clinton. He's the CEO of the Cohen Group. Secretary Cohen, great to see you as always. We appreciate it. It sounds as though if some of these calls are being made, if the leaders are speaking to one another in these final hours before some kind of incursion begins, it sounds as though perhaps the leaders who are obviously involved in all this are checking some of the boxes. Netanyahu was down at the border earlier today telling his forces, get ready for the next stage, and then he's on the phone with the president, and the president's on the phone with the Palestinian leader. That sounds as though some of the final pieces of the puzzle are dropping into place before we see some action.
I think it also signals that President Biden and Secretary Blinken have been reaching out to Mahmoud Abbas, because if they're going to destroy Hamas, the Israelis cannot afford to have Hamas as its neighbor dedicated to the destruction of Israel. Israel is not going to allow their country to become a Hitlerian crematorium. That's vital for them and the world to understand. But we also have to understand it's one thing to destroy Hamas, which must be done, or at least their leadership and their infrastructure. The other thing has to be done is to build up the Palestinian Authority in real terms, not only economically, diplomatically, but also say we're really talking about arranging some kind of a compromise here that will give you a livelihood and a separate identity and separate state. If you just destroy Hamas, then who do you deal with? The Palestinian people have legitimate grievances. They have to be addressed, but they're not going to be addressed through Hamas, and that's why I think these calls are going out to say, we're going to reach out to you. Whatever happens here, we're going to reach out to you.
Well, and if you take out Hamas, I mean, the question that immediately comes to mind is who's in charge? In Gaza, obviously the Israelis will be in charge to a large extent for some time, but they had I was talking to a spokesman for the IDF earlier this hour, and he was indicating that they plan on staying in Gaza as long as it takes until they take out Hamas's leadership. But I suppose that begs the question, what then? And perhaps that's where Mahmoud Abbas comes into the picture.
I think he has to come into the picture. The Palestinian Authority has to have leadership. Palestinian people can't look to Hamas. They have in the past. This is what Hamas brings you. It is a country dedicated to the destruction of Israel. If that cannot happen, we cannot allow that to happen. So we want the Palestinians to have their grievances addressed, but we have to do it in a fair-minded, open way to say the Palestinians need to have their grievances addressed as well, and not just say we're going to shut you off and put you into Jordan and not ever deal with the issue of, well, where your homeland is. So the Israelis, I think, are conscious of this now. They need to have responsible leadership. They can't have extremists pushing the Israelis to a point where you see the reaction that's been taken with Hamas killing innocent civilians, and now the Israelis. They're prepared to go in, and there will be thousands of people who will die as a result of this. There's no question about it. So now the Israelis are in a position where they have their finger on the trigger. President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, and others saying, hold on, maybe there's a chance here. Let's see if we can get our hostages back. and then we'll see what we can do to help dismantle Hamas.
Yeah.
But this is a tough position for certainly the Israelis, but I think the leadership of President Biden and Secretary Blinken has been terrific.
Yeah, I think there's a collective holding of breath at this hour. And Secretary Cohen, let me ask you this. Former President George W. Bush, I'm sure you saw some of this, spoke for the first time about the Hamas attack. He made some pretty rare public comments about all this, but he did not mince words when talking about what might take place with an Israeli ground invasion of Gaza. Let's listen to that, talk about it.
Don't be surprised if Israel takes whatever actions necessary to defend herself. And it's going to be ugly for a while. He's got to do what he's got to do. You're dealing with cold-blooded killers. And you can make all kinds of excuses why they are, but they are. And his job is to protect this country. And anyway, we'll find out what he's made out of.
Yeah, and Secretary Cohen, I believe the former president made some other remarks where he indicated this is going to be a long and very difficult exercise for the Israelis. What are your thoughts about, what potentially might take place if the Israelis go into Gaza, and when they go into Gaza, they are faced with a situation where they're going to have to occupy that part of the world for some time, and if they're going to be conducting street by street, house by house types of raids looking for Hamas, what might the Israelis get dragged into? Or do they have to put that to the side because taking out Hamas is just that important to them at this point?
Well, there is Israeli blood in the water, and when there's blood in the water, the sharks start to gather. So they have to be concerned about Hezbollah in the north, they have to be concerned about Syria, they have to be concerned about Iran. Right now, their focus is get the hostages out if they can, but to say we're coming in to destroy Hamas's capability of waging war against us as they did this past week. So they will do what they have to do. The danger is the longer their either occupation of Gaza or they're going and killing a lot of soldiers and innocent people, then the reaction worldwide is going to turn against them. They understand that, but they have no choice. Even if world opinion turns against them, they're saying, we are not going to relent here. We're not going to go into a second Holocaust. We didn't survive the Holocaust in order to come to a state that's supposed to be our protection here where we can live in freedom. We're not going to let you turn that into a cemetery or crematorium. So they're determined to go in if necessary, but the longer it goes on, the more demonstrations are going to take place in the United States, where there is strong anti-Semitism in Europe and also in other parts of the world. So this is going to be tough for them, and we have to make sure the United States stands behind them.
Yeah. Some tough days ahead, no question about it. All right, Secretary Cohen, always great to have you on. We appreciate it. We'll get back to you, of course, for your insights in the days ahead. Appreciate the time. More in the breaking news.
Thank you.
Neither snow-capped mountains nor puddles of water, nor unexpected detours with a 20-foot drainage pipe can stop the ruggedly capable Telluride X Pro from getting you to your dinner reservation on time. Kia, movement that inspires.
Relapsing MS isn't the only thing I have going on. That's why my doctor and I chose Kesimpta. Kesimpta is different. It's the only B-cell treatment for RMS I can take at home once a month. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio. For me, a once-monthly treatment just works for my schedule.
Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions.
When I'm ready, I spend less than 1 minute a month taking Kesimpta. How I spend the rest of my time is up to me.
Ask your doctor about treating RMS with Kesimpta.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Botox.
5 billion people lack access to safe surgery. Thousands of children are suffering and dying from treatable causes. For 40 years, Mercy Ships has deployed floating hospitals to provide the free surgeries these children need. Join us. Together, we can give children the hope and healing they never thought possible. It's a mission powered by love, made possible by you. Give today.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive? I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10.
Question: how's your money management game? I tried spreadsheets, post-it notes, and mental math, but could never keep up with everything. That's why I started Rocket Money, an app to lower bills, find and cancel unwanted subscriptions, and bring your entire financial picture into focus. Download Rocket Money today.
Jerry is trying to get on the road for a long weekend camping trip. Gary is just sitting down to enjoy his perfectly crafted sandwich. Oh no, Gary and Jerry just received a last-minute meeting invite. Thankfully, Otter has the team covered, with an AI meeting assistant to take notes, generate a summary, and capture action items. So Jerry can go camping, and Gary can enjoy his lunch break. Regain your schedule. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
I'm Erin Burnett in Tel Aviv, and this is CNN.
And this just in, the State Department just released some updated numbers saying 29 U.S. citizens have died in Israel since the attack by Hamas. Some Israelis, we should note in the meantime, living in the United States are heading back home to fight in the war against Hamas. CNN Stephanie Elam was at the airport in Los Angeles when a U.S. charter flight carrying about 150 people took off for Israel earlier today. Stephanie, tell us what you saw.
Jim, it was early in the morning and there were more than 100 people there gathered to get on this flight, all for many different reasons. And this charter flight organized in just days by Israel Friends, which is a new nonprofit humanitarian aid that they're sending, tons of aid that they're sending along with these people. And the people going for many different reasons. We talked to one man he's an American, he grew up here in Los Angeles. He is going back, he did serve in the IDF, and he's going back because he feels compelled to. But right now, he's not feeling much else. Take a listen.
I'm angry for my friends who I'm not going to see again. I'm sad, but I'm trying to stay optimistic that we're going to come out on top, because there's no other way.
Of course, his family there to support him, and also just emotional with him going, but proud of him at the same time. There was another man that we spoke to, David Frankel, who, when the war broke out, he gathered up his 2 young sons and his wife and fled here to Southern California where they have family. And in the wee hours of the night, he kissed his 2 young sons goodbye so he can make this flight. Take a listen to his story.
I'm obviously nervous. I want to come home safely to my family. I want to see my boys grow up. But you have to put that aside and stop the madness that's happening.
And the details of this flight they have kept secret just for safety and security concerns, but they're hoping to do this for more cargo to get it there to Israel to support and help out. But the people that we talked to all felt that they could help and they wanted to help, and they were happy happy once they found out in just a matter of 48 hours or so that there was this flight and that they could get back to Israel, no matter where they grew up. There are people from Australia, people from all over who are on this flight, but they just wanted to get back and help, Jen.
Yeah, Stephanie, that must have been very moving listening to that father say that he doesn't know if he's going to see his sons again. He hopes to see them again, but he feels like he has to go to Israel and fight against Hamas. Stephanie Elam live in Los Angeles for us. Stephanie, thank you very much for that report. We appreciate it. Coming up next, Aaron Burnett, my colleague, joins our breaking news coverage next live from Israel. That's in just a few moments. Stay with us.
Introducing Finish Ultimate, engineered for the toughest conditions. Dry, burnt-on stains, old dishwashers, very hard water. New Finish Ultimate with Cycle-Sync technology helps deliver the ultimate clean.
What's this?
Lester pepper.
You keep dog food in your fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
It's dog food.
You're so right about her. Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
Unnecessary action here. Missing punches. Unnecessary. Check reversals. Unnecessary. Timesheet correction. Unnecessary. Unentered sick time. Unnecessary. Go! Go! When you can take this phone, you'll be ready. Make the unnecessary unnecessary. Let your employees do their own payroll.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Ride it out with the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose works fast to eliminate migraine pain. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late.
Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pronamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
If we want a more viable future for our kids, we need to find more sustainable ways of doing things. America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars in new technologies and creating plastic products that are more recyclable, durable, and dependable. Our goal is a cleaner, healthier planet for generations to come. For a better tomorrow, we're focused on making plastics better today.
Can I get a witness?
You dream about playing for your country on the biggest stage.
Straight in from where?
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? They never have the right color, style, or size. Too tight here, too loose there, too long here. I have the perfect solution for you. M. Taylor Custom Jeans. Stop spending hours trying stuff on. Download the free M. Taylor app on iOS or Android. Standard jeans use just 2 measurements. M. Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Design your own custom jeans for just $79. Choose from hundreds of styles, delivered right to your door. Download the M. Taylor app. M. Taylor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor, all from home.
It was so easy to be measured by M. Taylor. It took less than 30 seconds. This is definitely my favorite pair of jeans. They fit perfectly.
To get custom jeans, shirts, or suits, your phone can measure you right now. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee at just $79. Get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M. Taylor, available now on the Apple App Store, Android, and mtaylor.com.
The Source with Caitlin Collins, Monday at 9.
You are live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington, along with my colleague Aaron Burnett in Tel Aviv. Good evening. It is midnight in Israel and the beginning of day 9 of Israel's war with Hamas. Israel prepares the world at this crucial hour. Its military is working toward, quote, the next stages of war, and that likely will include a ground invasion into Gaza. More than 300,000 Israeli soldiers with heavy equipment are at the border as we speak, awaiting orders from Israeli Defense Forces, and turning over to my colleague Aaron in Tel Aviv. Aaron, what can you tell us?
And Jim, the Prime Minister, as you mentioned, those troops are awaiting orders. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is underscoring their readiness. Today he posted a video online of his visit with troops at the front line. Israel, as you mentioned, has ordered those troops to the border and ordered more than 1 million civilians to evacuate in northern Gaza for their own safety. Today, the State Department is urging Palestinian Americans in Gaza to move closer to the crossing into Egypt. It's called the Rafah crossing. Minutes ago, the U.S. State Department confirmed that the American death toll in Israel has climbed, now up to 29 Americans confirmed dead. And today, Jim, we visited Kibbutz Be'eri, and that is right near actually where Benjamin Netanyahu actually went in today to visit the troops. 1,100 people lived here, more than 100 were dead, and we were there today. We could smell the death. I will say it is a distinct and immediately recognizable horrible smell to any human being. We saw things like these tractors, airplane toys of children, all burnt out and destroyed. Inside one home, in the kitchen, you can see what was the microwave, the fridge still full of food. On the counter, I even saw days of the week medicine dispenser, bullet holes in almost every single home, and in Arabic on the side of one graffiti that says Al-Qassam Brigade, Allah Akbar, and the word victory. And everywhere, as you see next to the destruction, IDF soldiers, Jim, on patrol, on duty, in what is now a death zone and an active fighting area. And incredibly sobering to see it. You see the detritus of life that was just in the midst of being lived. Children's playing guards, kids' homework, just completely destroyed and shot up. And again, that horrid, horrid smell.
Absolutely, Aaron. And one of the things that I know you're hearing this time and again, and we're hearing it as well here in Washington when we ask the questions of people with Israeli Defense Forces and so on, is that they want the world to recognize the horrors of what took place during these attacks by Hamas. And you got that sense up close and personal today. When you talk to people, even at this stage, I know everybody's holding their collective breath, but there must be a growing sense of awareness as to what is about to happen next.
There is, Jim, and I will say this, there is a feeling that even from a psychological and emotional perspective, which ultimately war is on so many levels, you can't sit in such a state of readiness and pause and wait for an entire country for too long. You have to actually decide what that next stage will be and move on it. You've got a country where businesses are still not fully open. You've got kids not all the way in school. You've got all these things on hold as you've got those hundreds of thousands of troops massing on the border. So there is a very palpable sense. And even when you talk to people saying, well, they think it'll be tomorrow. These are civilians, but they get this feeling that it is imminent, that it is about to happen. At least that is definitely the sentiment and the overall feeling, that it's palpable. It's a great sense of tension and anticipation of something about to happen.
Yeah, and Aaron, did you observe some of this military readiness? We talked to a reservist earlier today on this program who was explaining to us, they feel very much prepared to do what's next, what's going to be called of them. This one reservist I spoke with said, I don't know whether or not I'm going to see some of my friends, some of my fellow soldiers again on the other side of this. You do, again, get that sense as to what is about to take place.
Absolutely, and today we were obviously what I sort of described as a buffer zone between the actual Gaza border and where the military is essentially blocked off. Obviously, in the settlement we were on was right along that border, but there is an area of military readiness, and in there we could observe quite a bit of Israeli artillery that we were driving through. You're sort of on dirt roads, and you can see all of that there. And we have seen a massive buildup, right, with tank brigades, special forces. It is all very visible. They don't really want you to film it now, and that's been sort of a change over the past few days, but it is very much there. It is very much in place, and again, you have to, when you have to have hundreds of thousands of soldiers, a place for them to stay and things for them to eat, and continuing that indefinitely without taking action, obviously from a logistical perspective, sort of defies reason.
All right. Well, Aaron, stand by. We're going to have more of your incredible reporting, your team's incredible reporting coming up in just a few moments. But first, I want to go to CNN's Matthew Chance in northern Israel. Matthew, I want to check in with you. If you could tell us where you are, what you're standing in front of. It sounds as though there was a prolonged exchange of rocket fire between Israel and Hezbollah along that northern border with Lebanon earlier today. We heard some of that from our colleague Ben Wiedemann. What can you tell us? What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, we're the other side, Jim, of that confrontation with Israeli troops in the north of Israel, very close to the Lebanese border, quite close to the Syrian border as well. They're just a short distance from here. You can see we're with some Israeli forces that have begun to gather and sort of encamp in this very volatile region. Of course, as the majority of Israeli forces bolster themselves for a possible assault, which we're expecting in the south, in Gaza. We're about 250 miles to the north here, where people and soldiers are bracing for the possibility of a second front opening, a rocket barrage, possibly a ground incursion from across the border in Lebanon and possibly elsewhere as well, as I mentioned. There have been some exchanges of fire. You mentioned some artillery fire that's been going out from the Israeli side towards Lebanon. That was in response to a mortar attack, I'm told, by the local soldiers here, just a short distance from here. There's also been rockets fired from Syria, and there's been an Israeli response to that as well. But you can see a huge build-up of forces here in preparation for the possibility of that becoming a much bigger confrontation. At the moment, Israeli officials say that the level of confrontation in this part of the country has not got to the point of escalation. That's the phrase they use. It's not big enough yet to warrant a full-scale escalation. But the Israelis are also warning that if it does breach that point, then they will take decisive action. They've appealed to Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed Lebanese militia, to say don't provoke the destruction of Lebanon, and that's an overt threat that if there is a kind of massive barrage of missiles across the border from Lebanon, from Hezbollah, the Israelis will respond in kind and with strength. And so that's the situation here. At the moment it's pretty quiet, apart from the isolated incidents that we've spoken about earlier. Hezbollah has not launched a full-scale strike yet on this part of Israel, but let's see what happens in the next few days, because there's all sorts of concern about what the regional reaction might be once that very provocative, potentially very bloody ground operation in Gaza gets underway. Jim.
And Matthew, are you getting the sense that, and maybe it's impossible to read the minds of what's going on inside Hezbollah, that Hezbollah is trying to provoke the Israelis into opening up a second front? I suppose the Israelis have to be wise to that. What's your sense of that?
I don't think so at this point. I think it would be unfair to say the Hezbollah are trying to provoke a second front. But look, I mean, both sides are sort of eyeing each other with caution. Israel does not want this second front to open, not least because it's preoccupied with the situation in Gaza to the south, but also because it knows very well that the Palestinian rockets that have been fired at its settlements over the course of the past week or so, and of course beyond that, pale into insignificance compared to the strength of the rocket arsenal, the missile arsenal that Hezbollah has at its disposal. It's heavily supplied, of course, directly from Iran. It's essentially under the command of Iran as well. And at the moment, Israel is doing everything it can to make sure that full-scale war does not break out. I think by the same token, Hezbollah is not necessarily gunning for a second front at the moment either, because it knows what will come. I mean, not only does Israel have significant anti-missile defences in this region, but it is made quite clear that it will strike back hard. There's also US forces in the aircraft carrier group off the coast of Israel in the eastern Mediterranean that could well be brought in to a confrontation if Hezbollah were to unleash its missile arsenal on northern Israel. And so, look, if that step is taken, if that Rubicon is crossed, then we'll be in a very different geopolitical and fighting situation in this part of the world. Jim.
Yeah, no question about it. That's a very critical point to make. Matthew Chance, thank you so much. Stay with us. You can stand by as well. It's a very active, intense night across Israel, across Gaza. We'll have more on all of this as this region looks like it's preparing and is on the brink of a significant escalation in the war between Israel and Hamas. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Back in a moment.
Some people go to the ends of the earth to find adventure. You just have to travel to the end of the road. Because here in Key West, we're the launching point for a world of breathtaking action and excitement. From deep sea quests and shallow water pursuits, to living history lessons and journeys on the bounding main. Key West, close to perfect, far from normal.
Your heart is the beat of life. If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto, a medicine specifically designed for heart failure. Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Heart failure can change the structure of your heart, so it may not work as well. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. And with a healthier heart, you can keep on doing what you love. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. Entrust your heart to Entresto.
It's not just designed to look good. It's built to command attention. It's not just a comfortable interior. It's a quiet refuge. They're not just headlights. They light the way forward. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron models.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Botox.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products. Cool.
You're all set.
So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home. Arm the system, we should go. Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
You were diagnosed with thyroid eye disease a long time ago. And year after year, you weathered the storm and just lived with the damage that was left behind. But even after all this time, your thyroid eye disease could still change. Restoration is still possible. Learn how you could give your eyes a fresh start at TEDhelp.com.
welcome back in Tel Aviv. I'm Erin Burnett. It has been 1 week now since Hamas fighters attacked multiple sites in Israel in a devastating, coordinated attack, a slaughter that has shocked the world. More than a week later, many families still do not know what's happened to their loved ones who have not been seen or heard from since the horrific attacks. And among them are the parents of 19-year-old Israeli soldier Roni Eshel. She is in her second year of mandatory military service and was stationed at a base not far from the Gaza border. Her family hasn't heard from her since a few hours after the Hamas attacks began. Her mother, Sharon, joins me now. And Sharon, I know that your little girl here, your 19-year-old daughter, you're just hoping every moment to hear from her, to hear something about her. Can you tell me what you know as best as you were able to get from her, what happened that Saturday morning to her?
Okay, Saturday morning started with a missile attack, and I called her and I couldn't get any connection. Finally, she texted me on 9:30 a.m. saying, "Mom, I'm okay, don't worry about me, I have no reception." And I texted her back, "I love you," and she replied, "Mom, don't worry, I love you too." And that was it. I haven't heard from her since. It's been 8 days now from this Black Saturday, as we call it, and I miss her. I miss her so much.
I can only imagine. It's your child. The IDF, I know, has confirmed that she's missing. I mean, obviously they have not given you horrible news. They say she's missing. Are they telling you what they're doing to locate her? Have they said whether they think she's being held as a hostage or any sort of information at all, Sharon?
The IDF is with contact with us, and we are all looking for her. We believe that she was kidnapped by Hamas, by ISIS. We don't know where is she, and there are several more girls from her base. And we asked for a proof of life, and we asked for help to get them all back. And we don't know where are they. I don't know where my girl is, and I miss her. I miss her so much. Every day is like a nightmare because I can't sleep, I can't eat, I can't breathe. I actually can't breathe. This is a living hell for all of us. Since that day, I don't know where is she.
Sharon, in the text that she sent you, you said, she told you, "I'm in the safe room, there's no reception," and you respond, "I love you." I know, just to give her support, it's your child, I love you. And she says, "Okay, Mom, don't worry about me, I love you too." And then she gives you 3 hearts, 3 heart emojis. And I know that she's in her second year of service with the IDF. Can you tell us about how she felt about being a soldier, how she felt about being on that base and the military?
Well, she loved it. She felt that she's doing something important. Her job was important. She has the eyes on the base. She loved doing it. She felt she's doing something important. She loved doing that.
And can you tell us a little bit about her and her plans for the future, what she wants to do, who she is? We're looking at some of the pictures that you've shared with us of her, and she does have that very, contagious smile and a real joy to her that comes through in the photos.
Yeah, she was a typically teenager. She likes music. She likes to listen to Taylor Swift and Harry Styles. And just a few months ago when Maroon 5 was in Israel, we went to the concert, and she loved going to parties and then sing and cook. What teenagers do at her age. And she didn't have much time between finishing high school and enlisting to the army. And when she was when she was about to get a recharge from the army, she wanted to go to America. She wanted to have the big trip, and maybe later go to university. You know, all the things that
Well, hopefully she will be able to. Hopefully, Sharon, she will be able to do those things. Our thoughts are with you in the unimaginable way. As you say, you can't breathe. I know anyone watching could understand. It is incredible you're even able to speak with us. But thank you so much for talking about Roni and sharing her with us. And we hope that you will be getting good news. And we will be right back as our breaking news coverage continues after this.
There's something going around the Gordon home. Good thing Gertrude found Delsum. Now what's going around is 12-hour cough relief. And the giggles. The family that takes Delsum together feels better together.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. And they felt dramatic and fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Whether you want a quick snack or a perfectly sized portion, Bob Evans 2-count single-serve cups has you covered. Heat up a helping of creamy mashed potatoes or gooey mac and cheese and enjoy. Bring home the goodness of Bob Evans today.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell.
How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
Yellow lines are everywhere, guiding us when we need a little help, giving us a heads up, and warning us before we cross them. So that when life doesn't give us a yellow line,
Can you grab that?
we know what to do. Let's keep it preventable.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
One whole story, one whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InVet Health. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now, 800-710-0020.
Looking at some live pictures right now of Gaza. It's 12:25 a.m. in Gaza as the Israeli Defense Forces are preparing for what they're calling the next stages of this war. It sounds very ominous. Obviously, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, was down at that front earlier today speaking with his soldiers. And tensions are, of course, mounting across Israel. Tonight we have learned President Biden has spoken with both the leaders of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and of the Palestinian Authority. And we're also learning that the number of Americans killed in last week's attack has now risen to 29 American lives lost. Let's discuss more with Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts. He serves on the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, I really appreciate you being here. I guess right now we just don't know what happens next, but it sounds as though that something is imminent. What are your thoughts? We were just showing these eerily quiet live pictures of Gaza a few moments ago, but all indications are that something, an escalation in this war between Israel and Hamas is going to be happening soon.
Well, I think that's right, Jim. I think it's pretty clear we all know what's coming, which is an Israeli ground invasion of Gaza. And there are a lot of different ways this could go. But as a veteran of a few ground invasions myself, 4 tours in Iraq, I can tell you there are a lot of mistakes that Israel can make in the coming days. And so it's going to be a very tough operation. It's not going to be easy to fight through an urban environment like that. It'd be very difficult. And if Israel is not careful to make sure that as many innocent lives are preserved as possible, then they run into this problem that we call insurgent math, where they risk creating more insurgents, recruiting more people to the cause than Hamas fighters that they actually kill. So in other words, how Israel conducts this operation is critical not just for the safety of the people of Gaza, for the safety of the people of Israel, but ultimately for their success in this war.
Well, and earlier this afternoon we spoke with a spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces, and he was indicating that Palestinians who have been asked to leave, ordered to leave northern Gaza, have a little more time to make their way to southern Gaza. Perhaps this is what Israel wants the world to hear. I'm sure that's what it is, that they want to give the Palestinians as much time as possible to move to that southern part of Gaza. But he was very clear later on in the interview that Israeli Defense Forces are prepared to move in and that they will stay in that part of the world for as long as they think it's necessary to take out the leadership of Hamas. And I asked him, does that mean days, possibly weeks? And he seemed to indicate that yes, that they are prepared to stay as long as the mission takes. But that seems to go to the question that you've raised, that the concern that you've raised, which is they may be stuck in some very hard fighting in the days and weeks ahead.
That's right. I mean, we went into Afghanistan thinking it would be a few weeks, maybe a couple months. We went into Iraq thinking probably it would be a few months longer than that. And 20 years later, we were still in those wars. And the problem, again, is that if the mission is to destroy Hamas, but by being there and essentially antagonizing the civilian population, killing innocent people, you're going to recruit more people to the cause. So you might be killing Hamas fighters, but they're busy recruiting more people, and it's not that hard to recruit fighters for the opposition if they see their families getting wiped out. So this is a very difficult operation. It really is a counterinsurgency operation. In the 1st Marine Division in Iraq, we had our division motto was no better friend, no worse enemy than United States Marine. Now, of course, that meant that, for our enemy, for Hamas in this case, you'll find no fiercer foe. We will hunt you down, we will kill you, don't oppose us. But on the other hand, the first part of that phrase, no better friend, is really important too. And if Israel doesn't show that they can take care of the civilian population, that fundamentally it's smarter for the civilian population to side with the IDF than to side with the Hamas terrorists, then they're not going to win the long war. They're not going to win the long battle. And what I hear out of Israel is a lot of talk about the tactics on the ground for how they're going to take out Hamas. I don't hear much about this bigger picture strategy to produce a long-term viable political solution for all the innocent civilians in the Gaza Strip. The innocent civilians need to see a future that's not just war, or they'll simply join the other side.
And just shifting to the connection to some domestic politics, and that is the House of Representatives still does not have a speaker at this hour. What are the risks of not having a House Speaker during this major international crisis?
Well, they're significant, and I think they're in two big categories, Jim. First of all, we can't do anything as a United States Congress. We can't even pass a simple resolution to affirm our support for Israel. We certainly can't pass bills to get aid to Israel, any additional aid that they might need that requires congressional support. Of course, we haven't been able to provide any additional aid for Ukraine or any of the other international issues around the globe. So that's the fundamental problem that we face right now. But the other problem is that our adversaries, Russia and China, for example, are looking at the United States right now and just seeing this dysfunction. The GOP civil war that has consumed the House has the risk of consuming American politics writ large, and that's how our adversaries are making it out. They're saying that, look, the United States, this democracy is dysfunctional, they can't work. I think in the long run, we're going to see that part of the reason Hamas chose this time to attack Israel is because of all the domestic political dysfunction in the Netanyahu government. And so we are at a national security risk ourselves in America if our adversaries see us as politically weak. And when you don't have a speaker for the first time in American history in the House of Representatives, it's kind of hard to argue that we're not experiencing some serious political dysfunction.
Well, and just to follow up on that, Republicans, as you know, have nominated Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan as their next House Speaker. Can you work with him?
I mean, look, we'll try to work with anyone. Democrats have been offering to Republicans from day one to produce a compromise speaker, someone that we can make a deal with, that Democrats might even support in a speaker election, something that you never see in the House of Representatives. So we're going way out there as Democrats to try to help the GOP solve this problem. But speaking to some of my Republican friends yesterday, as they were leaving Washington for the weekend, they're incredibly frustrated to the point of just being angry, despondent at the total dysfunction in their conference. This is a GOP civil war. Now, Jim Jordan is on one extreme side of that. He's an extremist that the Republicans somehow think was going to get enough votes to be Speaker. What my Republican friends say, and they tend to be more moderate, is that he's not going to have the votes to be Speaker, and so he probably won't be Speaker, but we might go through several more days of dysfunction within the GOP caucus as they try to figure out if he can get the votes on the floor.
All right. Congressman Seth Moulton, really appreciate the time this evening. Thanks so much.
Good to see you, Jim.
All right, good to see you. In the meantime, Israel, as we've been reporting all afternoon and this evening, they say they are preparing for the next stages of war. What that might look like next, stay with us.
Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart cheat.
Dude, dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's Fresh Pet. Real meat, real veggies.
Real weird.
He was bad luck anyway.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
Got the captain for 3 days, it'll be sweet. What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Was that necessary?
No. Neither is a blown weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
Introducing Senokot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
It's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senokot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
Uncomfortable with your period protection? You need period underwear from Nix. Featuring built-in absorbency that washes easily in the machine. They're great for periods and like bladder leaks. So make the switch at Nix.com.
Just between us, you know what's better than mopping? Anything. Ugh. Well, I switched to Swiffer WetJet, and it's awesome. It's an all-in-one that absorbs dirt and grime deep inside.
And it helps prevent streaks and haze. WetJet is so worth it. Love it or your money back.
Stop starving your skin and start feeding it. True Skin Vitamin C Serum. True Skin has what skin craves. A different form of vitamin C that's gentle on skin and effective until the last drop. With nutrient-rich blends to keep skin glowing. True Skin. Get what your skin truly craves.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile. It only costs $50 at T-Mobile. They won't raise your rates at T-Mobile. You'll get a great deal every day.
With the push of a button, Constant Contact's AI tools help you know what to say, even when you don't. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
It's a good day to cough. Oh no.
Bye-bye, cough.
Later chest congestion. Hello, 12 hours of relief.
12 hours? Okay, not coughing at yoga. Antiquing not coughing. Not coughing at the movies? Hashtag still not coughing?
Mucinex DM gives you 12 hours of relief from chest congestion in any type of cough, day or night. It's not cough season. It's always comeback season.
It's easy to get lost in investment research. Introducing JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey, David.
Connect with an advisor to create your personalized plan.
Let's find the right investments for your goals.
Okay, great.
JP Morgan Wealth Management.
We are continuing to follow the breaking news at this hour. Egypt's foreign minister telling CNN earlier this evening that the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt is open, according to how they view things. But aerial bombardment has rendered the roads on the Gaza side inoperable. That's according to the Egyptians at this hour. Joining us now to talk about this, former Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, Juliet Kyman, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel Leighton, what do you make of what the Egyptians were saying to our colleague Wolf Blitzer earlier this afternoon, that as far as they're concerned, their side of that crossing is open? That doesn't necessarily answer the question as to whether or not folks can get across. And that brings up this whole issue of, the Israelis have said they want Palestinians to leave northern Gaza, head towards southern Gaza. That is going to create a choke point. It's going to create a problem down there, a humanitarian problem.
Absolutely, a huge humanitarian problem, Jim. And in essence, the border is open except it's closed. And because the road was apparently hit quite severely, it really means that in essence the border is not open for any of these people. So now what we have is
A little bit of spin coming from the Egyptians, you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, they say, in essence, what they're saying is we're opening things up for you. What is the problem? The problem is that it's closed, even though you say it's open. And so that's kind of the game that's being played right now. They want to look good internationally, but they absolutely do not want any of the refugees on their side of the border.
And that's what Ken Dozier was saying earlier this afternoon. They don't want masses of Palestinian refugees coming across. Juliet, we haven't touched base with you this afternoon on all of this. What are your thoughts? I mean, we were just showing some live images of Gaza a few moments ago. It is eerily quiet. But when we were talking with the Israeli Defense Forces spokesman earlier this afternoon, we were getting all indications are that it's just a matter of time, that this is imminent, and they're I guess trying to put out at least a forward-looking face in all of this, that they're giving the Palestinians as much time to get out, but it sounds as though we're talking about hours, not days or weeks.
Right, and these are people's homes, and it's a dense area, so you're not going to have a fast evacuation. And then, as Cedric was saying, you're sort of pushing against a wall now. We don't have a border that has any capacity to bring to relieve that stress. So you're essentially just moving 1 million people to where there's already another 1 million people. And the Egyptians who want to play this game of saying that they're on the Palestinian side have always been essentially, honestly, horrible about the Palestinian issue in Gaza. So now you're just going to have this pressure point. So what does this mean? I want to pick up on what the congressman said. I have no doubt in my mind Israel can do a lot of harm. There's just like no question about it. They will. It's hard. They will be in an urban warfare, but they certainly. Against an unarmed civilian population can do a lot of harm. They say that they want to target Hamas leadership, and how you do that when Hamas is amongst civilians and you have a couple hundred miles of tunnels is, well, let's just say we've seen that before. It's a very hard mission. I think the challenge now is what is going to be afforded the Palestinian civilian population soon. So that there are alternatives then to either a refugee crisis or greater radicalization. That's not going to flow through the IDF or Israel. That's going to flow through the Palestinian Authority. So whatever we think about the Palestinian Authority, it is better, obviously, than the terrorist group Hamas. And that is what we have to begin to build up. There has to be unless Israel is prepared to occupy the West Bank, Gaza, for a very, very long time. And we know what that looks like, because we've tried it before in the Middle East. A viable governance structure has to be simultaneous with a military mission at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Colonel, Julia raises a great point, and this is a difficult military question for the Israelis, because what they're saying is that they want to go into Gaza, root out Hamas terrorists, take out the leadership, and so on. But if you're doing it in a urban combat environment, we're talking about two different things happening at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're house by house, street by street, trying to go into tunnels. This could be brutal. This is going to be brutal.
This will be brutal. And the problem with it is, as they say in the military, every plan falls apart once you make contact with the enemy. And in a case like this, where there's so many friction points, meaning urban combat, all kinds of things can go wrong, this is one of those moments where any good intention of just going in after the Hamas leadership and taking them out one by one or en masse, whichever way it is, all of that falls apart once by accident you hit the shopkeeper down the street. That is the kind of thing that's going to happen, and in this very charged environment, the Israelis are going to have a heck of a challenge when they deal with that kind of fallout, and it's going to be a political as well as a military challenge.
Yeah, Juliet, that one has to think that the Israelis are mindful of the American experience during the War on Terror. Seth Moulton was making this point that they thought going into Afghanistan was going to take a short period of time, and that Iraq was going to take a short period of time, and that is not what took place.
Yeah. Right, and a war based on sort of retribution or military action may satisfy a particular need at this stage, which is try to get as much Hamas leadership as possible. It's just, as we've all been saying, it's 2 million people, and we certainly know not all of them are Hamas. There's and so you're committing to the kind of warfare where we know what it looks like, which is just lots of civilian losses. We shouldn't talk in platitudes. Like, this is what it means. And Israel will be willing to accept that because it's worth the price of getting leaders of Hamas. Or you try to get the leaders of Hamas in quick strategic missions and then build up a governance system that is going to deal with the humanitarian crisis that is unavoidable at this stage. You move 1 million people up to a wall, which is essentially what Egypt is, and you have a humanitarian crisis. That, again, the alternatives are, the Palestinian Authority and the United States getting Israel to recognize those alternatives.
All right, Colonel Layden, Julia Kahn, great points from both of you. Really appreciate the discussion. We'll, of course, turn back to you as the hours go on. Thank you very much. We're keeping an eye on what is taking place, about to take place in Gaza. In the meantime, Doctors Without Borders is urging Israel to maintain safe zones and periodic ceasefires in Gaza. The group's executive director joins us next. Stay with us.
Life after student debt is within reach. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
If you're thinking about going back to school, this is for you. I ended up spending less money my entire time at SNHU than I did in just 1 year at my other university.
My time at SNHU has given me more confidence.
Now I can go for that promotion.
If you're ready to go back to school, you can do it. Southern New Hampshire University has changed my life, and it can change yours too.
Visit snhu.edu.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Consumer Cellular, this is Sam. How may I help you? This is a butt dial. Well, somebody's butt. Just thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular, you can get the same exact coverage as the leading carriers, but for up to half the price.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi. Feel significant symptom relief with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
These are the faces. Face the reality. You want to bring it every single night. Face the opponent. Put a hand in his face. And become the face of the game. Faces are on.
Jerry is trying to get on the road for a long weekend camping trip. Gary is just sitting down to enjoy his perfectly crafted sandwich. Oh no, Gary and Jerry just received a last-minute meeting invite. Thankfully, Otter has the team covered, with an AI meeting assistant to take notes, generate a summary, and capture action items. So Jerry can go camping, and Gary can enjoy his lunch break. Regain your schedule, sign up for free, visit otter.ai or download the app.
If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, fertility issues, or more, you may qualify for financial compensation. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and survivors to seek damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-814-9977.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
International criticism continues over Israel's order to more than 1 million residents of northern Gaza to evacuate to the south of the tiny Gaza Strip. Doctors Without Borders, the medical group, has been running healthcare programs in Gaza for more than 20 years. The international humanitarian organization is calling the time frame of Israel's evacuation order of Gaza outrageous. That's their exact word. The executive director of Doctors Without Borders, Avril Benoit, joins us now. And Avril, I appreciate your time. So I guess first I just want to try to get an understanding of what you see from people on the ground in Gaza right now. What is the situation for your teams in Gaza right now?
Erin, we have more than 300 colleagues that have been working in Gaza, and right now they're all fleeing for their lives, if not working in the hospitals trying to maintain what is left of a shattered healthcare system. Some of my colleagues are international, but the vast majority are Palestinian. They're there with their families, and we are asking for safe passage for them to leave. Many of them have sheltered in the south. They made the middle of the night, very harrowing journey with hundreds of other cars to a UN compound. It's a school, actually, where people are sleeping on blankets and mattresses on the floor, fearing the worst because there are thousands of them there. Many people trying to flee, and our colleagues are caught up in this as well.
So that evacuation order, obviously, it sounds like your teams went through that and moved as far south as they could. Obviously, even if they wanted to leave the country, right now they're not able to. There's no border by which they would be allowed to leave. What are the immediate medical needs? Like, when you talk about how dire the situation is, what does that mean, Avril?
Well, it means a lot of people were not able to flee. It's just unreasonable to expect 1.1 million people to flee when mixed into that you've got patients, you've got sick and injured people, you've got people with disabilities, you've got the elderly who may have mobility problems. Not everyone has been able to. It's just impossible to imagine that. Those who have arrived in the south are reporting that there's a really serious shortage of water. So we're asking for clean drinking water at the very least to be assured for these thousands of people. We also see that there's a looming shortage of food and of just about all the necessities of life. The healthcare system was always extremely fragile. We considered it a humanitarian chronic emergency over many, many years, and now it's a complete catastrophe. So with that shortage of water, the inability of people to get out, we're really beside ourselves, just calling for safe passage for people to be able to go through that Rafah crossing and to be able to leave without prejudice, to be able to find safety. It's under humanitarian law, they should be allowed to do so.
And obviously Egypt has refused to open that border. I mean, the United States has been trying to negotiate that for Palestinian Americans, to be clear, right? That would obviously not apply to many of the people you're talking about, and very few of the people in the Gaza Strip. But that border remains closed to absolutely anyone. Avril, what's the time frame here in terms of, you talk about water, you talk about food. If even putting aside a possible ground invasion, more bombardments, those things that Israel is in control of, in terms of food, fuel, how much time do you have left before you have a truly crucial, life-threatening disaster on your hands with things like water?
Yeah, it doesn't take long. It's a necessity of life, and that's why it's so urgent that water be made available to these people. As I say, you were asking 1.1 million people on an order to shift location in a matter of hours to another part of the Gaza. We are going to see people suffering severe consequences of dehydration, including young children, and this is a very young population for the most part. Also, without access to the functioning healthcare system, without access to hospitals, where people really were not only being treated for their injuries from the war, but all the other things. I mean, you have women delivering babies. Some of them will be premature. They need to be in incubators. To run the incubator, you need electricity. If you don't have that, you need a diesel generator. All these things are going to create collateral damage. Everyone there feels like they are likely to be collateral damage.
Avril Benoit, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Of course, no matter what happens as Israel's operations reaches the next stages, as they call them, there is a humanitarian crisis in the offing. We are working breaking news as Israel says it is getting ready for those next stages. Please stay with CNN for the latest. We'll be right back.
What do you get from the Morgan Stanley client experience? Listening more than talking, and a personalized plan to guide you through a changing world.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
About 2 years ago, I realized that Jade was overweight. I wish I would have introduced the fresh food a lot sooner. After Farmer's Dog, she's a much healthier weight. She's a lot more active, and she's able to join us in our adventures.
Get started at betterforthem.com.
If there's pain when you try to prove and going, sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Colace Clear soften stools for comfortable relief with no dyes or preservatives. Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Thanks to Skyrizi, I'm on my way with clearer skin. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The Chookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
People thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. With CeraVital Advance, I wake up refreshed.
CeraVital Advanced is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at CeraVital.com.
Will you pause real quick? Just sold the car at Carvana.
What?
All I had to do was answer a couple of questions and got a real offer in seconds. Then they just picked up the car and paid me right on the spot.
Sell your car at Carvana.com today.
Our mission here at CNN is that the news comes first. That's the promise of the Situation Room. Breaking news, politics, world events. We work as hard as we can to get the facts and tell the stories that matter most.
The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer, Monday at 6 on CNN.
Download the M-Tailor app. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor, all from home.
It was so easy to be measured by M-Tailor. It took less than 30 seconds. This is definitely my favorite pair of jeans. They fit perfectly.
To get custom jeans, shirts, or suits, your phone can measure you right now with free shipping and a money-back guarantee at just $79. Get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available now on the Apple App Store, Android, and mtailor.com.
One whole story, one whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
You are live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. Good evening. A short time ago, the U.S. State Department confirmed that the American death toll from the Hamas attacks has climbed by 2 to 29 Americans dead. Meanwhile, Israel has put the world on notice. It is planning for the next stage of its war with Hamas. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted a video online of his visit with troops at the front line near the Gaza border. A ground invasion seems more likely by the hour. Israel has told people in northern Gaza, more than 1 million people, we should note, to get out, to evacuate to the south for their own safety. But even the United Nations has called that impossible, and the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is only getting worse. The United Nations says water is running out, putting 2 million people at risk. Palestinian officials now say more than 2,000 people have died so far. Israel says that includes a Hamas commander who played a key part in last Saturday's attack. And I want to bring in my colleague, Aaron Burnett, who is live in Tel Aviv. Aaron, I know you have seen a lot, you have heard a lot, but I guess all of our collective senses at this point, there's much more to come in the hours and days ahead. What's the latest on your end?
Yeah, Jim, absolutely there is the silence here, the palpable sense of waiting, and waiting in an ominous way, but waiting for something, right? A country that has been completely shut down, meetings of officials going well into the night, well past midnight every night. There's only so long anything or any person can sustain that before you have to do something, and that is the feeling of where we are right now. Today we saw heavy artillery, Israeli heavy artillery, tanks, as we've been seeing throughout the week, but they are ready. And actually speaking to a soldier today at the kibbutz of Be'eri, which had been hit by the Hamas, one of the first to be attacked by Hamas militants on Saturday morning, it was that steely preparation that he said in 2 decades as a soldier, he has never seen the things that he saw. Actually, this in Be'eri today, where he was, and they were soldiers right along that Gaza border, Jim, all ready, all at alert, all with their machine guns out, still an active zone. We saw the horrors. The body bags still coming out. Soldier telling us of walking into a room and a baby girl on her back, shot execution style in the head. These are the things that we're still hearing about. New and unbelievable and unspeakable atrocities, and it is that has them ready. They are ready and they are waiting, and it's almost with a finger on the trigger. Literally in some places, Jim, literally fingers on the trigger that we see. They are ready to go, and they are waiting, hundreds of thousands of them on that border of Gaza. And as this tension builds, we do have some breaking news on the United States' role in this, and Oren Lieberman is at the Pentagon. So, Oren, what are you learning at this hour?
Aaron, the Pentagon has ordered a second carrier strike group to the eastern Mediterranean Sea. That is an enormous statement, first, of the severity with which the U.S. sees this, and second, the risk of this escalating beyond Israel's borders. The goal here is not to get involved in the fighting between Israel and Hamas in Gaza in any way. Instead, it is to send a message of deterrence to everyone who's watching, and watching very closely, and perhaps waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of perhaps what they perceive as weakness on the part of Israel. So that message directly to Iran and Iran's proxies in the region, especially Hezbollah, just to the north of Israel in Lebanon. The first carrier strike group, the USS Gerald R. Ford, arrived earlier this week. It comes with it 4 guided missile destroyers and a guided missile cruiser. Now we've learned, according to 2 U.S. officials, the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower is also headed to the eastern Mediterranean Sea as part of, or rather leading, a carrier strike group. It left Naval Station Norfolk just yesterday, so it'll still take a couple weeks to get there, and it's unclear at this point what ships it's traveling with. But 2 aircraft carrier strike groups in the Eastern Med is an enormous statement from the United States of support for Israel, and a warning to others in the region who might seek to get involved. It's also worth noting that these aren't waters after the withdrawal or the end of the war mission in Iraq and the withdrawal from Afghanistan that have normally seen 2 carriers. So that too is part of what makes this so significant, Aaron.
Yeah, certainly significant. Shows the seriousness, the profound seriousness with which the United States views escalation here. Oren Lieberman breaking that news at the Pentagon. Thank you. We'll be going back to Oren, Jim and I, as soon as he gets more information on that development. I want to go now to northern Israel, where obviously tensions are incredibly high as well, with a possible second front in this war. Matthew, how tense is the situation? What are you seeing there in these early hours of the morning?
Well, I think the situation here in northern Israel, Aaron, very tense indeed, and of course it's because of those tensions that, as Oren was reporting, the Pentagon has made that decision to send that second carrier group to the eastern Mediterranean to provide an additional deterrent to the various players, actors, countries, Hezbollah in particular, which threatens northern Israel from entering this conflict. So far, there have been skirmishes and confrontations. Within the past couple of hours, the Israeli soldiers that we've been speaking to here, very close to the Lebanese border, say there have been mortar rounds coming in from across the Lebanese side. They've responded to that with artillery fire. There have been rockets fired into northern Israel from Syrian territory as well, and there's been an Israeli response to that also. But what Israeli officials at the moment say is that none of these firings have have kind of reached breached the level of escalation. They're not what we're waiting for, and not why Israel has spent so much time and effort and resources really bolstering security in this northern part of the country, right up close against the Lebanese border. Earlier I spoke to one of the officers here, a company commander, Major Dor, and asked him what exactly the Israeli military here is preparing for.
So we have mobilized our troops here, our reserves, to be prepared for any scenario that might happen open up in the northern borders.
Well, when you say any scenario, you mean whether this area is hit by rockets from Hezbollah? Is that what you're worried about?
That is one of the scenarios.
Yeah.
Could be a similar scenario would happen in the Gaza Strip. Could happen here as well. So we have here, could be joint, could be a very direct, specific event. We don't know. We're here prepared, be ready with our troops. We mobilize and we're here.
It seems that the Israeli military down south near Gaza were not ready. Are you going to make the same mistake? They did not respond effectively to the Hamas attacks at the weekend in the south, at least not in the first few hours, and they are determined to make sure that this area in the north, if a second front opens, will be properly defended. Eric.
Matthew Chance, thank you very much in northern Israel tonight. Well, just a week after Hamas launched that devastating terror blitz on Israel, hundreds of Israelis remain missing, and among them is an 85-year-old woman, Yafa Adar. One Hamas propaganda video released shortly after gunmen invaded Israel's villages with that brutal slaughter shows an elderly woman wrapped in a pink blanket being driven on a golf cart into Gaza. As people wildly cheer. The woman holds her head high, occasionally smiling, despite the chaos around her and the absolute terror she must have been feeling. Yafa Adar's family shared this video with us, and they say that they recognized her immediately. They knew who she was, of course. Yafa Adar is Yafa's granddaughter, and she joins me now. And when all this happened, I mean, you're thinking, oh my gosh, is she alive? Is she dead? You don't know. You knew immediately this was your grandmother, and yet you see her in this video in Gaza with people cheering around her, clearly a hostage. When you first saw the video, how can you even describe the feelings that you had?
I don't know if there's even a word that can describe how it feels to watch your grandmother, your 85-year-old grandmother, being kidnapped. We were scared to death, really. We're very worried about her. And, we haven't heard anything since this horrible video. We're trying to stay positive and help. Hope there's going to be help and she will survive this.
What do you know about what happened at your grandmother's kibbutz that day? Do you know anything about, I mean, so many people obviously horrifically there were killed in horrific ways, but she obviously taken as a hostage. Do you know anything about what happened?
Unfortunately, I have other family that also lives in this kibbutz, so even when the contact with my grandmother was off, we still heard from them, and the stories are horrible, really. They are telling about the terrorists getting from house to house and slaughtering people, kidnapping elders, kidnapping entire families, children and babies, and whoever they couldn't hurt physically, they burned his house till ash, stolen and broken everything. I have another cousin who, when everything starts, went to protect his family and is also kidnapped. My grandfather is hospitalized because the terrorists burned his house while he was sitting inside, and he inhaled a lot of smoke and he couldn't breathe. Another cousin that is hospitalized because he got shot and he lost a lot of blood, and that's just, my family. From a community of less than 400 people, 100 people are either dead or missing. It's unbearable number. The stories are horrifying.
It is unspeakable. If you say horrifying, it's impossible to find the words, and it encircles your entire life. Have you felt out of your family that the IDF have they been speaking to you? Have they been giving you any updates? You know, is anybody telling you anything? Even if they have nothing to say, is somebody helping you and talking to you and answering questions about where your grandmother may be, where your family members may be?
They contact us and gave us an official statement that both my grandmother and my cousin are kidnapped. But we have, someone to talk and to check with, but they have no answers to give us. No one know anything since this video. No one know where is she and what's her condition. My grandmother is ill and she's taking medication on a daily basis. And we don't know if she survived without her medication. And we don't know how long can she survive without her medication, and no one knows anything else.
Well, Adva, she wherever she may be right now, not even knowing you're speaking about her, I know would be so grateful and proud that you are speaking for her, and we are grateful for you sharing her story and yours. You're in the thoughts of everyone watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Adva, waiting for her grandmother, praying for her safe release. Our special coverage continues next.
Want to pay only $40 per month with Sling TV to watch CNN, HGTV, MSNBC, and your other favorite channels? You can stream it all on Sling, all for just $40 per month. Try Sling today at sling.com/watchnow.
Get help reaching your goals with JP Morgan Wealth Plan, the digital money coach in the Chase mobile app. Use it to set and track your goals, big and small, and see how changes you make today could help put them within reach. From your first big move to retiring poolside and the other goals along the way, Wealth Plan can help you get there. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean, do you mean this one? The one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
My active psoriatic arthritis can make me feel like I'm losing my rhythm. With Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm getting into my groove. Along with significantly clearer skin, Skyrizi helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Skyrizi attaches to and reduces a source of excess inflammation that can lead to skin and joint symptoms. With Skyrizi, 90% clearer skin and less joint pain are possible.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Now's the time to ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Unspoiled. Uncrowded. Unpretentious. From Bahia Honda State Park to Stock Island, you'll find everything you've been looking for in Big Pine Key and Florida's Lower Keys. If you
you have Medicare and Medicaid, United Healthcare's dual complete plans come with the U-Card, the simple member card to use for your plan benefits.
Like, what kind of benefits?
We're talking credit every month to pay for healthy food, utilities, and over-the-counter items, too.
All that with just one card?
Yep. Only United Healthcare gives you the U-Card and much more.
I'll take more.
Get more of what matters at no extra cost to you with a dual complete plan, only from United Healthcare.
Dig into the gooey flavor of Bob Evans mac and cheese 2-count single-serve cups. Each serving of tender macaroni is smothered in grilled cheese. Just heat it up for a great snack or after-school treat and bring home the goodness of Bob Evans today.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants changes your struggle with missing teeth forever. It changes how you eat, how you feel, and how you enjoy life. It changes your smile, and how others smile at you. Clear Choice Network doctors have changed over 100,000 lives with dental implants, and they can change yours too. Because a Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
Earlier today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, wearing a flak jacket, rallied his troops near the southern border with Gaza, asking, "Are you ready for what is coming? More is coming." And a ground incursion in northern Gaza appears more likely every hour. Let's bring in Aaron Cohen, a former member of the Israeli Special Forces and the founder of Cherry's Counterterrorism School. Aaron, appreciate your time very much. Thanks for being with us. Your sense of things at this hour. We've been showing live pictures of Gaza throughout this program, and I can't remember the last time it's been this eerily quiet, but it just seems to be a moment where we're on the cusp of something changing very dramatically. What's your sense of it at this hour?
Well, nightfall is a friend of counterterrorism. When things get dark, that's when we start creeping around. That's when we collect our intelligence. It's when we are listening to those phone calls. We're passing on information. There's two operational pieces that are forming here. One, first and foremost, is the rescue of those hostages. Over 150 were taken hostage after the massacre in southern Israel, which means that Israeli special operations units such as the General Staff Reconnaissance Unit, Sayeret Matkal, which reports directly to the Chief of Staff, that's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's old unit. That's the same unit that went to Entebbe Jim in 1976 and rescued 103 hostages and brought him back to Israel after a week. A very highly skilled unit. You've got the Amam, the Yechidah Meuchedet Mishtartit, Israel's National Police Hostage Rescue Unit. They're preparing right now in conjunction with the command to potentially blitz and get all that information together. Hopefully they're training on scenarios right now if they've got time to build structures, and so that they'll be able to make very clean and fast entries into buildings and into tunnels, and that would potentially happen at the same time as this ground offensive, a smoke screen possibly. And at the same time, we've got the counteroffensive right now. We've had missiles that have been coming down for a couple of days. There's special operations units or troops from the Shell Dog unit, which is the Kingfisher unit. Those are commandos who infiltrate, put those missiles down there selectively so that innocents don't get hit. And so we're looking at those two main pieces right now, which are getting prepped. And this quiet could just mean, this is the calm before the storm. But let me say this. Yeah. Israel's got a lot of experience with being attacked on multiple fronts. This isn't Israel's first rodeo. We've done this 5 times since 48, then again in 56, 67, 73. So I think what you're going to see now is Israel doing what it does best. It comes together, creative solutions, and getting organized quickly, and they're kicking the rust off right now, getting ready, and Jim, getting really, really focused, because this is going to get really serious, and it's going to be violent, and there will be casualties.
Absolutely. And Aaron, what is your sense of it? Do you get the sense that, and this is based on your experience, that they have a general sense of where to look for these hostages, that they would like to pull the hostages out before this ground incursion really gets underway in a massive and overwhelming kind of way? Or have they perhaps reached a point where they know that is going to be a difficult kind of operation to find those hostages? They could be in tunnels, they could be in any kind of house. on a random street in Gaza. You just don't know. And that the incursion has to happen anyway because they want to carry out this mission to take out Hamas's leadership. What's your sense?
Well, it's complicated. Hostage rescue is really complicated, Jim, and the reason why is because the hostage siege right now is happening in multiple locations with dozens and dozens and dozens, 100, 150, probably more that just hasn't been verified. And so you've got multiple target locations, and you're going to have multiple teams working in multiple places at the same time, performing very high-level operations, which Israel's really good at. However, to try and predict how that's going to happen is tricky because at the same time, the operational goal is the complete destruction of Hamas. So what we've been seeing for the last couple of days with all the missiles and all the artillery is designed to really create pathways and openings for tanks and for the Givati unit, which is the unit that is responsible for the Southern Command. They're an elite infantry unit. They've got special operations within those units. So they're softening Gaza to be able to open up these pathways. But, you know, who's to say that Israel hasn't been on the ground for the last 4 days conducting reconnaissance and surveillance missions within Gaza to bring that information back? Because the hostage rescue mission, Jim, is only as capable as the intelligence is real time. But again, Israel's really good at this. They're really creative, and they have a lot of experience with this particular set of missions. So it may be a combination, it may be a smoke screen, creating diversions. A lot of moving pieces here. This is the largest hostage siege in the history of modern warfare. It's going to be interesting, but I'll tell you this. Israel's really good under pressure, and they're really smart, and they really are able to come together when the going gets tough. So I think you might see some magic here.
Well, and, you know, I was talking to an Israeli Defense Forces spokesman earlier on in this program who said that they want to give Gaza civilians as much time as possible to evacuate. And I suppose it raises the question as to how long you can wait.
Well, here's the thing with that. From what I'm hearing and from what I believe, I don't think that the Palestinians are being given an opportunity to exit Gaza. And that is a fact. And the reason why is because if you look at the context of Hamas and how these terrorists operate, based on what the whole world has seen, I don't have to sell this, Jim. Everybody's seen what these terrorists do and how they operate. I believe that the civilians, which Israel doesn't have a problem with the Palestinians. In fact, I see it quite the opposite. What I see here is a hostage siege that involves the 150 plus Israelis who are being held captive, old women, children, and I see another 170,000 being held captive in the city of Gaza, and whether they're moving them south. From what I understand, al-Sisi's not opening the back door to Egypt, and even if he did, Hamas isn't opening the other side of that door to let them out. So the humanitarian crisis is based on the operational goal of Hamas. They need those civilians in there to be able to achieve maximum media, maximum exposure, and therefore the Palestinians are essentially prisoners within Gaza.
Well, that raises my next question, which is, if you have a significant number of civilians that are left behind in northern Gaza, they can't go or they won't go, or any combination of those things, and you have the Israeli Defense Forces saying that part of their mission is to take out Hamas's leadership, that is essentially, that they want to root out Hamas's leadership and crush it. There is a counterterrorism dimension to that. How does it get complicated, though, if on top of all of that you are stuck in some very heavy urban combat type of battle?
I see where you're going. Does
one get in the way of the other?
Everything gets. There's a lot of shades of gray in this particular scenario, and it's unfortunate. But this is the modus operandi of, as we've seen, one of the most lethal terror groups in the world. And at this point right now, I can tell you from my colleagues who I served with back in the late 90s, who are in command positions now, the time for would-be's, could-be's, and maybes is over. It's now time in Israel's mind, and the world is seeing it, for the complete destruction of Hamas militarily and in every other format. Israel's focus right now is hostages. Their focus right now is the complete destruction of that organization, logistical supplies, every potential structure where weapons and communications, everything is being stored, and as well as every Hamas terrorist. The complicated part is that because we're dealing with this terror group, it opens up all of the civilian casualties. But at this point, right now, Israel's going to lean into a couple of things that they're really good at, which is selective fire, making sure that no shots are fired at civilians. Israel, I can tell you firsthand, I've gone through extra beatings in my training to make sure that my weapon is pointed in the right direction, to make sure that I'm looking at the threat. Fratricide, all these things that we train for, Israel's really good at, and sorties get called off last second in order to avoid collateral damage. So Israel's going to do the best that they can, but Hamas has played that book.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that the level of urban combat that we're about to witness, if what happens is what we think is going to happen, that you can say that they're very good at this, but there is going to be some learning on the ground in progress in real time, because, I mean, this is going to be some pretty extensive urban combat fighting going on.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. This is going to be this is the meat and potatoes of counterterrorism, though, Jim. At the end of the day, Nachal Brigade, the Israeli Airborne, the Givati Brigade, the Border Patrol, all these units are going to be coming in. They're going to be clearing out those structures, and they're going to be doing so selectively. They're going to be using what's called limited penetration room clearing. It's a brilliant method that Israel invented. Allows them to clear from outside the frame because the terrorists will booby trap the inside of the rooms. Breaching through walls, that type of thing. But there will be the highest degree of selectivity, the highest degree of awareness, and I can assure you that as those operations are being conducted, those troops on the ground, the difference between the way they operate and the way Hamas operates is we're going after armed terrorists, we're not going after old women, we're not going after children, and we're not raping women. So every one of these soldiers going in there comes from families, and I don't need to keep ringing the bell on this. Everybody's seeing what we're dealing with here, and we're going to do the best that we can. We're going to do the best that we can, but you know what? Everything that's being done right now, again, is being targeted for the macro picture, which is, look what happened to us. Yeah. Intelligence failure, but now's not the time to look inwards. It's time to go to work, Jim.
All right, Aaron Cohen, thank you very much for that expertise. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
And we are expecting to hear from President Biden this evening. That could happen at any moment. We'll bring that to you live. When it happens, stay with us. Our live coverage continues in just a moment.
Impact Your World is brought to you by We Are 8. Social media for the love of people and planet. Now go to CNN.com/ImpactYourWorld to see ordinary people doing great humanitarian work and learn how you can help.
Social media has changed us. But our generation is waking up. We Are 8 is where positivity is the only influence. And brands pay you and charities to drive positive change. So join us on We Are 8 and share the love with people and our planet.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
I will never again lose to my brother, decided Issa, because I've switched to consumer cellular, and now I get the same coverage he's got for half the cost. I'm the one who wins. Birds, when freedom calls, we're here to answer.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. Sotyktu is the first of its kind once-daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis for the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding that outfit psoriasis tried to hide from you, or finding your swimsuit is ready for prime time. Dad, once daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
Okay, I know what you're thinking. That dude's old.
If I had to pick between a 40-year-old kid and a 78-year-old kid, I'd pick the 78 because the 78 has a lot more fun than the 40 had.
older people tend to get pushed to the side. You know, they look at us and go, well, you're over the hill, you can't do anything anymore. But I'm proving that to be not the way it has to be.
Get Pool, thank you for your time. Have a good time. Selfie.
You're never too old to do what's next.
You dream about playing for your country on the biggest stage.
In Vernon, we vibe on vitality, and we savor summer longer. Here we come alive on forest trails and play in colorful orchards that weave into rolling mountains. Raise your glass to the apples on trees and savor summer a little bit longer. Now's the time to travel to BC. Fall is on in Vernon.
Medical grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. And it's the only personal EKG that's FDA cleared to detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
How much do you think this costs?
Probably in the hundreds. $79.
Oh, wow.
That could be cheaper than to take a gas.
Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Don't wait. Get KardioMobile today for just $79 at Kardia.com or Amazon.
I'm Rafael Romo in Tel Aviv, Israel. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
CNN is learning that the Pentagon has ordered a second carrier strike group to the eastern Mediterranean. It's a very significant move, as reported by our Oren Lieberman. The first strike group was led by the USS Gerald Ford and arrived off the coast of Israel earlier this week. Joining us now to discuss this breaking development and more is Robin Wright. She is a contributing writer for The New Yorker. And Robin, I really appreciate your time and your perspective, having covered this for so many years. So, what do you make of this news? The United States sending a second carrier strike group to the region. It is extremely significant when you think about the posture that the U.S. is trying to present. What do you think this means?
This is obviously a signal to all the other militias and other countries in the region that might have an interest in joining Hamas or backing Hamas or joining in the conflict with Israel. It's a sign that the United States is willing to exert its extraordinary might in countering any kind of additional presence in this war, to send a signal that it is going to protect its Israeli ally. The danger down the road is that the United States has deployed in the past and found that it becomes a target in the process. So this is a very delicate balancing act for the military. How do you make sure that you are signaling your presence, your strength, your support, but not get sucked into a war?
And obviously on that front, Robin, everyone watches Iran, as Israel is widely expected to launch a ground invasion of Gaza. Whatever they do, it is going to be significant, right? It is going to be significant, and it's going to involve Gaza. You've got obviously Hezbollah in Lebanon watching there, and then whether Iran feels that anything in Gaza causes a need for a response, right? That major escalatory move. What are you watching? What are you listening for as the warning signs of such a thing?
Well, I'm looking for whether Hezbollah troops in southern Lebanon or its vast arsenal of missiles and rockets are being moved. Are they in position that they can attack? And so far there are indications that while it is firing mortars and smaller range rockets at northern Israel, that the Israeli military is saying itself that it has not yet escalated to the point. It's very interesting that this is not an all-in war by Iran's proxies in the region. Not only Hezbollah in Lebanon, but also there's some popular mobilization forces that are well armed by Iran, deployed in Syria and Iraq, and then the Houthis in Yemen. And all of them have missiles, rockets, and drones with the range of being able to hit Israel. So far we have a one-front war, but the danger is that in all these conflicts, the passions and the fury can also ripple and bring other parties into a war, and that's always the danger.
The psychology of it. Oren Lieberman did a lot of reporting on Hamas's arsenal, what they had, where they had gotten it, right? When it's so difficult to get material in, and how Israel clearly was unaware, obviously, of what was being planned or the scope of what Hamas had. I spoke to IDF, a spokesperson, and he told me, he was very open about it last night, that Israel still does not know the extent of Hamas's arsenal right now, that they simply do not know. Robin, how surprised are you at how much Israel has clearly, from this attack itself, and now admitting that they don't know the scale of Hamas's arsenal, how much Israel does not know?
It was stunning, and the fact that Israel was surprised both by the scope of the aggression by Hamas and the size of its arsenal, that it has still managed to fire things from Gaza, even though parts of Gaza have been decimated. And remember, Hezbollah's arsenal is far larger than Hamas. So this is where, when you kind of look at what could happen down the road, what the potential, whether it's this conflict or the next one, because wars in the Middle East inevitably beget more wars. And so we're looking at the immediate conflict, but Israel will gain some kind of military control, but it doesn't eliminate the ideas, the ideology, or the other, adversaries that Israel faces.
And Robin, I don't want to try to take it too much of a step back, but I feel like on this Saturday evening, as we all await what possibly could be the beginning of something very big and very significant, but very soon in the heat of the moment, it may be hard to have the perspective, to get your view on the bigger picture here. Because when people talk about this war metastasizing, they're not just talking about Iran. They're talking about Putin, who has failed to make comments supporting Israel, who certainly benefits from the situation here as pertains to the eye of the United States, or the money of the United States coming off of Ukraine. You have China making at best tepid and what seem to frankly be quite supportive of Hamas and Gaza comments. How much bigger really could this get?
Well, in terms of the region, you're talking about 24 countries, and the focus for so long had been on diplomacy, how to get relations established between Israel and Arab countries, and there had been progress, and now this, of course, brings it to a halt. But you're absolutely right. The thing that worries me the most is the scope of what's happening worldwide, that the kind of principles of warfare have changed, that there are, the international institutions are no longer as functional in bringing about peace, that the kind of rules, the world order has begun to erode. We see this play out in Ukraine. We see this in China's statements on aggression on Taiwan. We see this in shifting alliances. It's very worrisome, and I think that it's very smart to kind of stand back and try to figure out, what does this mean for the whole world, not just this small part of the Middle East. It's very worrying on a lot of different levels.
Yes, it is. And Robin, I appreciate your perspective as always. Thank you so much for being with us. And everyone, please stay with us because our live coverage continues here with myself and Jim Acosta. In just a moment, we'll be back.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
It's nothing.
Sounds like something.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, systemic diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast relief when you need it most.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
It's true. Contacts are great until they get dry. So we created new BioTrue Hydration Boost for contacts for a boost of moisture that lasts up to 8 hours. So all kinds of contacts can stay comfortable throughout the day. And it's preservative-free. Stay BioTrue to your eyes.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
CeraVital is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at CeraVital.com.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like somebody's poking directly on the nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, doc, it really works.
Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart cheat.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, for a better night's sleep. So now, he wakes up feeling like himself, the reigning Family Room middleweight champion. Better days start with ZzzQuil nights.
At SimpliSafe, our advanced security sensors and cameras protect your whole home, all powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology for faster police response. Now offering professional installation. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Hi, I'm Jason. I've lost 228 pounds on Golo. Changing your habits is the only way that gets you to lose the weight. And Golo is the plan that's going to help you do that. Just take the first step. Go to Golo.com.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Try killing bugs the worry-free way. Not the other way. Zevo traps use light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor and no mess. They work continuously, so you don't have to. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Wow.
Incredible. Amazing. My go-to is Lumify eye drops.
Lumify dramatically reduces redness.
In 1 minute.
And look at the difference.
My eyes look brighter and whiter for up to 8 hours. Lumify? It's kind of amazing. See for yourself.
All right, right now, President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, they are speaking at the Human Rights Campaign National Dinner here in Washington. We expect to hear the president in just a few moments address the war between Israel and Hamas. Let's go to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. She's over at the White House for us. Priscilla, it's been a busy day for the president. He's spoken to both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas. It looks like the president is going to get ready to speak here. If he starts talking about Israel, Priscilla, we'll get to that right away. But what can you tell us?
That's right, Jim. He has had a busy day talking to both of those leaders, both critical as this conflict continues to unfold. And the resounding message from both of those calls was that he does not want, and they do not want this conflict to widen and for it to expand in the region. And so that was really a key message of both of those. But also the humanitarian aspect of this, which is what we may hear in his remarks that are going to happen now at the Human Rights Campaign. We have been talking throughout the course of the day about the situation in Gaza and the warnings coming out from civilians there, many of whom are trying to flee. And so that situation and the water shortage and the food shortage that is looming there may come up. It is an issue that came up in these calls in regards to just preserving innocent lives, making sure that innocent civilians are not collateral damage here. And so this is all part of what officials have been talking about over the course of the week, which is concern, again, for the situation in Gaza, for civilians, innocent civilians, and trying to get people out that are in danger or believed to be in danger. So those were the calls that happened earlier today. We also learned, as we reported, the death toll of Americans went up. The U.S. has learned over the last 24 hours of those deaths, as well as learning of additional U.S. citizens who are considered unaccounted for. So it has been a busy day here at the White House as even more information starts to come in about the situation in Israel.
And Priscilla, on top of that, the Pentagon has deployed a second aircraft carrier strike group to the region as a sort of warning, an action of deterrence, message of deterrence to other actors in the region not to widen this conflict, not to make it more complicated than it already is.
That's right, and as we have talked about these moves, it really is a show of force, a deterrence move. Again, to keep other actors from getting involved. And so far, when we have heard from national security officials this week, the sense is that they are skirting those warnings and that won't happen as of now. But this is all evolving very quickly, and so it's unclear where this heads from here. But the Secretary of State has been making the rounds in the region in diplomatic talks with different countries that have stake in this, and then of course the Defense Department making this move to make that show of force to again make sure that the conflict is not widened. This is really the resounding message going into the weekend, Jim, is making sure that this is contained and does not become or doesn't escalate from here.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez at the White House for us. Thank you very much. I want to get to the president and some of his remarks. Now, we do expect him to touch on the situation between the war between Israel and Hamas. Of course, when the president made remarks about the attack on Israel earlier this week, it received a lot of praise inside Israel from Israeli leaders. Let's listen to the president and see what he has to say.
To all of LGBTQ Americans to know the Biden-Harris administration has your back. I know who's hollering down there, but I can't hear you. Well, look, I can't hear her. What's she saying? Well, thank you. Whatever you're saying, I'm going to say I can't hear you. Look, I've been labeled the most. Oh, I get it. I'm not sure that's a good thing. No, I'm only joking. Look, I've been labeled the most pro-equality president in history. I'm not sure that's true, but I tell you what, I'm grateful to lead an administration with more out and proud staff members at every level than every previous administration combined. All combined. Together with all of you, my administration is defending, advancing equal human rights for the LGBT community all across the country, and I mean it, and around the world. I'm proud of our record. I signed the historic executive order strengthening civil rights protection in housing, employment, healthcare, education, the justice system. As Commander-in-Chief, I ended the ban on transgender Americans serving in the military. As I pointed out, they can shoot as straight as anybody else I know. And on the anniversary of the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, the Department of Defense announced a review of the records of LGBTQ service members who've been discharged for less than honorable service. It's going to make it easier for those veterans to finally access the benefits they earn through their service. We launched an ambitious plan to end HIV epidemic by 2030. Proposed new national PrEP program to prevent the spread of HIV. And we finally did away with the outdated policy banning gay and bisexuals from donating blood. We're leading with science, not stigma. We made human rights for LGBT around the world a top priority in my foreign policy. Increasing our assistance to brave activists on the ground. Defending human rights in countries to pass anti-gay laws, like Uganda, going after Uganda, making clear that they cannot have the same benefit as other countries. And achieving tangible progress emerging. Look, folks, here's the deal. Together, we're standing up for families. Some of you were with us on the South Lawn last December when I signed the Respect for Marriage Act. A law protecting the marriage of gay interracial couples. As I said in a TV interview more than a decade ago, marriage is a simple proposition. Who do you love? And will you be loyal to the person you love? I was raised that was quite a simple proposition. I've told the story before, but tell it again. I was raised by a man who was a really decent, honorable man. I remember he was dropping me off. I wanted to be I wanted to work in the projects as a lifeguard on the east side of Wilmington. And he would drop me off on his way to work at the city hall to go get an application to be a lifeguard there. And as I got out of the car at the four corners of the center of town, two men, turns out one going to the Brandywine, one was to work for the DuPont company, the other worked for Hercules company. This was back when I was a kid. And they leaned up and kissed one another. And I'd never seen that before. And I turned and looked at my dad, and he just looked at me and said, Joey, it's simple. It's simple, Joey. They love one another. It's a simple proposition. I mean it. To everyone who helped make Respect for Marriage Act a reality, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And together, we'll stand up for children. As you know better than anyone, there are young people all across America sitting in their bedrooms tonight, scrolling through social media and staring at the ceiling, wondering, will they ever be loved? What happens if they tell their parents what's going to go on? You've been through, many of you have been through it. Will they be ever accepted by their families? Ever be free to be themselves? Or they should even be there or here on earth? Nearly every day, I get letters literally from children and parents terrified by what's happening all across America. A 13-year-old transgender child wrote to me, said, I hate looking at the news, not because I'm a teenager and it's boring, but because it's painful. I hear adults much older than me debate about my existence when they don't even know me. Our message to young people across America must be unequivocal. You're loved, you're heard, and you're understood, and you belong. I mean it. And we see who you are. Made in the image of God, deserving dignity, respect, and support. That's why my administration in combating the dangerous, cruel practice of conversions therapy has been so outspoken. That's why we launched a nationwide crisis hotline where LGBTQ youth who are feeling isolated and overwhelmed can get help. They just have to call 988 and talk to a counselor. 988, talk to a counselor. And this year, we're committing even more resources. New federal action to address LGBT youth homelessness. New steps to protect kids in foster care. All that matters. But for all the progress we've made, we know the barriers, the bias, the bigotry still exist. Perhaps because of the progress we've made, people want to push us back and pull us back. Over 600 hateful laws introduced across the country. More than 70 of them becoming law just this last year. Denying the existence of transgender people. Silencing teachers. Banning books. Threatening parents with prison for getting their children health care. Families across the country now face excruciating decisions to move to a different state to protect their child from dangerous anti-LGBTQ laws. I received a letter from one mom who wrote me, quote, I despair for families like mine who already become refugees inside our nation. Refugees inside our nation? That's how she feels, like a refugee inside our nation. This is the United States of America. And the United States Congress, extreme MAGA Republicans trying to undo virtually every bit of progress we've made. They're trying to wipe out federal funding to end the HIV epidemic. Strip funding from community centers for seniors. Reinstate the ban on transgender troops. Ban the Department of Justice from enforcing civil rights laws. Ban pride flags from flying on public lands. Who the hell? Oh.
President Biden addressing the Human Rights Campaign National Dinner here in Washington. We're going to keep monitoring those remarks, and we'll be back after a quick break. Be right back.
There's some things that go better together.
Burger and fries, soup and salad.
Like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. With Voya, considering all your financial choices together can help you make smarter decisions.
Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30
30 grams of protein.
Hi, it's Christina again. I'm here to tell you about an all-new special offer from my friends at Jacuzzi Bath Remodel that you don't want to miss. You already know, Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for more than 65 years. And now, they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for 1 year. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford. And, best of all, they can install it in as little as 1 day with no stress and no mess. Are you ready to see your new shower? Here it is.
It's fabulous! Taking a shower had gone from being a joy to being a burden. I was afraid I would fall. I called, and just 1 day, I had a shower I could feel safe in.
No matter your situation, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has a solution for you. From a safer, easy entry shower with features like grab bars and a custom seat to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home, to a stunning family bath, or how about a luxurious upgrade with a timeless design that will look great for years to come. Plus, they're built to last with a lifetime warranty from an iconic brand you know you can trust.
It was done the same day. We did not have to wait.
It's absolutely perfect. It's exactly what I was dreaming of.
If you haven't already experienced what Jacuzzi Bath Remodel can do for you, your family, and your home, don't wait any longer. Now is the best time to call. It's never been easier. Take advantage of this special TV offer today.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-321-0299. That's 800-321-0299. Call now.
Everything I do that's for my health is an accomplishment.
Concerns of getting screened faded away to my astonishment.
My doc gave me a script. I got it done without a delay.
I screened with Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive? I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts. Ooh, take this. How's the heart?
I feel like it's good.
You feel like it's good? How do you know when it's time to check in on your heart? How do you know? Let me show you something. It looks like a credit card, but it is the Cardia Mobile card. That is a medical grade EKG. Want to see how it works?
Yeah.
Put both thumbs on there. That is your heart coming from the Cardia Mobile card.
With Cardia Mobile Card, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardia Mobile Card is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke, and it's the only personal EKG that's FDA cleared to detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia.
How much do you think that costs?
Probably $500.
$99.
Oh, really? You carry that in your wallet?
Of course you can carry your wallet, right?
Yes.
Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Don't wait. Get Cardia Mobile Card for just $99 at Cardia.com or Amazon.
The Source with Caitlin Collins, Monday at 9.
You're live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. Good evening. New tonight, the Pentagon is sending a second aircraft carrier and its strike group to the eastern Mediterranean. This comes as Israel's military readies for what it calls the next stages of war, and that is likely to mean a ground invasion into Gaza. More than 300,000 Israeli soldiers with heavy equipment are at the border awaiting orders. Meanwhile, President Biden has been working the phones today, speaking with the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, who has called for an immediate end to Israel's attacks. In a conversation with President Biden, Abbas stressed the need for urgent humanitarian corridors to provide essential supplies and utilities to Gaza. That's according to the Palestinians. Meanwhile, President Biden also spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, their fifth phone call since last Saturday. Today, Netanyahu posted a video online of his visit with Israeli troops at the front line. I want to go now to CNN's Matthew Chance, who is in northern Israel for us. Matthew, our colleague Erin Burnett is also standing by, we should note, in Tel Aviv. We'll get back to her when we can. But Matthew, what can you tell us about what's happening on your end? Obviously, the concerns continue that things could escalate to the point where there's a northern front in all of this, and there might be some continued escalation between the Israelis and Hezbollah. What's the latest on your end?
Yeah, well, it's very tense up here in northern Israel, because as the country sort of prepares for that widely anticipated ground offensive in Gaza, the real focus of concern, I suppose, in the region is what will happen in northern Israel, because just across the border in Lebanon, which is just a short distance from here, Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militia there, have a vast arsenal of missiles basically pointed in this direction, and if it decides to unleash those weapons in response to the land incursion into Gaza by Israeli forces, that will be a game changer. The Israelis have said that they will strike back hard, and they've warned the Hezbollah militia not to take that step across that red line. They said they don't want the second front to open here, but if it does open, they'll respond, in force. You've also got US forces, as we've been reporting, off the coast of Israel in the eastern Mediterranean. The world's largest aircraft carrier is already there. There's another carrier group from the United States, or a US carrier group rather, sort of heading in that direction as well. And that's meant to, the US government says, show a message of deterrence. But of course, it could also be used, these aircraft carriers, they could also be used as platforms to strike countries in the region, to strike Hezbollah, for instance, if there is a concerted attack on northern Israel by that Lebanese Iranian-backed militia. At the moment, there hasn't been that level of escalation reached. There have been some confrontation, there have been mortar rounds rather, fired across the border from Lebanon, and that's been responded to by the Israeli military with artillery fire. There have been missiles fired from Syria as well across the border into Israel, according to Israeli military officials, and there's been an Israeli response to that as well. But what we haven't seen yet is that big, destructive, all-out response, all-out attack rather, by Hezbollah on northern Israel. And so, look, it could still happen. We certainly hope that it won't. But certainly the Israelis say that they are prepared for any kind of an attack like that.
All right, Matthew Chance, thank you very much. Please keep us updated on how things are developing out where you are. We appreciate it very much. I want to bring in my colleague, Erin Burnett in Tel Aviv. Erin, I understand you have former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett with you. Take it away.
Yes, Jim, and here with the former Prime Minister. And of course, here it is 2 in the morning. And you are awake, you have been in meetings. It doesn't seem like anyone in the Israeli government is sleeping right now. What is the latest as you're able to tell us?
Well, we're still licking our wounds and have not identified all of the slaughtered Israelis, so that's one process. Right now in the south, it seems that we're on top of things, and here and there's a bunch of terrorists jumping out, but we, by and large, kill them. We're in a lull right now, in waiting for the next phase. The next phase is going to be our counterattack on Gaza. The big murder event is behind us, and now we're going to hit back within days.
Within days. And I guess that is the question, because it does feel here, we try to explain to everyone around the world, just there's this sense of waiting, but an ominous waiting. Right, and businesses aren't fully open, and kids aren't in school, and the troops are on the border, that you can't wait like that for long, and it sounds like you're not anticipating waiting like that for long.
That's right. I can't say exactly how long, but what I can tell you is that across the board in Israel, everyone, wall to wall, are eager to hit back. Yeah. I've been visiting various units. I myself was a combat soldier, and the enrollment rates, the enlisting rates are at about 130%, which means people who already were discharged years ago from reserve service are insisting to join and fight, because Israel took a huge hit But make no mistake, while our hearts are shattered, our spirit is strong, and we're going to hit back.
And you know, you talk about 130%. I've met a few of them. Ones who said, a yoga instructor, I'm done, was done my reserves, I came back in. So they are all
I also wanted to do it, but they didn't let me because I'm a prime minister, former prime minister.
Too high profile. I was in Beirut today, and I know you've been obviously to these scenes. It is horrific and impossible to describe. One soldier was telling me he's been serving for decades, never seen anything like it, going into a house. The specific story, the house had been burned, but it was locked. So he found a room inside with a 4-month-old girl baby, shot once in the head, on her back. These are things that you have seen, the unseeable and the unspeakable. At this moment, have you even had a chance to process this? Maybe you never will.
No, it's not. It's too early for that. Young girls gang raped and murdered and then burnt. Hands tied behind their backs.
We saw the zip ties there, lying around.
Moms with their babies, a pregnant woman whose baby was torn out while she was at horrible things. You know, since Israel's establishment, we've never seen anything like this. The last time we've seen anything near stuff like this was the Shoah, the Holocaust. And we founded the state precisely so this would never happen again. So we gotta fix this. We can't change history, but we can shape the future. And we're gonna hit back on Hamas until we destroy them. We're gonna kill every Hamasnik possible.
And how do you define that destroying? I know you've made it clear that Israel doesn't have a desire to have Gaza, right? This is about specifically Hamas. But how do you draw that distinction? I mean, everyone knows it's impossible, it's not easy, but how are you actually going to do it from an operational perspective?
Yeah, that's a very important question because you're right. Hamas's modus operandi is to embed civilians as defense. So what we're doing is the following. We set a line pretty much in the middle of Gaza, and we told all people living north of that line to move to the south, vacated, and they are. The vast majority of Gazan residents are moving southward because we don't want to kill civilians. We're not going to target civilians. We never do that. Within a short time frame, once the north of Gaza is empty, anyone there, by definition, is Hamas. And then we're going to hit every Hamas installation, person, anyone related to the organization, anyone who assists the Hamas. And it's going to be very, we're going to unleash our power.
And a question, though, I mean, to state the obvious, when you announce you're going to do something, I mean, if you're a Hamas fighter, why would you stay around? I mean, I'm going to just put aside the fact that moving 1.1 million people is impossible in a short time, but you're telling them what you're going to do.
Yeah.
So how then do you expect them to stay?
Well, we're going to hit we're going to hit in all places. And since there are major operation centers and headquarters are there,
yes.
This will be meaningful. Now, at that point, they're going to have to make very tough decisions for the Hamas themselves, where they go, etc. I don't want to get into every operational, and then no longer prime minister. So at this time, but that's the plan. We're going to make a clear distinction. Anyone south of Gaza City, not including Gaza City. So everyone's got to be south of the city. From our perspective, that's the safe haven.
And how strongly do you feel that Rafah border needs to be opened in order for you to succeed at moving people down? I mean, again, we've been driving up along this border trying to get people to understand that the small space you're talking about.
Right.
It's already the most densely populated place in the world, and you're now trying to double the population of half of it.
By the way, it's not the most densely placed in the world. It's a misconception. New York is more dense. Paris is more dense. There's a misconception. There's enough land there. It's not going to be fun, but there's a huge difference between temporary refuge and burning babies and raping young girls. So, this is highly proportional and even way under the threshold. It's going to be tough. We're not going to prevent humanitarian aid from coming in. We're not going to provide them. Israel has no duty to provide another country with anything, and we're not going to do that. But if other countries want to provide water, medicine, etc. That's theirs to do. We're fighting, from my perspective, a Nazi state. But again, we're not going to target the civilians. We never do.
And I don't know if you've heard the news, but it was just Warren Lieberman, obviously was stationed here in Jerusalem for a long time. It's the Pentagon reporting that the U.S. is deploying another U.S. carrier strike group to the region, which is an incredibly high state of readiness, a very significant statement. I don't know if you're already aware of that, but what do you read into that?
Well, basically what America's doing, first of all, I have to thank President Biden, my friend, and the administration and the people of the United States of America. At this very tough moment for Israel, you're showing what friendship means and what being a dependable ally means. This is very meaningful. On a more concrete dimension, it's basically a signal to Hezbollah and Iran. Don't have any thoughts of entering this battle, because you're going to get hit hard, not only by Israel, but by others.
And in the north, Matthew Chance was just reporting from there, up along that border. Obviously, it's a very dangerous place. A journalist was killed there. It is very dangerous, but you're not seeing the same conflict there. You're not seeing what's going on here. Do you anticipate it will remain that way? What do you understand right now there to be in terms of communication or coordination or support between Hezbollah and Hamas at this moment?
Well, there's pressure on Hezbollah to enter, because Hamas is beginning to be in a much tougher situation than they envisioned. But Hezbollah cannot surprise us now, because we're there. We were taken by surprise by Hamas.
Yes.
In war, you never want to attack an enemy that's waiting for you. And that's precisely what we're doing with Hezbollah. We're waiting for them. And it would be tantamount to destructing Lebanon if they attack us. And since Nasrallah claims that he's the protector of Lebanon, I think it would be a big mistake for him to turn himself into the destroyer of Lebanon.
How do you feel right now about the fact that in Jordan, King Abdullah, and of course in Egypt, Sisi, are not opening their doors to large numbers of refugees? Do you think that they should?
I'm not going to give advice to both of them. They have their own interests. At the end of the day, we're not out to hurt the Gaza people, but we're also not responsible for them. We have no responsibility for an enemy state or any state. So whoever really cares can come and help, can come and allow them in or whatever.
And
it's simply not our problem.
And then in terms of where your meetings are, one other question, of course, everyone's asking is when you make this move in these next few days that everyone knows you're going to do, you said you're going to do. What is your intelligence about Iran's response?
You see, that's also a good question. Iran is sort of the head of this octopus, and it has various arms. It has Hezbollah in Lebanon, it has Islamic Jihad and Hamas down in Gaza, it has Syria, and it knows that we will allow ourselves to hit it on the head in certain circumstances, and they are very vulnerable. They have an economy, they have many power centers. I think it would be a grave mistake for them to enter.
All right. Naftali Bennett, thank you very much. Very glad to see you. Obviously, these late hours of the night, early hours of the morning, Jim, and I think it's important to say the reason Naftali Bennett is here is like so many in the top levels of the Israeli government, they're working through the night too. And again, to your questions about when this happens, they're staying up all night doing these things. Human beings can only do that for so long, and obviously we're here in these final hours or days before that next move comes. Jim, back to you.
Yeah, I know it's been a lot of long hours for everybody there. Erin Burnett and to the former Prime Minister, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. We'll be right back.
If your thyroid eye disease was diagnosed a long, long time ago, you may think your eyes will be bulging forever, like a never-ending curse that can't be broken. But even if you've been told it's too late, Treating your thyroid eye disease may still be possible, and a new day is within sight. Learn how you could give your eyes a fresh start at stilltreatted.com.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Who's that? This is my puppy. Cancer. It's different in a child. Because your child's still growing. I had 14 rounds of chemo. There's thousands and thousands of kids all over the world who need help.
This is my first time having cancer. And it's still very worse.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
It's scary to watch your kid battle and fight for their lives.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Childhood cancer is hard. It's a long road. You just have to give. You have to give someone that hope. And especially with them being so young.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code for only $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
She grew up in this. So when we go to St. Jude, she's happy because that's her home. Every time I take her to the doctor, she's excited because she gets to play. And that's all because of St. Jude.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
Si St. Jude no existiera, mi hijo no estaría vivo. Mi hijo sería un angelito.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. And they felt dramatic and fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
Moments ago, President Biden addressed the Israel-Hamas war and anti-Semitism while speaking at the Human Rights Campaign National Dinner here in Washington, D.C., and here's what he had to say.
The humanitarian crisis in Gaza, innocent Palestinian families, and the vast majority have nothing to do with Hamas, they're being used as human shields. Yesterday I spoke for over an hour with a family member of those Americans who are still unaccounted for in a Zoom call. They've endured an agony of not knowing what's happening. Not the same thing, but I can tell you what it's like. It's one thing to lose someone you know you're going to lose and be there with them and hold their hands, like I was able to do with my son. It's a very other thing to get a phone call. I got years ago saying, there's been an accident. Your wife and daughter are dead. I'm not sure. Your boys are going to make it. The uncertainty of those 2 or 3 hours trying to get back to find out. It's the worst feeling in the world. It's gut-wrenching. And it's yet another reminder that hate never goes away. It only hides. It hides under the rocks. I thought being so deeply involved in the civil rights movement when I was able to convince, of all people, Strom Thurmond to vote for the Voting Rights Act in his last year, changed his mind. I thought, well, you can defeat hate. And guess what happened? Hate just hides under the rocks until there's a little oxygen blowing under, like what happened in Charlottesville. Just a little bit, and it comes roaring out again. Folks, we have to reject hate in every form, because history's taught us again and again. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, they're all connected. Hate toward one group left unanswered opens the door for more hate toward more groups more often, readily. But here's what history shows. The antidote to hate is love. The answer to twisted, dehumanizing ideology is solidarity. And standing there for everyone.
All right, let's talk about the unfolding situation in Israel and Gaza with retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, formerly the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. General Kimmett, I guess we just learned that the U.S. is sending another aircraft carrier group, strike force group, to the Mediterranean near Israel. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's meant to be a very, very clear sign, not only to Iran, but to Hezbollah in Lebanon, that if you decide to attack, we've got the capabilities to stop you. If they don't like that message of deterrence, it's clear that the United States is not just drawing a red line like President Obama did in Syria, but in this case, it certainly sounds like President Biden is serious.
And General Kimmett, what is your sense of where things stand right now? The Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, went down to the front line earlier today, met with some of his forces there on the ground, I guess presumably gearing up for an invasion. But right now, as we're looking at some live pictures of Gaza at 2:22 in the morning, their time, it is just eerily quiet right now. Is this the calm before something very big and violent happens?
Well, it could be. And I would suspect at the granular level, at the troop level, they're all just getting some sleep right now. They're trying, the good commanders are down there telling their troops, get some sleep. For those guys that are not getting sleep, they can't get the sleep, they're probably cleaning their weapons, they're probably putting more batteries in their night vision goggles. The worst thing you can do is have a force that when you hit the line of departure, they're already tired. So I would suspect what they're doing is they're going over their pre-combat checks, they're putting their troops down, and they're just waiting for what they call the X-Order, the execution order. May come tonight, may not come until tomorrow night or the night after that.
Yeah.
But it also provides an opportunity for that humanitarian crisis that's evolving right now, provides more and more opportunity for those Gazans to get out of there and get down to the south, so they won't be part of this.
Yeah, I mean, we talked with an IDF spokesman earlier today, and he I think, indicated to some extent that they were giving people in Gaza a bit more time to get out of that northern area, move down to the southern part of Gaza. It goes without saying that not all of them are going to go. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are. We heard the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett talking to my colleague Aaron Burnett just a short time ago, and the former Prime Minister seemed to be saying that the Israelis want to hit Hamas, they want to hit them very hard, they want to make a statement, but if they're doing it in an area that is still somewhat densely populated with people who may still be on foot trying to evacuate that area, and at that time they're trying to hunt down and root out leaders of Hamas, I mean, it doesn't take a military expert to figure out this could be a very messy situation.
Yeah, I think it's been very clear that they've established specific humanitarian corridors for these people to leave Gaza and head south. I would not suspect to see military operations anywhere near those for a couple of weeks. I think that this initial bravado that was broadcast by the Israeli leadership The military leadership has probably done it exactly as you say, Jim. Tell these people to relax. We can do this right. We can do this sensibly. As the old saying goes, let's not rush to failure.
Yeah. But your sense of it, though, I mean, if this is a densely populated area, and we heard Bennett saying, well, maybe it's not the most densely populated area in the world, but it is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. There's just no question about it. And we were talking about with some other guests earlier, this question of if the point of the operation is to root out and crush the Hamas leadership, but you're doing it in a fashion that involves street by street, house by house, urban combat, does one get in the way of the other?
Come on, Jim, you remember 20 years ago, our Marines going through Fallujah, and it's exactly the same scenario. The only difference is that you can put 9 Fallujahs into the city of Gaza. It's that big, 45 square kilometers. There's no doubt, urban combat, particularly with the presence of civilians, and if they're still there, they will not be friendly civilians. That's the toughest kind of warfare necessary, but you can be sure that the Hamas military leadership is holed up in there and they're ready to fight. Of course, while the Hamas political leadership is enjoying their 5-star hotels in Doha.
Right. And the prospect that hostages could get caught up in this.
Hostages will get. I think that, but I would tell you that I think that's already been accounted for. I found the most interesting comment over the last couple of days is when Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said, we want them to show resolve. He did not say we want them to show restraint. And to me, that's the difference in how America sees this, how American military leadership sees this, and Israeli military leadership sees this as well. I certainly hope restraint will be shown. I certainly hope this will be a short war. The leadership would be turned over and the hostages returned. I don't see it at this point.
All right, General Kimmett, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. And we'll have more on all of this straight ahead. Be right back.
Verizon Small Business Days are coming from October 16th to the 22nd. Now is the time to partner with our experts. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
It's time for news about the news. Sling TV has the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. It's the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. That's what I just said. Right. It's the same news for less, starting at $40 a month.
Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smartsheet.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics, it stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury, I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Sattva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Sattva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing. Sattva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado.
Just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
How long have you been tracking the value of our car? Should we sell it?
We hold.
Our low mileage is paying off. You think we should?
Hold.
Already sold to Carvana.
Go to Carvana and track your car's value today.
Constant Contact's advanced automation lets you send the right message at the right time, every time. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Can I get a witness?
You dream about playing for your country on the biggest stage. Ooh, Tracy, look. She's going for the bin.
Oh my, look at her scoot.
Thank you.
Hey, Stacy, what do you think he's doing with that bottle?
Oh no, he's gonna throw it in the trash. I can't look.
Wait. He's putting it in his bag to recycle later.
Way to go, Mr. Brown Shoes.
Hey, up here.
Pieces? I could watch humans all day long.
We are, and we do. Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, Monday at 6 Eastern.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
Israeli officials believe that as many as 150 people were taken hostage during Hamas's brutal assault last weekend. The families are now just hoping for signs of life, as Hamas is claiming that IDF shelling has killed some of those held hostage. I want to bring in Moran Mina. He's an IDF soldier, currently at home, expected to return, though, to active service in the next day or two. His grandmother, seen in this disturbing video, was kidnapped from her kibbutz in southern Israel last week. She cried for help. Her name is Ditsa Hyman. She's 84 years old. She has lived in her kibbutz since she was 18. She's got 5 grandchildren. She is one of at least 78 people taken from her community, which is a population of just 800. Lauren knows about 50 of those people kidnapped by the terrorists. And Lauren, I can't even comprehend what that is like, to know 50 people that possibly are hostage right now. You don't know their situation. Your grandmother, I know your family received WhatsApp messages from her early Saturday morning. So as this began, you're getting messages from her. Then her phone went dark, but it didn't go dark until that evening. Have you been able to piece anything together about what happened?
We know that she cried for help. She yelled, "Atzilu, Atzilu," that's help in Hebrew. Her neighbor heard this. He go outside his safe room, his house, tried to shoot the terrorists, but there were so many, so he come back home to save himself. He saw her, and he saw them take her out of her house. That's all we know. We got a video in Tuesday night, 3 days after, and that's all we know. We didn't see another photo of her in Gaza, nothing. We don't have any more information.
But I know that on Saturday and Sunday, you could have, of course, given what the news was, you could have been for sure worried that she was dead. When you find out on Tuesday that video gets posted on Facebook, that she could be alive, I mean, in a sense, it must have been an incredible sense of relief, although then incredible fear about where she is. Has the Israeli government told you anything about what's being done, Moran, to find her?
Not a single thing, nothing. They didn't talk to us at all. They didn't have any new information, don't say anything about negotiate to bring them back, nothing.
Hamas does claim, Moran, that several hostages were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. We don't know if that's true. We don't know if that's how they died, even if it is true. And we don't know which ones, even if it's true. So we don't know a lot, but it's possible that happened. Do you have any message to the IDF about how they're handling the hostage situation?
I just want my grandma and all the kidnapped people to come on safe. That's all we want. Of course, we need to protect us, but we need to consider that 200 people or 150 people, Israeli citizens, are now in Gaza Street. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if someone in the IDF know where are they, but all I know that my grandma is there, and we strike them all the time, and she might die from our strike.
Maureen, it's your grandmother, it's 50 people that you know. It's an overwhelming thing for anyone watching to even understand. But on top of that, you're also a soldier yourself. And I know you're going to be going back to active service in just the next day or two. Are you ready?
No, I don't think anyone is ready for this fighting. Anyone in the country knows someone that's been killed or kidnapped or I don't know. Everyone is broken and we try to do the best we can to continue our lives, to save our country. And I'm not ready. I don't know when I will be ready, but it's something that needs to be done. I have two wars to fight. One is the fight of my country and one is the fight of my family, the mental health of my family and the fight on my grandma.
Maureen, thank you very much for telling us about her, sharing your thoughts with us and your story. Maureen, Mina, thank you. And we hope you will keep us in the loop on anything that happens, any updates you get on your grandmother. Yes. And we'll be right back with our breaking coverage.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to say one more thing. We need to make sure that they have medications. We need to make sure they got humanitarian support because there's a lot of elderly people in there and they don't have a meds. We need them to live and I don't know what can happen till they come back or I don't know. You need to ensure that you do everything you can because I don't know what our government do. No one talks to us.
All right, well, I hope that they will talk to you and give you some more information. We hear that because I know there are elderly, there are people who desperately need those medications. And Maureen, thank you very much. Please stay safe yourself as you return to duty, and we will be right back.
My husband and I have never been more active.
Shingles doesn't care.
I go to spin classes with my coworkers.
Good for you. Shingles doesn't care. Because no matter how healthy you feel, your risk of shingles sharply increases after age 50. But Shingrix protects. Proven over 90% effective, Shingrix is a vaccine used to prevent shingles in adults 50 years and older. Shingrix does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients or to a previous dose. An increased risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome was observed after getting Shingrix. Fainting can also happen. The most common side effects are pain, redness and swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, tiredness, headache, shivering, fever, and upset stomach. Shingles doesn't care, but Shingrix protects. Shingrix is now $0 for almost everyone. Ask your doctor about Shingrix today.
There it is. That feeling you get when you can do more with less asthma. It starts with Dupixent. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma and can help improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent helps prevent asthma attacks and can even reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Can you picture it? Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Who knows what you can do when you do more with less asthma? Ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Help keep tigers in our world. Visit WWFtigers.org. Call or scan now and symbolically adopt a tiger for just $12 a month.
Your support will help WWF protect tigers and other threatened wildlife and their habitats. Go online or call in the next 5 minutes and we'll send you an adoption kit with this adorable plush tiger. Don't let them disappear forever. Act now to help keep tigers and other precious wildlife in our world. Go online, call, or scan now.
This is a hot flash. This is a hot flash. But this is a not flash. There's big news for women going through menopause. Veoza, a prescription treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, the medical name for hot flashes and night sweats. With hormone-free Veoza, you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza is proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. For some women, it can start working in as early as 1 week. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Increased liver blood test values may occur. Your doctor will check them before and during treatment. Most common side effects include stomach pain, diarrhea, difficulty sleeping, back pain, and hot flashes. Ask your doctor about hormone-free Veoza and enjoy more not flashes.
Multiple sources tell CNN the U.S. intelligence community warned of the potential for conflict between Israel and Hamas just days before last weekend's surprise attack. Let's discuss more with CNN national security analyst and former deputy director of national intelligence, Beth Sainer. Beth, appreciate you coming in. I guess what's going on with this intelligence failure? It's unclear if these assessments were shared, I suppose, but some of the intelligence that the U.S. had was from Israel.
Absolutely, and then there's some reporting that some of these very specific things that Hamas was doing in terms of training right out in the open, that the Israelis knew about those things. So, I can explain things by very technical things like, oh, they were relying on technical means and they didn't have good human assets, but really it's about the human mind and about how the mindset of the Israelis to think, not able to have the imagination to think that Hamas was capable of these things and to take that information and to say, oh, this is different, instead of putting it into the same box with the same assumptions and having very linear analysis. And that's what most intelligence failures are all about.
Yeah. It's that expression we heard after 9/11, a failure of imagination.
Exactly.
And we were just showing some of this video a few moments ago. We put it up on screen again on social media, showing Hamas terrorists their propaganda video, but instructive to everybody outside of this region to see what they were up to. What's incredible is that some of this training was going on within a mile of the Israeli border.
Yes.
How did they not pick up on this? Or did they see it going on and think...
Yeah. I think that there was what we call in the business D&D, denial and deception. So I suspect that they did pick up quite a bit of this, but they just thought that the line that Hamas was giving them they were picking up indications that it was about the West Bank, not about Gaza, or they weren't ready to go. So they saw this training, but they didn't think that it was happening anytime soon. And they didn't put all the pieces together to see that it was going to be this really very elaborate combined operation. So I think that this is the kind of thing that in hindsight, it becomes very, very clear. But in the moment, you just don't do it. And the U.S. intelligence community, we have had our own failures. We understand this.
Certainly, yeah.
And so you have to, have some humility about it when you look at what happened to them. But this probably isn't the time for them to be thinking too much about it, but they have to actually address this issue of, do they have enough intelligence to conduct these operations now in terms of going into Gaza, eliminating the Hamas leadership, and trying to rescue these hostages?
Yeah, one has to think they're going back and re-examining the intelligence that they were banking on going into this operation, because if the stuff that they had before wasn't reliable, then what do they have now? And let me ask you about the news of the day, which is the Pentagon sending this second aircraft carrier group into that region. What does that tell us?
Well, Israel has to do two things right now. They have to figure out the Hamas problem and try to solve that. but they have to try to reestablish deterrence, because what Hamas did, maybe it's a tactical failure, maybe, they were defeated in a lot of ways, but strategically they have succeeded in shattering this image of invincibility for Israel's security and intelligence organizations. So with that, yes, so now it creates this vulnerability. So what does the U.S. do? We bring in the second carrier now to show the seriousness that we are taking this, and saying
to other actors in
the absolutely right. So this is what Blinken's tour around the region was about today as well, going to Qatar, and the foreign minister of Iran was in Qatar today. He was meeting with the head of Hamas political group, but he was also meeting with the officials in Qatar, and Qatar is telling them, do not escalate.
All of this done out in the open to put the U.S. and the Israelis on notice as well.
Yes.
All right, Beth Sander, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, more on the breaking news coming up. A live report from Israel straight ahead. Stay with us.
Life after student debt is within reach. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Remember the things you loved doing? Before your asthma got in the way? Get back to the things you love with Fasenra. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma. Having too many eosinophils, a type of white blood cell, can cause inflammation and asthma symptoms. Fasenra is designed to target and remove eosinophils and helps prevent asthma attacks. Fasenra is 1 dose every 8 weeks. Fasenra can help patients to breathe better. Most patients did not have an asthma attack in the first year. And Fasenra helps lower the use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems or other eosinophilic conditions. Allergic reactions may occur. Don't stop your asthma treatments without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Get back to better breathing and get back to your life. Ask your doctor about Fasenra. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Having diabetes can raise a lot of questions, like my morning ride. Will it help lower my glucose? With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, you can know where your glucose level is and where it's headed without finger sticks. Know what activities work for you. Manage your diabetes with more confidence and lower your A1C. Ask your doctor about the Freestyle Libre 2 system. It's covered by Medicare for those who qualify. Visit freestylelibre.us/Medicare to learn more.
Everybody's talking about berberine, and it really does work. So you need to try Doctor's Preferred Gluco Gold. This all-in-one formula contains the full research dose of berberine that helps keep your blood sugar in the normal range, plus 3 other powerful ingredients.
It's made a great difference in my life.
Gluco Gold is flying off shelves nationwide. But now's your chance to try a complimentary bottle by texting VISOR to 42424.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Gluco Gold will help you maintain healthy blood sugar levels, while it supports healthy cholesterol and insulin sensitivity guaranteed. Take the first step to making sure your next checkup is better than your last, and hearing those 3 wonderful words: blood sugar normal. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting VISOR to 42424. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors Preferred. Better science, better results.
Tomorrow, how did Israel's powerful intelligence agencies miss the brewing Hamas attack that ignited the war? Fareed asks New York Times investigative reporter Ronan Bergman. Fareed Zakaria, GPS, live tomorrow at 10.
As the conflict between Israel and Hamas worsens, officials across Europe are warning of a rise in anti-Semitic incidents. CNN correspondent Melissa Bell joins us live from Paris. Melissa, this is very troubling. What more are you learning?
Jim, there have been a rise in anti-Semitic acts and speech over the course of the last 20 years, and always with a very close link to what was happening in the Middle East. And so this time as well, with tensions running as high as they are regionally, the expectation and fear had been that those tensions would also be felt here in Europe, and so it's proven.
Far from the front lines of the Israel-Hamas war, many European Jews say they're not just feeling the pain of what's happening there, but also fearing the potential ramifications much closer to home. In France, at the Great Synagogue in Marseille, a prayer is held for the people of Israel. It's a fervent prayer, after reports of anti-Semitic incidents in parts of Europe, after Hamas launched its assault on Israel more than a week ago, and Israel's subsequent bombardment of Gaza.
First of all, it's important to be present whenever the Jewish people are in danger. Unfortunately, we're used to this kind of gathering, this kind of prayer. We're tired of it all. Nevertheless, we have to respond in unity.
France is home to Europe's largest Jewish population, as well as the largest Muslim population in Western Europe. French President Emmanuel Macron has urged his citizens to remain united, though French police used water cannon and tear gas to break up a recent rally in support of the Palestinian people, which had been banned by French officials, citing concerns about public order. But there are fears of further unrest in France. 10,000 police officers have been deployed to protect synagogues and Jewish schools, and on Friday, France raised its security alert to the highest level after a knife attack at a school the French Interior Minister says was linked to the conflict between Israel and Hamas. The UK is also stepping up security after reports of increased anti-Semitic incidents. The Community Security Trust, a British non-profit organisation that monitors anti-Semitism, says the number of incidents reported to them in the past week has increased by more than 300% compared to the same period last year. Tensions at times spilling out onto the streets of London, where flyers of Israelis reportedly kidnapped by Hamas were torn down.
This is for Palestine. They're not mutually exclusive. It's children. It's children. It's innocent people. Okay, what about the children in Palestine?
Germany, meanwhile, says it has a zero-tolerance policy towards anti-Semitic acts and will ban all activities supporting Hamas, which is on the EU's list of terror groups. German officials say they can do no less.
Protecting Jewish life in Germany is part of the identity of our democracy. The security of Jews in Germany is our democracy at its core. Only if our Jewish citizens live in peace and security can our country as a whole do so.
Now, pro-Palestinian protests, Jim, remain banned here in France, and yet that didn't prevent people from gathering once again this afternoon in Place de la République. 19 arrests made there, and also today both the Louvre and Versailles evacuated for bomb threats. A reminder, an indication maybe of just how tense the situation remains.
Absolutely. All right, Melissa Bell, thank you very much for that report. We really appreciate it. And thank you very much for joining me this evening, reporting from Washington. I'm Jim Acosta. See you again back here tomorrow starting at 5 Eastern. Our special coverage of Israel at War continues next with my colleagues John Berman and Anderson Cooper. Have a good night.
For your most brilliant smile, Crest has you covered.
Nice smile, Brad. Nice. Thanks.
Crest 3D White, 100% more stain removal. Crest.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at Licorice.com have 50-plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at Licorice.com.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older.
I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Verizon Small Business Days are coming from October 16th to the 22nd. Now is the time to partner with our experts. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Now's the time for cleaner indoor air with an air duct cleaning from Stanley Steamer. You've known us for carpet cleaning, but we've been cleaning air ducts for over 20 years. We do things the right way, cleaning your entire system. So if you need an air duct cleaning, call 1-800-STEAMER today.
Hi, I'm Stacy and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. This belt I used to wear way down at the first and second notch. It's the only thing I've kept from before losing weight, and I'm keeping this because I'm never going back.
Be the difference for women, children, and families hungry for a better future. Care.org. Donate today to feed tomorrow.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell. How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
I was shocked that I had cancer because there isn't cancer in my family.
I didn't know you could die from skin cancer. And then I go in 2 weeks later to get my diagnosis of melanoma.
Melanoma is the deadliest form of skin cancer.
Protect yourself by being sun safe. Check yourself with monthly skin exams. Inform yourself. Skin cancer is real. Learn more at saveyourskin.ca.
Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
Instaflex Advanced is so powerful. I had better knees in just 1 week.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting yoga to 321321. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief in the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles. Absolutely free. Text YOGA to 321321 today. One whole story, one whole hour. World's best journalists dig deeper.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper. Tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
Good evening and thanks for watching CNN special coverage of Israel at war. I'm Anderson Cooper live in Tel Aviv at this hour. My colleague John Berman is in New York. We'll have the news and perspective from the ground here in Israel as the nation promises a new phase in its war on Hamas is coming. That phase, presumably military ground operation, as more Israeli troops gather near the border with Gaza. Israeli firepower pounded the Gaza Strip today again from the air. Officials say a Hamas commander who played a key part in last Saturday's attack was killed, while UN officials are warning the evacuation of more than 1 million people from northern Gaza during a siege would lead to disaster.
And tonight we are learning that more U.S. military power is heading to the Middle East. A second U.S. carrier strike group led by the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, an aircraft carrier, is sailing that way in a show of support for Israel and to send a message to Iran and its proxies. The State Department says the number of U.S. citizens killed in last week's attacks, that has climbed to 29 dead and 15 16 Americans are still unaccounted for. Anderson?
We're going to start with this new carrier strike group heading toward the Middle East. CNN's Oren Lieberman is live at the Pentagon for us with the latest. So, Oren, these are two of the Navy's most powerful warships. What's the plan?
Anderson, this is, broadly speaking, a message of deterrence as the Biden administration watches very closely whether the fighting that's right now contained to Israel and Gaza could or would spread beyond those borders. Here, sending both of these carrier strike groups into the region, the USS Gerald R. Ford, which arrived earlier this week, and the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, which just deployed from Norfolk, Virginia yesterday and will arrive in about 2 weeks. Sending them both to the Eastern Med is first a sign of how seriously the Biden administration views the situation, but also a strong message of deterrence not only to Iran, but perhaps more importantly to Iranian proxies in the region, specifically Lebanese Hezbollah, just on Israel's northern border. There have been some who call them skirmishes between Israel and Hezbollah on that northern border, but it hasn't escalated beyond that point, and so far at least looks to be contained. But everyone knows how delicate and volatile that situation can become. So that's part of the reason of having not only the carriers themselves, but also the destroyers and the cruisers that come with them as a message to Iran, hey, stay out of this one.
What's the latest on U.S. efforts to get Americans out of Gaza?
This is an ongoing effort, but it's a very, very difficult one. The State Department put out a message to Americans in Gaza, essentially telling them, move as close as you can to Rafah. That's the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt. But even the State Department message didn't say the border will be open at these hours. It only said if the border opens, it may not be open that long, so it'll help to be as close to it as possible. And there you can see some of the images of those waiting at the Rafah border crossing. The problem here is you need Egypt, Hamas, and Israel all to either explicitly or tacitly agree in some way to this. Egypt so far, according to reports there, hasn't opened the border because it wants Israel to send humanitarian aid in first. And there are also the concerns about how many people will just flow into Sinai. Hamas needs to open its side of the border, and it's unclear under what circumstances that would happen. And then Israel needs to have some sort of tacit understanding that it won't carry out any strikes in that area as people are trying to get out of the Gaza Strip. Anderson.
Oren Lieberman, thanks. Retired Major General Spider Marks joins me now. What do you make, first of all, General Marks, on this second strike group joining the Gerald Ford?
I think Oren stated it quite frankly, which is it's a show of force, and it's clearly the message is intended for Tehran, which is stay clear. We've got significant firepower and capabilities. When you dig inside what one of those carrier battle groups has, look, you've got destroyers, you've got frigates. I mean, it is a carrier battle group, subsurface, lots of air capability, and linkage into air defense and strike capabilities, coordinating with the Israelis.
In terms of this new phase, as Israel is calling it, I mean, beyond a ground incursion that we've been talking about for days now, what else could that entail?
Well, clearly what I think is going to happen is when the Israelis make the decision, let's just assume they're going to go into Gaza. When that decision is made, you will see a simultaneous penetration from the north down to probably the Wadi Gaza, which really kind of bisects Gaza. And then from the east to the west, a penetration as well to the Mediterranean. So you'll have Israeli forces and Israeli forces coming and joining each other as quickly as possible. When you penetrate, you want to penetrate deeply, you want to penetrate quickly, you have to secure your flanks, you know you're going to be shot at, but when you link up with friendly forces, you then can secure that area, and then you begin the removal of Hamas targets from the south to the north. That's kind of what I would say the primary objective. Clearly that leaves the southern part of Gaza out of the fight, at least initially, is what I would assume. You want to hold in one area and then try to retreat and conduct your military operations going north.
If Hamas allowed it, which they are not, they're not encouraging their citizens to move to the south for their safety. They want their civilians in Gaza, in Gaza City, to make it difficult, obviously, for Israeli forces to fight. From a military standpoint, let alone a humanitarian standpoint, how much better would it be for Israeli forces if those civilians were down in the south, down by the Egyptian border?
The fewer number of civilians that are interwoven with Hamas fighters, the better, certainly, for what the Israelis are trying to achieve. And let's be frank, you know, the Israelis are going to do the collateral damage assessments. They're going to try to use precise targeting. They want to separate. They do not want to target Palestinians. They want to go after military targets. And what Hamas is doing is against international law, creating human shields, which is clearly what they're trying to do. And Israel, oh, by the way, Israel has lawyers to set the conditions for engagement, the engagement criteria in every level of their units. It's not dissimilar from the U.S. military. When I went to war, I had lawyers side by side that would say, look, here's some go, no-go kind of criteria. You got to be careful before you pull the trigger. The Israelis do the same thing.
I've been getting a lot of messages from people asking why wouldn't Egypt open up the border to allow Palestinian civilians, you know, to seek safety in the Sinai. Just from a security standpoint, Egypt has already had security issues in the Sinai. They would be concerned, I assume, of hundreds of thousands of young Palestinians moving into the Sinai and for who knows how long, and the potential that could create.
Well, clearly, Egypt has always, over the course of the last 30 years, Egypt has really brokered the peace that's been necessary when Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah have flared up. Clearly, since 1982, that's happened about a dozen times. So you know, you have some fighting, and then Egypt steps in, establishes the conditions, and then everybody goes back to, you know, the situation ante. I'm not certain why I'm not certain why Egypt doesn't step up and say, look, we can record this migration of folks across from Rafah. We can make sure that we get a handle on them. We've got identification. If they truly want to be a peacemaker, if they truly want to try to help a priori, not having to have a whole bunch of things break, then that would be the motivation. I can't get beyond I cannot figure out why they wouldn't want to try to do that. Of course it would be painful for them. Of course they would accept some challenge and risk, but also they would really provide some tremendous peacemaking efforts in advance, as opposed to separation of warring parties.
How long, I mean, if the goal for Israeli forces is the elimination of Hamas as a fighting force, maybe the elimination of Hamas total, how long an operation is this? Obviously, there's a lot of factors involved, international pressure and the like, which in the past we have seen bills very quickly for some sort of ceasefire. But how long an operation would you see?
I couldn't put a time frame on it. Anderson, this is the question. Israel has indicated that they want to change the dynamic. They want to alter the dynamic in the Middle East, which means we want to eliminate the existence of Hamas. That's an incredibly high bar. I don't know how you measure the success going forward and when you've met that objective. When do you say, we're finished, we're done? I am convinced that Hamas will get bloodied tremendously. I think going forward, Israel knows, the IDF knows, that they will be bloodied as well going forward. But when they think they can stop because they've met that objective, I don't know how you would determine that. I think Hamas will be tremendously bloodied, but I don't think that they will be eliminated entirely.
General Spider Marks, appreciate your time. Thank you. We heard from President Biden a short time ago speaking at the Human Rights Campaign National Dinner in Washington. He addressed the terror attacks on Israel and anti-Semitism. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is at the White House. What did the president say?
Well, to your point, Anderson, the resounding message was ending hate in all forms, and he took a moment in those remarks to talk about the attacks in Israel and also the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Take a listen.
A week ago, we saw hate manifested another way in the worst massacre of Jewish people since the Holocaust. More than 1,300 innocent lives lost in Israel, including at least 27 Americans. Children and grandparents alike kidnapped, held hostage by Hamas.
Now, he went on there to talk about, again, that humanitarian crisis in Gaza and innocent Palestinians who are put in danger by Hamas. He also, in those remarks, went on, and in his calls today, went on to send that message to other leaders. He had a call today with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That was the 5th call they've had since last Saturday, and also with the Palestinian Authority President Abbas. Now, in both of those calls, Anderson, the humanitarian situation came up, but also not allowing this conflict to spread any more and to widen. That was really the message that was sent in those calls that the president had today. Of course, as you were earlier talking about, that second carrier that is going to the region, the United States there again showing that deterrence and show of force. But all of these calls have the same through line, which is that the United States does not want to see this conflict widen anymore or escalate.
On the top of everyone's minds in Israel is the fate of unaccounted for people, of missing people, people who are known to have been kidnapped and are potentially being held hostage. The president, I know, spoke with families of American hostages yesterday. Do you know much about those conversations?
A source described those calls as emotional. He did take the time to talk to families, the families of 14 Americans that are unaccounted for. That number has since gone up, Anderson, we learned today, to 15, as well as a lawful permanent resident. Now, the U.S. has been working feverishly behind the scenes to try to wrap their arms around the situation and get more information about those Americans who are unaccounted for. When they characterize, though, how many are held hostage by Hamas, Americans specifically, they say it is a very small number. And reporters have been pressing officials here for more information and details about those hostages. But the reality that they say they're facing is that this is an active war zone, that Hamas operates in subgroups. They're consisted of subgroups, and they sometimes move hostages to different locations. It's unclear if they're even in the same location, and they also couldn't really describe what the condition is of these hostages. So still a lot of questions. But when the president has talked about this, he too has made clear that they are working around the clock on this issue, and there's frankly some information they just cannot provide publicly. But Anderson, that is certainly a priority here, is trying to understand more about those Americans who are unaccounted for and those that are being held hostage by Hamas.
Yeah, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you so much. So many people here are still waiting for answers about their loved ones. Coming up, I'm going to speak to an Israeli woman who has not seen or heard from her sister since Hamas launched that terror attack at the Supernova Music Festival on Saturday. What she's hearing about efforts to find and rescue her ahead.
Verizon Small Business Days are coming from October 16th to the 22nd. Now is the time to partner with our experts. Get started today with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older.
I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Right now, save $30 on the BG56 CE blower. Real steel. Find yours.
Hey, human. What if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart Sheet.
Stanley Steamer is proud to clean over 1 million homes across America every year. With custom-made vans and cleaning equipment, our professional cleaning technicians have the knowledge and skills to get your home cleaner and healthier. Get the best for your home. Schedule a cleaning with your local Stanley Steamer today.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell.
How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
There are many families here in Israel who are in agony. Some are praying and pleading for the safe return of loved ones taken hostage by Hamas. Others are just desperate for any information about their loved ones who are missing, who are now unaccounted for. I want you to meet Dr. Ava Gutman, whose sister has been missing since the terror struck last Saturday. Ava was at the Supernova Music Festival. I know that was the last time you heard from her, so last Saturday. How have you gotten through this week?
It was very hard. At the beginning, we were starting looking for her, and because I'm a doctor, I was talking to every hospital in Israel and to all my friends. And when I saw that it's not enough, I went to the hospitals. I went to Soroka, that is the main hospital that came, all the wounded came in, and I just went from patient to patient and ask if they saw her and if they know where she is.
That's one of the things. There's so little information that, I mean, it's up to families in the last week to really go around and just talk to as many people and look at awful videos looking for people.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
My husband did it for me because I saw one video and
people are looking literally at jihadist videos to see if they can find their loved ones.
It was so hard to watch. I couldn't. Yeah, it's sickening.
You talked to Ava when she was at the festival for about an hour on the phone. The attack started at 6:30. I think you were saying you talked to her until about 7:30.
7:30. Yeah, we actually we woke up to an missile alarm, and we went to the safe room in our house. And then the first thing that I thought about is to send her a message on WhatsApp. What's going on with you? Are you going home? And she said that she cannot go home because there are terror attacks on the road, and they told everybody at the festival to stay in place.
Right.
Yeah, and they told her, okay, but you have to check where you're going. You have to open a map in your phone and see where you are and where you can go if a terror come toward the festival.
We now know that Hamas attacked from the west and the north and the south, and your sister, you believe, was able to get into a vehicle and drive a little bit, but that's where the last you heard.
Yeah, that was the last we heard of her, and her phone was found near the road, so we believe that she probably went out of the car and the phone fell down, and since then we don't know what happened. She actually wrote a message that we didn't get.
She wasn't able to send.
She was.
What did it say?
She said that she's heading home. And
there were some 3,000 people at that music festival. I assume you were still hoping that somebody there knows something about what may have happened.
We did. At first, at Saturday morning, there was a list of people that came to other kibbutzim, and they were listed, and we always checked the lists, and we didn't saw her name, so we understand that maybe hiding, maybe kidnapped, because we already knew that they kidnap people, or maybe worse.
What do you want people to know? What's Tamar like? She was studying to be a lawyer. She is.
Yeah, she started. It's her second year in law school. She actually was a very caring person. She was in the family.
She was the family caregiver?
Yeah, caregiver. She always thought about others. Day before the festival happened, it was a holiday in Israel, and my mother and two sisters was bored, and she was angry about them because she said, you left father alone, and she went to my father and cooked him a meal, and then I was at home studying to my board exams, and she came to my place and gave me a meal. Yeah.
She feeds everybody.
Yeah, she likes to cook and she likes to bake, and then she went to the festival. She was such a caring person. She had a dog that she loved so much, and now she's seeking for her all the time. And
is there anything else you want people to know, or?
I want people to know that the people that were murdered there and was civilians, was good civilians, were peaceful people, and it was a massacre, and they did such a horrible things that people cannot put in words. I want the world to know that this is, I think it's one of the most I don't have a word for that, terrible terror attack that I think that the 21st century have saw.
Did you ever imagine something like this could happen?
No, I don't think that a normal person can imagine the things that they did to the people there. They didn't just shoot, they beheaded people, and they rape women, and they burn children, and I don't think that a normal person can imagine something like that can happen.
I hope you get word soon, and please let us know. We'll continue to stay in touch with you. But I know there are many families waiting for word, and I can't imagine the pain and the agony of it. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you very much.
I wish you the best. An entire family of 6 is among the missing. A mom and dad, baby, a toddler, grandparents. We heard pleas today from their relatives as well.
Shiri, my cousin, was abducted from her home with her 2 babies, Kfir 9 months old and Ariel 4 years old, along with her husband and my aunt and uncle, Yossi and Margit Silberman, both in their late 60s. You've all seen her photos holding her 2 redhead babies. Kfir is 9 months old, baby being held captive underground somewhere. I don't know if he got his food, his formula. He doesn't eat food yet. He needs his bottle. My cousin and I gave birth 2 months apart. I have a 7-month-old at home. I put him to bed every night thinking about Kfir. My aunt suffers from Parkinson's disease. She's 63. Every day without her medication is torture. She's being tortured. We don't know how long it's gonna take. We need to understand this can take a long time. Those are innocent civilians. Those are innocent civilians. They have rights. This is Hamas. It's a terror organization. You need to put the pressure on the right people, on all the organizations, on Turkey, on Egypt, please. They need to help the Red Cross enter. Those people's lives are so important to us. We need to bring them back home alive. They were kidnapped alive and they will be back alive. I'll do everything I can. And then we need your help.
It's Yifat Sailor talking about the half of her family, which is now missing. Hamas is holding an estimated 150 people hostage. We'll take you back live to northern Israel next, as thousands of Palestinians are trying to find a way to safety with few places to go. Their harrowing stories in Gaza just ahead.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
For centuries, the world's best pizza has been baked in ovens made of stone. But you can't put one of those on the countertop in your home. Introducing Paisano, the authentic pizza oven by Granite Stone. Now make the world's most delicious pizza with real stone right in your own home. You'll simply set it and let it. Make golden, crispy, extra cheesy stone-baked pies in under 6 minutes. The secret is the dual-controlled heat zones that quickly heat the real ceramic stone up to 800 degrees while melting the cheese and crisping the crust, so you can stone-bake just like the pros in under 6 minutes. Look, take any pizza dough, sauce, add your favorite toppings, and you're making gourmet pizza with Paisano. You can even watch the pies rise through the window. Thin or thick, your pizza comes out crispy and quick. Even stone-baked, better-tasting frozen pies in a fraction of the time. You can even make a s'mores dessert pizza. Plus, there's no gas, wood, or charcoal needed. Paisano is electric, plug-in, and portable. Great for tailgating and RVing. Look, you'd expect to pay over $500 for a professional pizza oven, but during this special TV introduction, you can get your Paisano pizza oven at a price so low you can't say no. Just 4 easy payments of $49.99. And for everyone who orders today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 3 easy payments of $49.99. Paisano comes with a 10-year warranty, plus these professional pizza peels and the authentic pizza recipe guide. Yours absolutely free. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. For the best pizza in the world, it's P-I-E-Z-A-N-O. Paisano. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-694-8702. That's 1-800-694-8702, or order online at buypaisano.com. Call now.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
We're being flooded with false information. The more we mindlessly share, the more misinformation threatens us and puts our democracy at risk. But together, we can help protect our communities before it's too late. It's time to check our sources and verify our facts. Let's care before we share.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, Monday at 6 Eastern.
We're coming to you live tonight from Tel Aviv. Israel promising a new phase of its war on Hamas is coming as it continues to mass troops on the Gaza border. To the north, the IDF exchanged fire today with the Lebanese group Hezbollah on a disputed piece of territory. CNN's Matthew Chance is in northern Israel for us now. So talk about the situation on the northern border.
Hey Anderson, yeah, well the situation is very tense. I mean, as the country braces itself for that land invasion in Gaza to the south, 250 miles away, approximately up here in northern Israel, there's the potential of a second front opening. And so there's a great deal of tension around here, and you can see there's a lot of Israeli troops that have been concentrated up on this northern border, close to Lebanon, a short distance from here, close to Syria as well. There's already been some exchanges of fire, mortar attacks from across the Lebanese side, artillery fired in the other direction by the Israelis. It's also been, according to local Israeli forces that we've spoken to here, rocket attacks from Syria, and there's also been a Israeli response to that as well. But none of those attacks or exchanges have, in the words of Israeli officials, reached the point of escalation. It's just sort of, hasn't got to the point yet where we're looking at a sort of broad, wide-scale attack by forces, for instance, of the Hezbollah militia across in Lebanon, on the territory over here in northern Israel. But of course, that's the big concern. That's why there are so many troops concentrated up here, and that's what local commanders on the ground say they are preparing for. Take a listen to one of the company commanders, Major Dor, that we spoke to earlier.
So we have mobilized our troops here, our reserves, to be prepared for any scenario that might happen open up in the northern borders.
Well, when you say any scenario, you mean whether this area is hit by rockets from Hezbollah? Is that what you're worried about?
That is one of the scenarios.
Yeah.
Could be a similar scenario would happen in the Gaza Strip. Could happen here as well. So we are here. Could be joint. Could be a very direct, specific event. We don't know. We're here prepared. Be ready with our troops. We mobilized and we're here.
It seems that the Israeli military down south near Gaza were not ready. Are you going to make the same mistake here?
We're here now, so we're not going to make the same mistake.
Oh, Anderson, what that kind of was saying is it could be a missile attack, it could be a ground attack as well, like we saw in Gaza, but whatever it is, Israeli forces say they're ready for it and they're prepared.
We've been reporting that the U.S. has ordered a second carrier strike group to the Mediterranean. Part of that is sending a message to other countries in the region, other groups like Hezbollah.
That's right. There's already a carrier strike group in the Eastern Mediterranean from the United States, and the White House has said that that's there as a deterrent to make sure that other players in the region and other groups in the region don't enter the war in Israel as it's poised to embark on that land invasion. But the fact that the US is now sending a second carrier group underlines just how nervous they are, just how tense the region is. It doubles up on the deterrent, but it also doubles up on the amount of resources that the United States will have at its disposal in the Eastern Mediterranean should it need to intervene and, kind of carry out strikes, for instance, in southern Lebanon against other players in the region if one of those players or countries were to take the decision to cross that red line and enter the war in northern Israel. It's something that is, we haven't got there yet, but it's definitely a threat, and it's a threat that both the US and Israel are braced for.
Matthew, you and I both spent a lot of time in 2006, weeks, covering the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. That was a difficult fight. That was a tough fight for Israeli forces, and there were certainly a lot of rockets coming into all those towns up along the border, Kiryat Shmona and elsewhere. If this does open up as a second front, that would make what's going on here, exponentially harder.
It would. It's the real threat, actually, to peace in the region. If a front opens up here in northern Israel, it would be a game changer. Now, of course, you're saying we were both up here in 2006. It was a very dangerous situation back then. But the missile arsenal of Hezbollah has now got much bigger. The weapons are more powerful. There's the possibility they could use drone strikes to carry out attacks in Israel. Drone strikes didn't really exist to a very great extent, or at least to the extent they do now, back in 2006. That's new technology that's transformed the battlefield. Now, Israel has new tech as well. It didn't have an Iron Dome, or not much of one to speak of, back in 2006. It's got one now, and that facility, those weaponry, those anti-missile systems are really in place here and bolstered and ready for what could be a massive onslaught. By the way, the Israelis say that if if Hezbollah does cross that line and attack northern Israel, it would lead potentially to the destruction of Lebanon. So they're issuing very stark warnings about what retaliation would be going to Lebanon if Hezbollah was to take the step and to launch strikes against northern Israel.
Obviously, the situation in Lebanon is already chaotic. There's been, economic collapse. Hezbollah is contending with a lot going on in Beirut and elsewhere.
It is. It's bad. It's a bad economic situation. The political situation is unstable. But things could get worse. If Hezbollah is ordered by Iran or takes a decision on itself to strike over here into Israel, we're going to be seeing, I think, a sort of massive onslaught by the Israeli Air Force, possibly joined by the United States as well. And as I said, the Israelis say that could lead to the destruction of Lebanon. I think the message that's being put across both by US diplomats and by the Israelis as well is that Israel is in no mood right now to be messed with. They've had this traumatic event that has really shaken the country last weekend with the deaths of so many Israeli citizens. They're poised to embark on what they believe will be a game-changing intervention in Gaza, and I think they're braced as well for the possibility of a broader regional war if they're forced into that situation. And so that's the message that I think is being broadcast loud and clear to the region. But we will see whether Hezbollah, whether Iran, whether other countries in the region pay heed.
Matthew Chance, thank you for reporting from northern Israel tonight. Now to the civilians trying to get out of Gaza before Israel's war against Hamas intensifies. Israel is telling them to flee south away from the main population centers. Hamas is telling them to stay where they are. Some who've tried to leave have become casualties themselves. CNN's Salma Abdelaziz has more on the escalating humanitarian crisis, and we want to warn you that some of the images you're about to see are graphic.
This is what running for your life looks like in Gaza. An ambulance with a young girl and wounded woman inside, rocked by explosions as they attempt to flee. It is unclear what happened to the pair, but they're among the tens of thousands of people on the move after Israel's military called on nearly half of Gaza's population, some 1.1 million people, to get south in a matter of hours. But along the safe passages specified by the IDF, utter horror. You're looking at the carnage and chaos on Salah ad-Din Street, one of the designated evacuation routes. In the aftermath of explosions, families killed amid their belongings. CNN has geolocated this video and 4 other clips from the horrifying scene. The UN calls Israel's evacuation advisory impossible and a violation of the rules of war. And Palestinian officials accuse the IDF of bombing civilians, even as they fled. Dozens of evacuees were killed or wounded by Israeli airstrikes, according to Hamas. CNN has reached out to the Israeli military for comment. The victims are flooding into Gaza's overwhelmed hospitals. And again, it's the youngest caught in the crossfire. Nearly half of Gaza's population is children. What did the children do to deserve this? This woman says. Did they fight you? Did they fire rockets? My niece and her whole family are dead. The only survivor is a 2-year-old girl. The healthcare system is on the brink, a complete siege making it impossible to get aid into the enclave. And already, there's a shortage of everything, even space in the morgue. We're keeping the dead in ice cream trucks so the bodies don't rot, this doctor says. Gaza is in crisis. Gaza needs help. For those still able to move south, this is one of the neighborhoods families are expected to flee towards, Khan Yunis, where Israeli airstrikes have wreaked havoc. This is a genocide, not a war. It's genocide, this man says, and it's an attempt to force all Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip. Finding refuge is proving dangerous and deadly, and for the many families desperate for shelter, the fear is there may be no safe places left. Salma Abdelaziz, CNN, London.
We'll be right back with more from Tel Aviv.
just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using Home Aglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change. It's not just designed to look good. It's built to command attention. It's not just a comfortable interior. It's a quiet refuge. They're not just headlights. They light the way forward. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron models.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40,
Let me guess, less energy, less drive.
definitely. It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age. Happen to you guys? Yeah. So what did you do?
We got Nugenix Total T. This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels. Nugenix is the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster in the USA, #1 at GNC, and #1 at Walmart. But you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting SOAR to 321-321.
That does it. I gotta get Nugenix. Just send a text.
Yeah, for a complimentary bottle.
And by the way, she'll like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text SOAR to 321-321. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you lose fat and get lean absolutely free. That's SOAR to 321-321.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
You dream about playing for your country. Can I get a witness? On the biggest stage. You know, there's this thing called age, and it sucks.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years. Introducing InstaFlex Advanced.
It's restored my joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without scary side effects. When you can find a product that can take that away to the point that you can live your life again, that is a miracle to me.
Get a complimentary sample just like texting LOVE to 321-321. InstaFlex Advanced targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
I love this product. I'm telling you it works.
InstaFlex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting LOVE to 321-321. Plus, text now, and we'll include a tube of InstaFlex pain cream for fast-acting relief absolutely free. Text LOVE to 321-321 today.
I'm Erin Burnett in Tel Aviv, and this is CNN.
We'll go back to Anderson in Tel Aviv in just a moment. First, though, new drama in the battle to be the next Speaker of the House, if there ever will be a next Speaker of the House. Congressman Jim Jordan became the second Republican in a single week to get nominated by the Republican conference, but he does not have the support of the full conference, and not enough votes as of tonight to win on the full House floor, despite what he told Armani Raju. I think we'll get 217 votes.
But you will only keep running if you get 217 votes?
Watch yourself. I think we'll get 217 votes.
Would you be open to empowering Patrick McHenry if you don't?
I think we're going to get 217 votes. That's the quickest way to get to the unifying. So Jordan is now spending the weekend trying to flip enough holdouts so he can win the speakership. With me now is Larry Sabineau, director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. Larry, great to see you. I'm old enough to remember when Steve Scalise had the votes in the conference, but not enough votes to get through on the House floor. When that happened, you wrote, when he dropped out, you wrote the Republicans should change their name basically to the Cantankerous Crazy Clown Car Conference. What do you mean?
I did. I actually left out the word chaos. I think that should have fit in there someplace. Basically, there's nobody that seems to be able to get the 217 votes needed, at least in the Republican caucus, because virtually everybody is associated with one faction or another, and they all hate one another. So, maybe a miracle will happen. It would be a real miracle for Jordan if he could manage to lose only 4 votes on the floor from the Republicans, and there's zero chance of any Democrat voting for Jim Jordan for Speaker. Then what do they do if it's not Jordan? Well, all kinds of names are being floated, but as I said, it's hard to see any of them not losing at least 4 votes. Some of them would lose dozens of votes. Democrats are hoping that somehow a small group of moderate conservative Republicans, I would say mainstream conservatives, I don't think there are many moderate conservatives left in their caucus, if any, they will go to the Democrats and say, we're going to make Hakeem Jeffries Speaker if you agree to A, B, C, D. Of course, that's not going to happen either. That's fantasy. And we can go on from there. The odds of one of these scenarios happening is about the same as the odds that you or I would have won that billion-dollar pot in the lottery.
So what does happen? I mean, how does this end? The West Wing version of this would be that some Democrats get together with some Republicans and they pick some Republican who can get enough votes. That's something that most people have scoffed at up until now, but is it becoming more possible?
Well, I tend to think, the West Wing was written by idealists, so I don't think there's a whole lot of hope that will happen. However, I will say this, when it happens at the state level, there are plenty of precedents for doing that. In fact, in Alaska right now, both houses of the Alaska legislature are run by a bipartisan coalition. This even happened in Texas a few years back when a few moderate Republicans approached the Democrats and they managed to overturn the preferences of the majority, very conservative Republican caucus there in Texas, and they got a moderate conservative in as Speaker, and he lasted 5 terms. And it's happened in some other states. So it's not impossible, but you have to be willing to do it. You have to be willing to try and then to actually do it. And I fail to see where people are really trying and really want to do it.
What impact do you think this has, your crystal ball, you're the crystal ball man, what impact might this have on Republicans in their efforts to keep the House in 2024?
You never know how long the electorate is going to remember anything, and let's be honest, we all have short memories, and the electorate certainly has a short memory. But this has gone on long enough and has embarrassed the Republicans so many times already, and again, will probably continue to do so for a while, that I think some of it will rub off on their candidates in 2024. A lot depends on who wins the presidency and where the coattail is, but in those really close districts where more moderate conservative Republicans have been elected, like in New York or California, this is a really sorry story to have to defend. So I think it will hurt some Republicans, yes.
And remember, there are such major events happening around the world that Congress needs to take action on. This is having a real impact. Larry Sabato, great to speak to you tonight. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, John.
We'll get back to the breaking news in Israel and the very personal decisions that some Americans are making to return and join the fight. CNN speaks to some of those Army reservists next.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Nope.
Constant Contact delivers the marketing tools your small business needs to keep up, excel, and grow. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Do you mean
this one? The one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
Hey, human. What if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart Cheat.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
At AG, we believe that nourishing your whole body is key to unlocking your vitality as you age, allowing you to thrive both physically and mentally. This is foundational nutrition made simple with AG1.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
Being a journalist is the best job in the world. Asking challenging questions of the folks who run the world.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
Yes, of course.
You ready?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, Monday at 4.
I grew up in the Fraser Valley, so when I get a chance, I come home to explore what's new. Welcome to the Township of Langley. I love taking my time over coffee, visiting farmers markets, walking the miles of scenic trails, and maybe even hitting the links. I'm still discovering everything that Langley has to offer, from shopping to wine tours, farm experiences to professional sports, restaurants, and more. When I visit Langley, it's always something special. Explore Langley, BC this summer. Visit tourism-langley.ca for a complete guide.
I left the military with a traumatic brain injury. I came home to fight depression, anxiety, and alcohol.
As America's Veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Adam Greathouse, Army veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
With DAV's help, I've built a new life for myself.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is just experiencing life.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Some Israelis living in the U.S. are heading back home to fight in the war against Hamas. CNN's Stephanie Elam was at the airport in Los Angeles when a charter flight carrying at least 150 people took off for Israel earlier today. Stephanie, talk about what you saw.
Anderson, it was very early in the morning. Many of these people had not slept. And this whole flight came together very quickly by Israel Friends, a nonprofit humanitarian organization that was just created. And starting Monday, according to the founder, Jordan Freed, they were able to start working on this charter flight that took off very early this morning. And obviously, as you would expect, there was a gamut of emotions there. Many of these 150 people showing up with family members, hugging, talking to them up until it was time for them to go beyond security. But for the people who decided to make this decision, like Dorel Mary, he felt that there was no other option. Born and raised here, but he already did fight for IDF and he wanted to get back. He said he was numb and just knew he needed to go. Take a listen.
I'm an American Israeli. It's very simple. So my home is here and my home is there. So I feel obligated and almost a desire and more so a need to go right now. So.
Like you don't feel like you could just stay. That's not an option for you.
It's not an option.
And for others, they fled the drama that was unfurling, the tragedy, the scariness that they saw and wanted to get their families out, like David Frankel. He fled with his family to Southern California after the war broke out with his 2 young sons and his wife. And he's leaving them, left them here. In fact, kissed his sons goodbye in the darkness of night as he left to catch this flight. This is what he had to say.
Well, I'm obviously nervous. I mean, I want to come home safely to my family. I want to see my boys grow up. But you have to put that aside and and stop the madness that's happening.
And what was noteworthy is that energy, Anderson, inside the terminal as these group of people, as they came together. Most did not know anybody else there, but it was a sense of camaraderie and a unified sense of what they were going to do, even though many of them don't know when they'll be home or when or if they'll see their loved ones again. Anderson?
Stephanie Elam, thanks very much. Right now, a plane load of humanitarian supplies is sitting just across the border from Gaza. The World Health Organization is still waiting for clearance to get them to the civilians who need them. I'm going to speak live with someone from the WHO just ahead.
Hi, I'm Ideal and I lost 90 pounds on Golo. I struggled with weight loss and weight gain my entire life. With all the yo-yo dieting I did in the past, I would lose 20, 30, 50 pounds just to gain them over and over again. In 1 year, I've lost 5 sizes and I'm on my way to lose another 3. With Golo, I can do it.
Change your life at Golo.com. That's GOLO.com.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
For centuries, the world's best pizza has been baked in ovens made of stone. But you can't put one of those on the countertop in your home. Introducing Paisano, the authentic pizza oven by Granite Stone. Now make the world's most delicious pizza with real stone right in your own home. You'll simply set it and let it. Make golden, crispy, extra cheesy stone-baked pies in under 6 minutes. The secret is the dual-controlled heat zones that quickly heat the real ceramic stone up to 800 degrees while melting the cheese and crisping the crust so you can stone-bake just like the pros in under 6 minutes.
Look, take any pizza dough, sauce, add your favorite toppings, and you're making gourmet pizza with Paisano. You can even watch the pies rise through the window.
Thin or thick, your pizza comes out crispy and quick. Even stone-baked, better-tasting frozen pies in a fraction of the time. You can even make a s'mores dessert pizza. Plus, there's no gas, wood, or charcoal needed. Paisano is electric, plug-in, and portable. Great for tailgating and RV. Look, you'd expect to pay over $500 for a professional pizza oven. But during this special TV introduction, you can get your Paisano pizza oven at a price so low, you can't say no. Just 4 easy payments of $49.99. And for everyone who orders today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 3 easy payments of $49.99. Paisano comes with a 10-year warranty, plus these professional pizza peels and the authentic pizza recipe guide. Yours absolutely free. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. For the best pizza in the world, it's P-I-E-Z-A-N-O. Paisano. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-694-8702. That's 1-800-694-8702, or order online at buypaisano.com. Call now.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death. My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell.
How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
I'm Anderson Cooper in Tel Aviv with John Berman in New York. You're watching CNN special coverage of Israel at war. Israel is promising that a new phase in its war on Hamas is coming, just not clear when exactly that will be. Troops have been amassing for days now near the border with Gaza, getting ready for an expected ground operation. Israel pounded the territory again today with airstrikes. Officials say Hamas commander who played a key part in last Saturday's attack was killed. Meantime, while Israel prepares to go into Gaza, hundreds of thousands of civilians try to heed the IDF's warning to get out. UN officials warn such a large-scale evacuation during a siege could lead to a humanitarian disaster.
So, Anderson, there is an important development tonight from the Pentagon as well. We learned that a second U.S. carrier strike group, led by the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, is sailing to the Middle East, sailing to the Mediterranean. It is designed to show support for Israel and send a message to Iran and its proxies, including Hezbollah and Lebanon, not to get involved. The Eisenhower group will join the USS Gerald Ford that reached the Israeli coast earlier this week. Also tonight, the State Department said the number of U.S. citizens killed in last week's attack, the number has climbed to 29 dead. 15 Americans are still unaccounted for. Anderson.
And as John mentioned, the new U.S. warships are supposed to send a signal to groups like Hezbollah not to get involved with Israel's war with Hamas. Today, Israeli forces exchanged fire with the Lebanese terror group near the border. CNN's Matthew Chance is in northern Israel for us. So, what sort of hostilities have been going on there?
Well, there's been some exchanges of fire. You mentioned mortar attacks coming from Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. Over here, across the border to northern Israel, we're just a short distance from the Lebanese border now. There was artillery fired by the Israeli forces that are concentrated here now in preparation for a possible second front opening up. There was also a missile fired, or two missiles in fact, according to local Israeli force commanders, fired from Syria into northern Israel, and there was an Israeli response to that as well. But none of those exchanges, according to Israeli officials, have reached the point of escalation yet, because what everybody is bracing for is a potential barrage of missiles from the Iranian-backed militia, Hezbollah militia in Lebanon, of the sort of kind of situation that we saw, you and I, when we were back here in 2006, when there was a huge unleashing of Hezbollah rockets into Israeli territory here in the north of the country. The situation is even more precarious now because it's believed that Hezbollah has a much more powerful arsenal than it did. I mean, Israel has new technology as well. It's got the Iron Dome anti-missile system that's in force up here in northern Israel. It didn't have that in 2006, but nevertheless, it has said, Israel, that if the Hezbollah militia does take that step, it will possibly lead to the destruction of Lebanon. So they're sort of being very overt about what their response will be. Add to that the US carrier group that's off the coast of Israel in the eastern Mediterranean. There's another carrier group heading that way as well. The United States really doubling down on its deterrent, but also doubling down on its firepower if it is called upon to help Israel, to back Israel in a broader sort of regional campaign. We're not there yet, but it's definitely a threat. Israeli forces here in some considerable numbers in northern Israel bracing for that threat. Anderson.
Matthew, do people you talk to there think that the U.S. presence in the Mediterranean would be a deterrent?
I think they do, yes, and that coupled with the deterrent that Israel itself has. It has an extremely capable air force and its own sort of missile systems that it has said essentially that it will bring to bear. But I think everybody also knows that that deterrent may not be enough. If it is decided, for instance, in Iran to activate the Hezbollah militia for them to fire rockets into northern Israel, even though that may end in massive bloodshed and destruction across the border, of course it's still possible, which is why the Israelis say they're taking every precaution they can up here in northern Israel. They acknowledge they were caught off guard in the south, in Gaza last weekend, with nearly 1,300 Israelis killed, and they have vowed that that's not going to happen this time. It's not going to happen in the north of the country. They said, look, we may not have been ready down in the south, but we're ready now. And so, as I say, a very tense situation. There's not a second front opened up yet, but it is a possibility, and Israel and the region is bracing for it.
Matthew Jansen, thank you. Israel appears on the verge of responding to Hamas's terror attacks on Saturday. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited troops at the border today, telling them, quote, the next stage is coming. I want to bring Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, the spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces. Colonel, appreciate you being with us. Obviously, I'm not going to ask you what that actually means in terms of what the next phase is going to be. But has Israel called up the number of people it planned to call up, that it needs to call up? Are there plans to call up more people?
Yes, hi, thank you for having me again. It is the situation around the Gaza Strip is that it is quite densely packed with hundreds of thousands of Israeli reserve units that are preparing for various missions. I am not aware of any other plans to call up more reservists. There are additional Israelis that are, of course, ready and trained to join their combat service, but at this stage, I am not aware of any need for additional personnel. Now, actually, the challenge and the focal mission is to have all of those more than 360,000 reservists, both in the south and in the north, get them mission ready, equipped, prepared, task forced, and ready for whatever the assignments they will have in the future.
The IDF dropped leaflets in northern Gaza telling people to leave the north, to go to the zones in the south, closer to the Rafah border, to get out of harm's way to the extent that that is possible. I'm wondering if you have monitored movements, and do you have any sense of how many people have actually heeded those warnings? Because, as you know, Hamas has told people not to leave Gaza City and elsewhere.
Yes, we are aware of that extremely cynical activity by Hamas, not only statements, but actually erecting roadblocks and using force in order to stop Gazan civilians from going south into safety or relative safety, which is that should be condemned by all of those so-called humanitarian organizations, of which many have been quoted in the media lately, for that war crime and that cynical use. Now, we have monitored the motion of people. We've seen many, and I think the last estimate that I saw was at least 400,000, but that's not an Israeli number. That's what I read in one of the reports. The important thing here to focus on is that we will commence significant military operations only once we see that the area that civilians have left the area. But it's really important that people in Gaza know we've been very, very generous, so to say, with the time. We have given ample warning. More than 24 hours have passed, and really, I cannot stress more than enough to say now is the time for Gazans to leave. Take your belongings, go south, preserve your life, and do not fall into the trap that Hamas is setting up for you.
I want to ask, and I want to warn people, there's some graphic video that they may see. CNN has been able to geolocate a number of sites. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm getting this correctly here. 5 separate videos of large explosions along an evacuation route for civilians to get out of Gaza. The explosions occurred on Salah al-Din Street. Do you have any information about these explosions? Was it an Israeli airstrike?
I've seen videos, and we are investigating the matter, not only from a perspective of did Israel attack, which I can say categorically that we definitely did not intentionally strike anything there. There was no target on that road. A mistake may have happened. We're looking into it. But I think it is at this hour of the war, when the whole world has seen very clearly what Hamas is and the level of their morality, or the lack thereof, I think that every piece of information coming out of the Gaza Strip, especially if it serves Hamas propaganda purposes, should be treated with extreme caution. And we've started to analyze footage coming out of Gaza. I have doubts that these are aerial-borne strikes, and I think that people who have experience and knowledge in forensics and visual analysis would be good to look at those pictures and to understand if these were really aerial attacks or perhaps IEDs that were planted. And I'm not yet saying or claiming that they were, but I think that questions should be asked.
The Rafah border crossing into Egypt remains closed both by Hamas and by Egypt. I assume you are supportive of Egypt opening up that border to try to get as many civilians out as possible, and certainly U.S. citizens as well who are in Gaza. Do you have any sense of if there's been any progress on trying to get Egypt to agree to do that?
To the best of the information that I have, there was an attempt today to allow Americans and I think a few other nationalities out. It was not successful. I understand that it was because the gate was locked on the Gaza side. And it wouldn't surprise me that Hamas isn't letting people out because that's exactly the same behavior that they're displaying in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, which we just spoke about. So it's the same pattern. Our intentions are, of course, to not strike civilians and to minimize the effect on others. I think that we were trying to facilitate this crossing, which unfortunately didn't succeed. And those talks are ongoing. I think the triangle of Israel, US, and Egypt, and perhaps a few other countries, the UN, perhaps are involved. Hopefully that will bring the possibility to take internationals out of Gaza and to safety. The problem with everything related to the Gaza Strip is that Hamas uses every humanitarian gesture and activity for their military purposes. And I do want to remind everybody that we are in a hostage situation. Hamas is holding more than 120 confirmed Israeli hostages. And we know that anything humanitarian can also be used by Hamas for sinister purposes. And unfortunately, those who bear the consequences of that, is the civilian population in Gaza.
Jonathan Conriguez, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
The Pentagon is sending a second aircraft carrier and a strike group to the eastern Mediterranean. This is Israel's military readies for what it calls the next stage of wars we've just been talking about. We'll have a live report next.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at Eucora.com.
This is Poof, the most powerful pet odor eliminator in the world.
No harsh chemicals.
No harsh chemicals at all.
No fragrances.
None.
Seriously?
It's safe for people, pets, and the planet. What's this?
Oh.
That's pure ammonia. Just gotta poof it. Check this out.
Wow, I don't smell anything. Literally nothing.
That's because there's nothing to smell. Poof is a commercial-grade formula. A no-nonsense, no-fragrance odor eliminator. A formula used in the country's largest municipal waste companies to eliminate organic odors and make entire communities more livable. Yet, it meets the most stringent safety standards. Pet odor, poofing, urine, feces, vomit, litter box smell, plus the odor on the pets. Wet dog, eye odor, ear odor, face odor, stinky skin folds, any organic odor, even skunk odor. Ugh. One spray, and it goes away. Give it a smell.
Wow.
Generic sprays only cover up and reduce odor. I smell like poop and flowers now. Poof works instantly. It dismantles odor on a molecular level. It literally takes stink out of the equation. Powerful enough to eliminate skunk odor and the stink in artificial turf and garbage cans. Yet safe enough to use on pet toys, their beds, even on them. So why waste money on any product that doesn't totally eliminate the stink? Come out and get a 32-ounce bottle of Poof for just $24.95 and get free shipping. And I guarantee you'll never use anything else again. Plus, get a free sample of Poof Laundry Odor Eliminator. Just one wash removes the toughest odors from your laundry and your washer. Get Poof on Amazon, Poof.com, Chewy.com, and select Walmart stores. If it's not Poof, it stinks.
Hey you, with the small business.
Whoa.
You've got all kinds of bright ideas that your customers need to know about. Constant Contact makes it easy. With
everything from managing your social posts and events to email and SMS marketing. Constant Contact delivers all the tools you need to help your business grow. Get started today at ConstantContact.com. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death. My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell.
How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
Tonight we're learning a second carrier strike group led by the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower is on its way to the Middle East. We're told its deployment to the Eastern Mediterranean is meant to show support for Israel and send a message to countries like Iran to stay out of the conflict. CNN's Oren Lieberman joins me now. So what have you learned about the Pentagon's plans?
So, Anderson, this was a carrier strike group that deployed yesterday from Naval Station Norfolk in Virginia. It was originally supposed to go to European Command, and that trip takes about 2 weeks. So there was some time here, but you get a sense of the urgency with which the Pentagon and the Biden administration view this, because just one day after leaving, that carrier and the destroyers and cruisers going with it will head to the Eastern Mediterranean to join the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group that arrived earlier this week. Again, the administration has made clear these aren't supposed to take part in the fighting in any way, and Israel has made it clear it doesn't want the U.S. involved in this fight. But the Biden administration, Israel, and in fact many other countries are watching this play out and trying to make sure it doesn't spill over into any other countries and escalate into a regional conflict. And that's the point of these carrier strike groups being in the Eastern Med. As a message of deterrence to Iran's proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon, as well as Iranian-backed groups in Syria. That's who this message is pointed at as a warning to stay out of this conflict. And you don't see two carriers in the same area very often. That gives you a sense of how important and significant this is.
What about other U.S. military assets in the region?
Of course, there are some other options here. We reported just a few days ago that the USS Bataan, an amphibious landing ship, and an amphibious readiness group with the Marines could also deploy to the region. They're already in that region. They are south of Sinai around the Arabian Peninsula in the Gulf of Oman there and have been moving, slowly making their way towards sort of south and east as of the latest check. So that could also be ordered to the region with a Marine Expeditionary Unit. That's a rapid response force that specializes in humanitarian assistance, hostage rescue, and a number of other missions, as well as the Air Force plussing up a number of fighter squadrons in the region. It is Iran that this whole message is aimed at.
Oren Lieberman, thanks so much. Retired Army Brigadier General Peter Zwack joins us now with more. General Zwack, I'm wondering, what do you think went into the Pentagon's thinking when it sent this second carrier strike group to the region?
Good to see you again, Anderson. Yes, it's a significant move. Two carrier strike groups bring enormous capability in certainly projecting air power. They come with helicopters. They're there, I think, as Oren said, to provide, if you will, deterrence, but it gives, again, options. If this thing were to get worse, you have the ability to support an evacuation, and again, if it somehow spreads to other powers, for example, Iran, or gets into something that's really, really dicey involving Syria, then we are there with very, very significant capability. I don't think the plan is to get them involved in that. That would be an extreme case, but they give options, and that's the key.
What are your expectations for what a ground operation will look like, assuming that's what Israel has planned with 360 some odd thousand reservists on the border now?
Okay, well that's a hard question. I'll make a guess here. I think that it would start, if they're going in hard, especially up toward the north. You'd lead with special operations. You try to get in there and try to get key Hamas nodes and command and control points. Perhaps one hopes that they have a line on where the hostages are, Anderson, and they would go for them because that's a nightmare. The fact that you have over 100 hostages mixed in there, probably in several different locations. So you'd want to get in there fast. Then you have the more blunt force of large put together mobile forces with a lot of infantry that now have got to go in, as we've learned in a number of places in Iraq and elsewhere. You've got to go into a city fight. Hamas is going to be waiting for them. And in the absolute cynical way, they are using the civilians that they purport to protect as their cover and shield. So they will, first of all, try to buddy the Israeli forces. A number of them are reservists and draftees, so not a lot of recent experience in heavy urban fighting. And then there could be airstrikes and artillery that get a lot of, that kill a lot and wound a lot of Palestinians in that area, and it becomes a real, even bigger drama, humanitarian nightmare. They're hoping for the press to go to put pressure on Israel. But I think that Israel, after what happened last week, exactly a week ago, is hardened. They're done with Hamas, and that's part of, I think, that will lead to a pretty ferocious fight going in there. They would lose a lot of people in any way because Hamas isn't leaving, and as we've heard, they're not going to let, as best they can, the Palestinian population out. And I would surmise that those explosions that you reported may very well be Hamas ways to disrupt the withdrawal, if you will, or evacuation of up to, can you believe it, 500,000, 1 million Palestinians. Where do they go?
It is clearly, though, I've been setting aside humanitarian desires to not injure civilians, it is clearly in Israel's military interest to not have civilians around in Gaza City and elsewhere in northern Israel where they plan to fight Hamas. I mean, it just from a purely military standpoint, correct me if I'm wrong, they would want as many civilians out of the picture as possible.
You're absolutely right. That awful term, collateral damage. There will be thousands, tens of thousands of civilians that would be probably killed or wounded in such a densely populated area if a major operation goes. And the Israelis don't want to have to do the care and feeding of all those civilians in the midst of a fight. And you get into an urban area, and I know you've reported from Iraq in our time there. The streets, the underground, the tunnels are. You want to have a clear field or clear area so you can fight and not worry that every other target is a civilian. Yes, your point is well taken.
Yeah. Brigadier General Peter Zwack, thank you. Appreciate it. President Biden speaking out tonight on the war and calling for an end to hate in all forms. A live report from the White House ahead.
A mystery.
Jessie loves playing detective.
But the real mystery was her irritated skin. So we switched to Tide Pods Free and Gentle. It cleans better and doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
And it's gentle on her skin.
Tide Free and Gentle is EPA Safer Choice certified. It's got to be Tide.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Super Wide Duct Tape. This is no ordinary duct tape. Just check out how wide this is. It has a tough reinforced backing that's super strong, but it still can be torn by hand. And a thick, powerful adhesive that bonds to metal, glass, PVC, all types of surfaces. And it's water resistant, so once it sticks, it keeps its grip. Our super wide duct tape can be torn to any size, so there's absolutely no waste. Rip a thin strip for small repairs, or use a super wide strip for those giant jobs. Flex duct tape is so strong that just one super wide strip can lift this 500-pound safe. Plus, it can be removed and repositioned and still holds on tight. Temporary auto repairs go from this to this. Organize messy wires and go from this to this. Tears in furniture go from this to this. Now you can seal up drafty windows and all types of ductwork, or reinforce heavy boxes. To show you the power of our Flex Super Wide duct tape, we built this metal frame, wrapped it, covered it, and sealed it with only our super wide duct tape. Introducing the Flex Super Wide Duct Tape Race Boat. Not only can it speed across the water, but our super strong water-resistant backing can take the pounding, and our powerful adhesive holds the entire race boat together. Now that's what I'm talking about. Woohoo! Forget ordinary duct tapes. Get our new high-performance Flex Super Wide duct tape.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted.
What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney Plus.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
HPV is a virus that typically has no signs and symptoms, and it's spread via sexual activity. Unfortunately, condoms aren't giving us full protection from HPV. There's still those other body parts that are touching. HPV can stay asleep in a person's body for up to 40 years before it wakes up, and it's linked to a long list of cancers.
The HPV vaccine is a cancer prevention tool. We know it is very safe, it is very effective, and it's giving you long-term protection against cancer.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, Monday at 6 Eastern.
We heard from President Biden tonight speaking at the Human Rights Campaign National Dinner in Washington, D.C. The president addressed the terror attacks on Israel and anti-Semitism. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is at the White House. So what did the president say?
Well, he talked about ending hate in all forms. That was the through line in the course of his remarks when he took a moment to reflect on those attacks in Israel and also the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Take a listen.
A week ago, we saw hate manifested another way in the worst massacre of Jewish people since the Holocaust. More than 1,300 innocent lives lost in Israel, including at least 27 Americans. Children and grandparents alike kidnapped, held hostage by Hamas.
He later went on to talk about the, quote, innocent Palestinians who have nothing to do with Hamas, as he reflected also on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And those themes from those remarks, Anderson, also came up in calls that the president had today, both with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well as the president of the Palestinian Authority, Abbas. In both of those calls, he also talked about protecting civilians. The call with Netanyahu was the 5th since last Saturday, and he there also talked about the military support that the U.S. was providing and getting to humanitarian supplies to Gaza. But also, Anderson, the resounding message from both of those calls was not widening the conflict and avoiding this from escalating any further.
The U.S. has started evacuating Americans from Israel. What are you learning about that, and what's the plan for trying to get Americans out of Gaza?
This is an effort that's been led by the State Department. They have been coordinating behind the scenes with regional partners as well as airlines to try to get those U.S. citizens in Israel out of Israel when there are limited flights going in and out of the country. So the first charter flight left just yesterday from Israel, and it landed in Athens. This is something that's going to be ongoing in the coming days to destinations in Europe. And again, the idea here is to help U.S. citizens get out of Israel to other locations in Europe, and then U.S.-based carriers can ferry them back home. Now, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby talked about this over the course of the week. The idea here is potentially expanding capacity by land or sea, but it's clear that there is a need. We also learned from the State Department that since last Saturday, more than 20,000 U.S. citizens have reached out to the department. Now, not all of them are looking for transportation assistance, but what is very clear here, Anderson, is there is need and there is demand, and national security officials saying here that while that exists, they will try to charter these flights. When it comes to Gaza, it is ongoing talks to try to get that humanitarian corridor open so that Palestinian Americans or the Americans in Gaza can also find a way out into Egypt. Of course, those talks are still ongoing.
And do you know what the holdup in those talks is? Because, I mean, obviously it's Hamas controls that border and Egypt controls that border.
We heard from leaders in Egypt today in an interview with Wolf Blitzer, and the resounding message from him was that the holdup was on the Gaza end. But of course, these are talks that are ongoing, and we're seeing Secretary of State Antony Blinken make the rounds in the region, and that all of that diplomacy goes to show that there is intense talks behind the scenes to make sure that this becomes a possibility. But in the interim, Anderson, it's a wait and see.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez, thank you. Still to come, excuse me, on our special coverage, more from the region, concerns about the conflict, increasing anti-Semitism across Europe. We'll be right back.
Want to leave works all day so I can keep working my magic. Just want to leave. 12 hours of uninterrupted pain relief. Believe. Who do you take it for?
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one? The one with titanium?
No way I could trade this busted up thing for one.
Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
It's not just designed to look good. It's built to command attention. It's not just a comfortable interior. It's a quiet refuge. They're not just headlights. They light the way forward. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron models.
Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? We don't blame you. That's why Nugenix Total T lets you try before you buy. Just text FLAME to 321-321 to claim your complimentary sample. Why have millions of men already trusted Nugenix for a man-boosting increase in their testosterone levels? Well, it's a patented formula, so nothing else is like it. It contains Testofen, a patented key ingredient shown to work in not one, not two, but 4 clinical studies. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand, and it's #1 at GNC and Walmart. But don't take our word for it. Prove it to yourself. Try before you buy. If it works, keep using it. If not, keep the sample and tell all your friends we're full of it. You've got nothing to lose, but you could gain energy, muscle, drive, even more passion. Text FLAME to 321-321. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FLAME to 321-321.
Tomorrow, how did Israel's powerful intelligence agencies miss the brewing Hamas attack that ignited the war? Fareed asks New York Times investigative reporter Ronan Bergman. Fareed Zakaria, GPS, live tomorrow at 10.
Dear humans, this is an adoption campaign, but it's not for me, or Mr. Buttons, or Frank over there. It's for you, humans. This is a call to humans to adopt our movement, to adopt our cause.
This isn't just about saving one of us.
It's about saving all of us.
Thousands of lives every single day.
It's about support for every one of us and sometimes not four-legged best friends waiting to meet a best friend of our own. With Best Friends Animal Society leading the charge, shelter by shelter, city by city, we can save thousands of pets each day. Join us. Together we can save them all.
I'm Manu Raja on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
There are clear fears that the Israel-Hamas conflict could spread beyond the Middle East. Protests have erupted in cities around the globe. Today, in Paris, the Louvre closed its doors unexpectedly due to what they called security reasons. Friday, France raised its security alert level to the highest one possible. It is home to Europe's largest Jewish population and also has the largest Muslim population in Western Europe. CNN's Melissa Bell is in Paris. Melissa, why don't you describe what you've been seeing there?
Well, John, you mentioned the Louvre being closed temporarily. So too was Versailles for a similar bomb threat. A measure, really, of some of the tension that we've been seeing across Europe, John, over the course of the last week now. Europe has really had an anti-Semitism problem for about 20 years. And when you look at the figures and the rises here in Europe, they've always correlated very closely with rises in tension in the Middle East. And this particular week of tension has proven no exception.
Far from the front lines of the Israel-Hamas war, many European Jews say they're not just feeling the pain of what's happening there, but also fearing the potential ramifications much closer to home. In France, at the Great Synagogue in Marseille, a prayer is held for the people of Israel. It's a fervent prayer, after reports of anti-Semitic incidents in parts of Europe, after Hamas launched its assault on Israel more than a week ago, and Israel's subsequent bombardment of Gaza.
First of all, it's important to be present whenever the Jewish people are in danger. Unfortunately, we're used to this kind of gathering, this kind of prayer. We're tired of it all. Nevertheless, we have to respond in unity.
France is home to Europe's largest Jewish population, as well as the largest Muslim population in Western Europe. French President Emmanuel Macron has urged his citizens to remain united, though French police used water cannon and tear gas to break up a recent rally in support of the Palestinian people, which had been banned by French officials, citing concerns about public order. But there are fears of further unrest in France. 10,000 police officers have been deployed to protect synagogues and Jewish schools, and on Friday, France raised its security alert to the highest level after a knife attack at a school the French Interior Minister says was linked to the conflict between Israel and Hamas. The UK is also stepping up security after reports of increased anti-Semitic incidents. The Community Security Trust, a British non-profit organisation that monitors anti-Semitism, says the number of incidents reported to them in the past week has increased by more than 300% compared to the same period last year. Tensions at times spilling out onto the streets of London, where flyers of Israelis reportedly kidnapped by Hamas were torn down.
This is for Palestine. It's not mutually exclusive, it's children. It's children, it's innocent people. Okay, what about the children in Palestine?
Germany, meanwhile, says it has a zero-tolerance policy towards anti-Semitic acts and will ban all activities supporting Hamas, which is on the EU's list of terror groups. German officials say they can do no less.
Protecting Jewish life in Germany is part of the identity of our democracy. The security of Jews in Germany is our democracy at its core. Only if our Jewish citizens live in peace and security can our country as a whole do so.
Now, I mentioned a moment ago, John, that those rallies in favour of the Palestinian cause had been banned here in France. That ban remains in place, and yet there was another gathering this afternoon. 19 people were arrested. A reminder, really, that desire to get out on the streets and protest and make their voices heard in favour of the Palestinian cause shows no sign of abating here in Europe either, John.
Melissa Bell in Paris. Melissa, thank you very much. The United Nations is criticizing Israel's order for more than 1 million people to evacuate northern Gaza, saying it's impossible for that many people to move in such a short period of time. Egypt has not yet opened its reportedly wants Israel to first send humanitarian aid in for any incoming refugees. CNN's Wolf Blitzer spoke with the Egyptian foreign minister by phone to clarify why the border remains closed and what concerns he has about the flow of humanitarian aid.
As of right now, what you're saying, and I just want to be precise, Foreign Minister, you're saying the border, the crossing is open as far as Egypt is concerned. You're willing to accept these U.S. citizens and these other citizens if they can get there, but you're saying that near that border crossing in Rafah, because of bombing that's going on, presumably by the Israelis, they can't get there. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the border crossing on the Gaza side is inoperable because of the damage that has been inflicted and the procedure for those managing the border on the Gaza side to verify the documents and the lists of third nationals that have been provided has not been fulfilled. So as far as we're concerned, we have indicated once and again that we will facilitate. We are in coordination with the embassies in Cairo to receive their lists of nationals, and certainly as they come out and as it is fulfilled the entry of assistance and humanitarian supplies, we'll be very happy to continue to facilitate their return to their countries of origin.
Are humanitarian supplies that are in Egypt right now able to get through the Rafah border crossing into Gaza to help those Palestinians who are there?
No, unfortunately not. We are coordinating with the United Nations, with the UNRWA, to applying for permission to have these supplies transit through the Rafah crossing and be deposited with the United Nations for disbursement. But we have not received authorization to do so. So we are in I think, a very dire circumstance. I was just speaking to the director of the UNRWA, who tells me that there is no water, there is no electricity, there are no supplies, and there are no dwellings. For the multitudes of Palestinians, those who have been displaced from the north of Gaza, so it is very critical situation. And we would very much like to disperse all the supplies that have arrived to Arish as soon as possible to meet the needs of those vulnerable Palestinians who are in these very difficult circumstances.
Foreign Minister, in your conversations with your U.S. counterpart, the U.S. Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, what's your bottom line, Egypt's bottom line message to the U.S. right now?
We need greater protection for civilians not to come under fire, and certainly the numbers of rising casualties and injuries with more than 500 children who have perished during this conflict. We need to contain this and hopefully see a way out of this quagmire and return to dealing with the issue of resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the end of the occupation.
Again, Israel instructed people in northern Gaza to move south. It's the most densely populated part of Gaza, the north is. We're talking about well over 1 million people there. With me now is Rick Brennan, Regional Emergency Director for the World Health Organization. Rick, thank you so much for being with us. When you heard Israel dropping those flyers, telling 1 million people basically to move, what went through your head?
Well, our concern always from the World Health Organization is the health and humanitarian dimension of that. So it's very clear there are huge health implications, huge humanitarian implications. As you mentioned, the area is already incredibly densely populated. There are major gaps in food, water, shelter, sanitation. People now are being forced into these unsanitary, overcrowded settings, risks of disease outbreaks. The directive from the authorities has also been to evacuate hospitals in northern Gaza, and that has huge and complex and high-risk consequences associated with it. It's all, we have probably over 100 patients that are critically ill, and trying to forcibly move them under the current circumstances, would certainly result in the deaths of many patients. So we're asking the Israeli authorities to actually rescind that directive.
What happens if they stay? What happens if they do stay in the hospitals, though, and there is a ground operation?
Well, that's, the risks of a military offensive that involves a hospital facility. We would certainly hope that the offensive would respect the neutrality of hospitals, respect, frankly, the sanctity of healthcare. But our conversations with the healthcare providers there is that they really don't have much of a choice. It's, with patients on ventilators, babies in incubators, patients requiring hemodialysis, unstable patients, it's a very high-risk exercise to move them, and they don't have the resources to do so. They don't have the vehicles, they don't have the equipment, they don't have the trained staff. And then you can imagine the logistics dimension of this as well. Clogged roads, damaged roads. And then where do these patients go in the south? The hospitals are already overwhelmed. And so the doctors and nurses in northern Gaza have made the determination that it's too high risk. Patients will die if they're moved. So they've made the determination to stay. Therefore, we're asking for that directive to be rescinded.
For the Israelis, the IDF, what they say is, look, we have issued this order because they say they have to go in to get Hamas. And by telling people to leave, they're actually moving them out of harm's way. What's your reaction to that?
Well, they'll be forced into another type of harm. Again, if you're trying to forcibly vacate a hospital, as I've mentioned, there are clear consequences of that. Then, the health system itself is under enormous strain right across Gaza and increasingly in southern Gaza. People will be, again, congregating in these massively overcrowded, unsanitary settings, lacking water, lacking fuel, and so on. So there's big risks of disease outbreaks. Either way, major health consequences.
Understood. Yeah, what do you see as the responsibility of Hamas now to alleviate the suffering of the people who might be in the hospitals?
So, belligerents on any side of a conflict have responsibilities under what we call international humanitarian law, the Geneva Conventions. So they have to respect the health facilities, make sure that they are not attacked, make sure that patients have access to those health facilities, and that there's no interference with the delivery of healthcare and the movement of patients, the movement of health workers in and out. So both sides of the conflict have very, very serious responsibilities in that regard, including under international humanitarian law.
Rick Brennan,
and a moral law.
Rick Brennan, an incredibly tense, difficult situation, and the people in the hospital stuck in the middle of it. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right, there has been activity in Israel's northern border, back and forth exchanges between Israeli forces and Hezbollah. Mourners gathered today for the funeral of a journalist killed covering the clashes in southern Lebanon. Our breaking news coverage continues next.
Cancer is a long journey. It's overwhelming, but you just have to put your mind to it and fight.
It doesn't feel good because you can't play outside with other children.
As a parent, it is your job to protect your family. But here is something that I cannot do. I cannot fix this. I don't know if my daughter's going to be able to walk. I don't know if she's going to make it till tomorrow.
You can join the battle to save lives by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food. so they can focus on helping their child live.
Childhood cancer, there's no escaping it. But St. Jude is doing the work, continually researching towards cures, giving more than just my child a chance at life.
Please call or go online right now and become a St. Jude Partner in Hope for only $19 a month.
Those donations really matter because we're not going to give up. And when you see other people not giving up on your child, it makes all the difference in the world.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
St. Jude is hope. Even today, after losing a child, it's still about the hope of tomorrow. Because childhood cancer has to end.
Please call or go online right now.
Before and Bath Fitter. Now's the time to call Bath Fitter to get a beautiful after. With our unique tub-over-tub process, there's no mess or stress. Bath Fitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors and family members of the missing.
Do you believe she may still be alive?
I still have hope.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years.
On tour, I can't let sore joints hold me up, so I use Instaflex Advance. It's restored my joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without scary side effects. I told my whole crew they have to try it.
Get a complimentary sample just like texting yoga to 321321. Instaflex Advance targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients found nowhere else. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
Instaflex Advance is so powerful. I had better knees in just 1 week.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample like texting yoga to 321321. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief in the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles. Absolutely free. Text YOGA to 321321 today.
New clashes erupted today between Hezbollah militants and Israeli forces along the volatile southern Lebanese border. The fighting was the most prolonged exchange of fire between the forces in the last week. It erupted just hours after the funeral of a South Lebanese journalist for Reuters who was killed while covering the clashes. Here's CNN senior international correspondent Ben Wiedemann.
Southern Lebanon remains in a state of high tension as fire continues to be exchanged between Israel and militants in Lebanon. Saturday afternoon, artillery, rocket, and small arms fire echoed across the mountains in the disputed Sheba Farms area between Lebanon and Israel in the most prolonged exchange yet. The Israeli military said 30 mortar rounds were fired from Lebanon into Israel, while Hezbollah put out a statement claiming its fighters had used precision weapons to target 5 Israeli positions, including an Israeli surveillance post. Late Saturday, the group's media wing put out video showing precise hits on communications and surveillance equipment at those positions. The official Lebanese news agency reported that an elderly couple was killed when an Israeli round struck their house in the Lebanese town of Sheba. Hezbollah said one of its fighters was killed in confrontations with Israeli forces. Earlier in the day, residents of the southern Lebanese town of El Khayam came out to mourn the killing of Reuters cameraman Issam Abdullah, well known in the Middle East press corps for his work in conflict zones around the region. Friday afternoon, Abdullah was filming an exchange of fire between Israel and Hezbollah when their position was struck with rockets fired, witnesses told CNN, from the Israeli side of the border. 6 other journalists were injured. All were wearing protective gear with press markings. An Israeli spokesman described Abdullah's death as tragic, but didn't concede it was caused by an Israeli strike. Now, also Saturday evening, the head of Israel's National Security Council, in a televised briefing with journalists, said Israel hopes to avoid a two-front war involving Lebanon. He said the current level of clashes between Israel and Hezbollah is, in his words, below the escalation threshold. He also said, "We hope Hezbollah won't bring about the destruction of Lebanon." Now, in the past, Israeli leaders have warned, among other things, that if Hezbollah goes to war with Israel again, Israel will send Lebanon back to the Stone Age. I'm Ben Wiedemann, CNN, reporting from southern Lebanon.
Well, thanks to Ben for that. So Israel says it is getting ready for, quote, the next stages of the war. Our special coverage continues ahead.
If you have moderate to severe Crohn's disease, Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor that can deliver clinical remission and endoscopic improvement.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Control of Crohn's means everything to me. Ask your gastroenterologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Right now, save $20 on the VGA 57 battery blower. Real steel. Find yours.
Wow. I haven't seen this in ever. What do you say? Would you want to play catch?
Oh, dude, play. He's always wanted someone to string pro and college football with.
Nice throw, Sling. We should spend more time together. You're gonna be a big screen someday, champ.
Sling, the live TV you love. Sling.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Help keep tigers in our world. Visit WWFtigers.org. Call or scan now and symbolically adopt a tiger for just $12 a month. Your support will help WWF protect tigers and other threatened wildlife and their habitats. Go online or call in the next 5 minutes and we'll send you an adoption kit with this adorable plush tiger. Don't let them disappear forever. Act now to help keep tigers and other precious wildlife in our world. Go online, call, or scan now.
Can I get a witness? You dream about playing for your country on the biggest stage.
Straight in from where?
Closed captioning brought to you by InVetHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
This is CNN's special coverage of Israel at war. I'm John Berman in New York. It is a new day in Israel as that nation promises a new phase in its war on Hamas. That phase is looking like a military ground operation as more troops amass near the border with Gaza. Israeli air power hit more targets on Saturday. Officials say a Hamas commander who played a major role in last Saturday's deadly terror attacks was killed. Meantime, civilians in Gaza are heeding, some are, the IDF's warning to leave the northern end of the territory and head south. But United Nations officials and other agencies warn such a large-scale evacuation, more than 1 million people, could lead to disaster. Hospitals in Gaza already say they are on the brink. Also today, an important development from the Pentagon. It has sent a second U.S. carrier strike group to the Mediterranean in a show of support for Israel and deter others, including the militant group Hezbollah, from getting involved. CNN's Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon for us tonight. Talk about this new U.S. carrier strike group, what it will be doing and why.
John, we now know a second carrier strike group is headed to the eastern Mediterranean. The first one, the USS Gerald R. Ford, as well as the accompanying destroyers and cruisers, arrived earlier this week. Now a second one, led by the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, deployed from Naval Station Norfolk and other bases on Friday. It'll take about 2 weeks to get there, but right now we learned from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, a statement he put out just a couple of hours ago, and from U.S. officials, that the Ike will head to the Eastern Med. This is not intended to get involved with Israel's fight with Hamas in Gaza in any way. It won't be taking part in those operations. That's something neither the Israelis nor the Americans want. But it is supposed to send a message of deterrence to others who might look at this and see a moment of weakness in Israel and try to get involved, specifically Hezbollah in Lebanon, as well as Iranian-backed Shiite groups in Syria that might try to take the opportunity to fire into Israel. This is a warning to them, with 2 carrier strike groups operating in the Eastern Med. So this is a direct warning, essentially. And there are also other U.S. military assets in the region. Some fighter squadrons were plussed up over the course of the last several days with more fighters. That, too, a message to Iran. And there's also an amphibious ready group that hasn't been ordered to Israel yet or off the coast of Israel, but that's another option the Pentagon has should it choose to continue bolstering its presence right in that region.
And Oren, you have new information on the latest U.S. efforts to try to get Americans out of Gaza. What are you learning?
This is a tough one, a very tough one for the State Department, which is in touch with American citizens in Gaza trying to get out. And the problem is the State Department can't give a definitive answer saying, go to the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt at this time and the gate will be open. The message from what we've learned simply says, get as close to Rafah as you can, because if the border crossing opens, it may not be open very long. And the challenge here, John, is that you need to get coordination from the Egyptians, some sort of coordination with Hamas in Gaza, and then at least a tacit understanding with Israel that there won't be any strikes in that area. But the problem from the reporting in the region is that Egypt doesn't want to open that gate without any promise of Israel sending in humanitarian aid. That's something Israel has to this point refused to do. And then Hamas is just a wild card here. Do they open their part of the border crossing? All of those challenges as the U.S. tries to get American citizens out of Gaza. But as of right now, they have nowhere to go, John.
Nowhere to go. All right, Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon. Oren, keep us up to date on any new information. In the meantime, I want to turn to Aaron David Miller, a former Middle East negotiator for the State Department. Aaron, very good to see you. We have heard that that Israeli troops are massing at the Gaza border. The next stage, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, what does that mean? If Israeli ground forces do go into northern Gaza, what would they do? For how long?
Based on what the Israeli press spokespeople are saying and former intelligence and military officials, it seems to me that given the context of the Hamas terror surge and rage beginning on October 7th, that the Israelis appear to want to change, quote, the reality in Gaza, create a new political reality, a kind of post-Hamas reality. At a minimum, we're talking, John, about eradication of Hamas's military capacity. That includes all command and control be destroyed, all rocket laboratories destroyed, ammunition, any technology that Hamas is using, and of course, the Israelis have directly more than suggested that they're also out to eliminate the leadership. Yahya Sinwar in particular, the Hamas military chief, Mohammed Deif, who the Israelis tried to assassinate once before. That's the aspiration. And do they have enough military power to do it? The question is, what's the cost going to be? What's the cost going to be to their own soldiers, and of course to the civilian population? And then, John, the reality of the day after. It seems to me that without figuring out a way to basically create a new reality, some new security presence in Gaza, whether it's the Arabs, the UN, Palestinian Authority, a combination of all these elements, that takes time. It takes a huge international effort to coordinate it. So I suspect we're not talking about an operation lasting days, but weeks.
It's really troops in Gaza for weeks creates a whole different situation. If we can put up a map so people can see the situation in Gaza, the one way out of Gaza would be in the south, Rafah, the Rafah crossing into Egypt. Explain, and I know this is hard, I think, for some Americans to understand. From Egypt's perspective, why wouldn't they just open it up? What does Egypt have in this?
If you're talking about opening it up, meaning thousands upon thousands of Palestinians who are seeking safety and shelter, the Egyptians have made it unmistakably clear for any number of reasons they do not want to get re-involved in Gaza. Hamas is a Islamist faction within the Palestinian National Movement. It originally began as an offshoot from the Muslim Brotherhood. Sisi government has no interest whatsoever in creating a new refugee problem that they're going to take care of, or having infiltration from Hamas operatives into Egypt proper. So I think the Egyptians are pretty hard over on this. What concerns me, and what stuns me actually, is that the Egyptians appear to be using the Rafah crossing as a form of leverage in order to get Americans out. They seem to be saying that the United States needs to lean on the Israelis in order to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza before they'll allow Americans and other third country nationals to leave. I mean, Egypt is an ally, hundreds of millions of dollars a year. You have 400 Americans, not to minimize the problem that faces Palestinians. Hundreds of thousands who need medical attention, food, shelter. But that's a very, very worrisome form of behavior from our putative Egyptian allies.
Aaron, and explain what Hamas wants in terms of the movement of civilians inside Gaza. What they've said is they've told people not to leave their homes, but what do they get out of this?
They get the reality that they up the challenges for Israelis operating militarily in and around Gaza City. Collateral damage, civilians co-located with Hamas military targets. All of this, it seems to me, simply increases the odds that the Israelis operating in a densely packed environment, 20,000 people per square mile, making Gaza one of the densest populated areas on Earth. It all plays to Hamas's advantage. The tunnel system, what the Israelis call the Gaza Metro, all of these things will create tremendous challenges for the Israelis. Fewer civilians will lead to fewer civilian casualties and create, at least extend the legitimacy that the Israelis have for operating in the wake of this terror outrage that began on October 7th in southern Israel. So I think Hamas has no interest, frankly, in the well-being and the welfare of Palestinians who are faced with an excruciating choice. You can't move 1.1 million people in 24 hours, let alone in 24 days, not to mention moving the infirm, the sick. It's a humanitarian disaster, John, and the Israeli ground campaign hasn't even started.
Aaron David Miller, as always, thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, John.
So the IDF over the last 24 hours has exchanged fire with Hezbollah on a disputed piece of territory near the Lebanese border. Seeing as Matthew Chance is in northern Israel. And Matthew, you did spend some time with Israeli soldiers who have deployed there. What have they told you?
Yeah, I'm still with them, actually. I'm with a battalion of Israeli soldiers near the Lebanese border up here in northern Israel. There's been, quite a few forces concentrated up here because Israel is determined to make sure that if a second front opens up here in the north of Israel, if Hezbollah, for instance, in southern Lebanon, starts lobbing missiles across the border into the north of the country, they're going to be ready for it. And not just ready, but also ready to strike back. Israeli officials are saying that if Hezbollah crosses that red line, it could lead to the destruction of Lebanon. And so that's the kind of overt threat that the Israeli military commanders and politicians are sort of putting out there to try and deter Hezbollah and its Iranian backers from entering the war inside Israel. Also, there's those American ships, the world's biggest aircraft carrier, off the coast of Israel in the eastern Mediterranean from the United States. The US saying they're sending now another aircraft carrier group as well to bolster that deterrence, but also to double the amount of firepower the United States has in the region if it chooses to intervene in support of Israel, if, for instance, other countries get involved, if Hezbollah gets involved. So, that's the threat that's been broadcast by both Israel and the United States to everybody in the region to stay out of this. This, of course, as Israel prepares for that much anticipated ground offensive, or air, land and sea, in fact, as they call it, into the Gaza Strip. That's something that we don't know when that's going to happen, but it's obviously going to be quite soon. And that's why tensions up here in the north are also very high, because it's when that ground offensive begins and when that attack on the Gaza Strip really gets underway that we'll know whether Hezbollah, whether other countries or know how they're going to respond. And so, we're waiting with some anticipation for that, John.
Matthew, in 2006, when Israel was at war with Hezbollah, I was on the Lebanese side of the border for that, and I do think it's important to point out that everyone in that region, including Israel, considers Hezbollah to be a much more formidable fighting force than Hamas, always seen as a much stronger threat. Why?
Yeah, you were on the Lebanese side. I was over here more or less where I am now on the Israeli side. And yes, back then, Hezbollah was a significant military threat. It had a big arsenal of weapons, of rockets, which it did not hesitate to lob over the border, as you will remember very well. The difference this time, I think, first of all, is that Hezbollah's arsenal is believed to be much, much stronger. They've got more weapons than they had before. They've got more powerful weapons than they had before. There's also things like drones, which really didn't exist as a battlefield weapon in any real way back in 2006, and now it's a really prominent way that attacks can be carried out. At the same time, Israel has different technology as well. Its Iron Dome anti-missile system, that wasn't really operational as far as I remember back in 2006, but now it's very operational, as we've seen in the south, and those missile systems, anti-missile systems, are out here at strategic locations in the north in some considerable force, because the Israeli army may not have been ready for the attack, incredibly, but ready for the assault down in the south, but they're saying they're definitely going to be ready for anything that takes place up here in the north, John.
No, it is a serious deployment where you are right now. Up until this point, I've heard you say, Matthew, that neither side sees this as an escalation over the last few days, but I think both sides waiting in anticipation that there could be some escalation soon. Matthew Chance, stay safe. Thank you very much. As Israel prepares for the possible ground assault on Gaza, there is still the question of how their intelligence missed the Hamas terror attack in the first place. And is it back on track at this point? We're going to speak to a former CIA analyst who worked in the Middle East. In fears in Europe that the conflict in the Middle East could lead to an increase in hate crimes, what police are doing to increase security. Our live coverage continues ahead.
Create a backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $50 on the MS250 chainsaw. Real steel. Find yours.
Want to pay only $40 per month with Sling TV to watch CNN, HGTV, MSNBC, and your other favorite channels? You can stream it all on Sling, all for just $40 per month. Try Sling today at sling.com/watchnow.
Who's that? This is my puppy. Cancer. It's different in a child. Because your child's still growing. I had 14 rounds of chemo. There's thousands and thousands of kids all over the world who need help.
This is my first time having cancer. And it's the very worst.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
It's scary to watch your kid battle and fight for their lives.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Childhood cancer is hard. It's a long road. You just have to give. You have to give someone that hope. And especially with them being so young.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code for only $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
She grew up in this. So when we go to St. Jude, she's happy because that's her home. Every time I take her to the doctor, she's excited because she gets to play. And that's all because of St. Jude.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt. You can wear it to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
Si St. Jude no existiera, mi hijo no estaría vivo. Mi hijo sería un angelito.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
Dozens of rockets coming in here. Those interceptions right above us.
We have been hearing repeated exchanges of gunfire.
You can see the scale of the destruction.
If you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death.
My children and grandchildren experienced a living hell. How difficult is this fight going to be on the ground?
We have no other place to go.
Breaking news coverage continues live from Israel.
As Israel prepares for what it calls the new phase in its war on Hamas, it will also need to figure out how to fill the holes in its intelligence gathering. Shocking propaganda videos show Hamas militants training for their deadly attack, not really in secrecy, but in plain sight, less than a mile from the Israeli border. The IDF says it will investigate how this happened, and Friday we reported that the Biden administration was warned by both its own intelligence community and Middle Eastern allies about the potential for violence by Hamas just days before the attacks. Bob Baer is a former CIA operative and joins us now. Bob, how should Israel have seen this coming?
Well, the problem for Israel, it didn't have any sources inside Hamas, the military wing. As you know, Hamas, the military wing, did not tell the political wing about the attack. It came as a complete surprise in everybody else. So without having human sources inside Hamas, they're pretty much blind. It's just like the Israelis have no idea where the tunnels run inside Gaza, or for that matter, where the leadership is now. The head of the military wing, Mohammed Adef, has been in hiding for 2 decades. They don't even have a current picture of him. So this is an organization that literally went underground. Yes, they came up to do some training, but that wasn't enough for the Israelis because they didn't have the complete plan. And as far as the Egyptians and the Americans predicting violence in Gaza, well, they do that every couple months, predict violence, but nothing was enough for the Israelis to to act on the intelligence and move armor, move troops to the border. It just wasn't there.
What about the technology that they're supposed to have in place to detect movement?
Well, the Palestinians apparently beat it. They hit their intelligence center. They hit the cameras. They got around the detectors along the wall. The Palestinians are very, very sophisticated when it comes to technology, and they always have been. And they knew exactly what they were doing. I think really the biggest failure is this plan was being planned by Hezbollah back 2007. And so it was a failure of imagination on the Israelis' part, and this is the biggest problem for them, and has set back Israel just incredibly.
What are the limits of Israeli human intelligence? You said they had no eyes on the military wing of Hamas. What assets, look, I don't want you to reveal secrets here, but what assets, if any, do they have inside Gaza?
Virtually none. Look, when the Israelis were up against the PLO and Fatah and Arafat, they had it completely wired. They had sources all through the leadership. But once Hamas came along, and only true believers reached the top, they were unlikely to become Israeli sources, and that's the problem. They couldn't, and plus they couldn't get into Gaza to recruit people. And Hamas has figured this all out and got a leadership that kept its mouth shut, kept off phones, and put together a remarkable attack on Israel that we haven't seen since 1973.
So what happens now, or how does that deficiency limit or shape Israel's capabilities in finding and saving whatever hostages there might be in Gaza?
John, if you want the truth, they can't. They cannot find him in this short time. They cannot find the leadership. And the only alternative for Israel, if it's going to crush Hamas, is to go in force with artillery, with airplanes, and tragically, it's going to kill a lot of people. It's already started. They hit a convoy today of people leaving. They have no alternative other than send 300,000 or 400,000 people into Gaza, and a lot of civilians are going to die.
And once they're in there, from an intelligence perspective, what can they do? I mean, if there are ground troops, tens of thousands in northern Gaza, what can they do?
They're going to have to flood the tunnels. They're going to have to go down in the tunnels. They're going to have to fight building by building. Anything that moves, they got to shoot at. I mean, Netanyahu said this is going to be a long war, and indeed, he's right.
Lambert, a grim assessment, but as always, we appreciate your expertise.
Thanks.
All right, we've seen at least 3 explosions in Gaza over the last hour as we wait for what is expected to be this ground incursion, maybe even an invasion by Israeli troops. Retired U.S. Army General joins us to discuss what the challenges for this operation will be.
Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always Pella. Pella's fiberglass is the strongest material for windows and patio doors. The fiberglass frame is even scratch and dent resistant. Pella Windows.
Save on replacement windows by Pella now.
Can you believe this? Doug Flutie and Frank Thomas. You guys look great. Once I turn 40,
Let me guess, less energy, less drive?
definitely.
It's not your fault. It happens to every man. Testosterone levels drop as you age.
It happened to you guys?
Yeah.
So what did you do?
We got Nugenix Total T. This unique man-boosting formula is powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase testosterone levels. Nugenix is the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster in the USA, #1 at GNC, and #1 at Walmart. But you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting PEN to 369-369.
That does it. I gotta get Nugenix. Just send a text.
Yeah, for a complimentary bottle. And by the way, she'll like it too.
Get your complimentary bottle of Nugenix now. Text PEN to 369-369. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat incinerator ever, with key ingredients to help you lose fat and get lean absolutely free. That's PEN to 369-369.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you, and when
works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
JP Morgan Wealth Management knows it's easy to get lost in investment research. Get help with JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey David, ready to get started?
Work with advisors who create a plan with you and help you find the right investments.
So great getting to know you. Let's take a look at your new investment plan.
Okay, great.
This should have you moving in the right direction.
Thanks, Jen.
Get ongoing advice and manage your investments in the Chase mobile app.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Israel at the site where tragedy struck, meeting with survivors. Story with Anderson Cooper tomorrow at 10. This October.
Sorry, I'm in pain, head pain and abdominal pain. Don't know why. Oh, brain injury is one reason. Song by Paul Beckman, polylingual song. Help Ukraine and Help Israel, a song by Paul Beckman, polylingual song, created October 14th, 2023, also by the new and first leader of humankind in the free world. Help Ukraine and Israel. Help Ukraine and Israel. Yeah, they both have their agendas. They both have their problems. Well, they both need some solutions and some funding. Yeah, back Ukraine. Yeah, back Israel.